off the old troop ship and sank in mud up to my hips. I cussed until the captain calmed me down. Never mind how hard it's raining, think of all the ground we're gaining. Just don't take one step outside of town. Lyndon Johnson told the nation, have no fear of escalation. I am trying everyone to please. Though it isn't really war, we're sending 50,000 more to help save Vietnam from the Vietnamese. Every night the local gentry slip out past the sleeping sentry. They go out to join the old VC. In their nightly little dramas, they put on their black pajamas and come lobbing mortar shells at me. But Lyndon Johnson told the nation, have no fear of escalation. I am trying everyone to please. Though it isn't really war, we're sending 50,000 more to help save Vietnam from Vietnamese.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker. This is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, folks. It's Saturday. That's right. It's Saturday. Saturday fun day, if you want to call it that, or maybe not so fun day. We're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It is Saturday, February 21st, and it is actually quite the sunny day here, 61 degrees and sunny in Los Angeles, California. We're live, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Because, let's be real, it's Gaydar Day, but it's not just Gaydar Day. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not just Gaydar Day. It's also a day where hopefully we're going to have a little bit of freedom from the turmoil of my ISP, because after numerous complaints, it seems we were able to duke it out with the ISP, not only because it's a sunny day, but also duke it out with the ISP, and they have unlocked the full potential of my internet. We have consistent 40 megabits per second. Fun days died in this community, but the soundboard is saving it. Anyway, we're live, and we're, of course, joining you from stolen Tongva land, ladies and gentlemen. Camilla Twitter's on fire because of you. I know. I'll be talking about that as well. Havana. Okay. Oh, snap. Why did they admit to throttling then? They didn't admit to throttling, but they fixed the problem. They said that there were numerous failures. Bro's wearing Mormon Temple merch. Is it? I don't know what it is. This is my friend's brand. But W land acknowledgement. Also W acknowledgement over whatever the fuck this thing is on my face. I think we might have actually fixed the internet problem, but whatever is going on here, not getting fixed anytime soon. I'm not touching it. There's a thing on it. There's a thing on it. Go to a dermatologist? I know I have to. How's the ankle? I mean, I did. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and that's precisely what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to tell you all about it. There is a Hasan in your pimple? Yes. Guys, that Los Angeles Lakers, New York Knicks, Tel Aviv, Israel next season game is probably bait. Okay, you need to stop. But IRL dermatologist stream maybe. Okay. Folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi. I've been playing between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. What is this? PLV, Democrat Party when a candidate wants to do their job.
Democratic candidate. He has 500,000 volunteers. He is turning all of the red states blue. He has so much donation money.
About the swing states, is he getting them too?
Yes, everything.
Oh my God, this sounds great. We might actually win 2028. What are the policies?
I know, dude. He's advocating for free healthcare, free transport, living fair wage, and no more money to Israel. Dude, what's wrong with all of that?
It's a communist Marxist, socialist agenda that's gonna bankrupt the whole country and kill us all.
Dude, what? Look at Europe, they're already doing it. I mean, what happened to vote blue no matter who?
No, you idiot. It's vote Netanyahu no matter who.
Look, dude, if we want to win the election of 2028, we need to have learned our lesson from mom.
This kind of stuff is so funny. This is just so perfect. And I know people will be like, this is developing voter apathy. It's like, no, doing that, the party coming out and doing that and leading to funny moments such as this one is what's actually leading to voter apathy, not the people critiquing the party.
Donnie and Bernie Sanders. It's what the people want.
Dude, I will show you what the people want. Look at this right here. Hubert Jenkins, age 86, that's old, wise, and right politician age, and we can ignore the health issues, but trust me, this is a winning candidate.
Dude, what part of this does the people want?
What do you mean? The people yearn for trans prisoners and mandatory drag story time in schools.
Who? I mean,
Oh, God, they went reactionary. Oh, my God. It's just like no reason for this. No reason for this. Okay. Oh, right at the end. I shouldn't have fucking. Did I repost this? I did not. Right at the end, bro. Right at the end. We had him in the first half. I mean, this part, it's still true. It's still true. It's still true. This is like the way that the fucking Democratic Party. This clip is anti-Semitic. No, it's not fucking anti-Semitic. This clip is still true. Reactionary, isn't the new left supposed to be about material shit for everybody? No, but you don't need to fucking concede on right-wing reactionary framing on any of these issues. You just don't need to fucking bring this shit up at all. That's what I mean. And that, unironically, is pure liberalism. Let me tell you why. Liberal. This is being a liberal, okay? This is being a reactionary liberal. Why is it being a reactionary liberal? Because if you stick to the material, you stick to the fucking material improvements. There is, under no circumstance do you have to hand it to the right-wing reactionary liberals on culture war issues at all, okay?
increased Israel funding? Dude, they have free healthcare. What about us? Dude, we need better policies to compete against the Republicans with. I mean, currently, they want to recycle homeless people's organs and tax single mothers and the poor people and give it right to Israel.
Israel? Oh, word, I'm switching teams. Fuck this.
Trent,
What is it?
I got us a Democratic candidate. He has 500,000.
All right, hold on. I gotta send a text message. Anyway, did you guys see the mayor who was also a local high school superintendent? Like, all these people love Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders. And the reason why, I mean, Zoran Mamdani and Bernie Sanders is doing a great job, right? They're doing a fantastic job overall with this message. Where, like, they don't have to, like, Bernie because he's 855 years old and Zoran because he's like 34 and woke. They never talk about the trans stuff unless it's just to be like, yeah, I think we should allow trans people to exist. Okay? I know we're having a totally separate conversation, and I know you guys are going to be like, well, it's time to talk about, like, I don't know, whatever the fuck Zoran is doing as Mr. Sewer Socialist Mayor that you hate right now. I know. That's not... we're having a broader point right now. We are having a broader conversation right now about how people run, okay? Jesus fucking Christ. You can't get 3 words out edgewise before people immediately start slamming that shit back, dude. You're like, no, you need to eat a dick right now. You need to eat this dick. You need to eat multiple fucking cocks right now. God damn, dude. I can't even talk about how motherfuckers run and win elections without compromising on these issues before people go, well, guess what? Guess what? I fucking hate Zoran Mamdani. What are you going to do about that? I fucking hate his ass. Okay? Guess what? He's a bad mayor. Like, I know there's issues, man. Can you fucking chill? Can you fucking comment for a second? Can we just have a normal conversation? Like, no one has the capacity to see, like, broader trends. No one has the capacity to broader trends. No one has the capacity to see, like, any conversation. The moment You know what it is? The moment I start talking about like AOC or Zoran Mamdani or Bernie Sanders, the leftists in the chat turn into the exact same guys who fucking lose their minds whenever I talk about China. Okay? No room for nuance, no room for no conversation whatsoever. You know how anytime I bring up China, there are like a million fucking chatters that will be like, here are the State Department notes on China, Tiananmen Square, Xinjiang, mass surveillance. Like, what about the Uyghurs? Like, I'll be like, whoa, China's doing high-speed rail and great development. Like, that's pretty fire. And then everybody will be like, these are the reasons as to why you are actually a pro-CCP agent. Like, you're doing that, but leftistly, anytime I fucking bring up Zoran or AOC or any number of other people, like, just have some fucking, like, just calm down and have some room for a nuanced conversation, a nuanced discussion. Okay? God damn. How do we get here every time? I think everybody just has this, like, everybody has their hyperfixation and they're like, nope, that's it. This is how it's supposed to be. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Nandra had the most valid take on AOC. Fuck you. Okay, fuck yourself. How about that? Every time I join this chat lately, it's all just freaking out about some Democrat infighting or some random 16-year-old chatter. I know. Personal news wise, there's not really much. I was gonna fucking talk about my personal news, but we like dove all into the brain rot. We dove headfirst into the brain rot, unfortunately, but mention Ossoff one more time. I'm sending a drone strike. Inshallah, there will be one. Okay. There will be one that will end my torment, my unnecessary fucking torment. Okay. Anyway, I was deadlifting earlier. Okay, that's what I was doing. And no straps, no weight belt, no nothing, just hitting it raw. And I think like obviously when you hit it raw with no arm straps at all, like no wrist straps and no weight belt at all, it's a little bit more difficult. Please let me fix your start position. Yeah. I know. My hip goes first. My hip goes first. I know. Look, my hip goes up first. I know. That 405, nice. No, it's not. Not even pulling a hook grip. What the helly? No, I have a reverse grip. I'm doing a reverse grip. Yeah, of course I'm doing a mixed grip. Come on now. Anything past 3 plates, you have to do a mixed grip, I think. You should be repping 450 to 500 for reps. You should be repping 500. I mean, I can't rep 500. I'm a 34-year-old man. I'm old. I'm washed. I'm weak. I'm chopped unk. Let's be real. That's not happening. Okay. That's crazy. All right. Where was I? That's all the personal news there is, honestly. There's just so much going on in the world. There is a lot happening in the universe. We're going to be talking about all of it. But yeah, I've been thinking quite a bit. I've been thinking about a lot of stuff, doing learning. I also sat there and watched an Orhan Pamuk novel that has been turned into a Netflix miniseries about a guy who just like cheats on his wife a lot. That's what I'm on. The Museum of Innocence is what it's called. In 1970s Istanbul, a man's forbidden love for a shop girl evolves into a lifelong journey of obsession and longing. It's actually pretty good, surprisingly. Also, it made me feel like one of those guys that's like pre-Iranian revolution. Like, this is what we used to have. Because I was looking at like 1970s Turkey and the way that like they showcase it in the hold on. Let me look at like a Museum of Innocence trailer. Basically, it made me yearn for a 1970s Turkey that's like so Western and all this shit. r/pop culture chat is having a meltdown over your Camilla tweets. Yeah, I don't care, man. I know. I'll tank it. Listen. Remember how aggressively people came after me on Twitter when I said Nick Shirley is a fucking moron? Like the first week? Remember that? And everyone was like, yo, what the fuck? This guy fucking sucks. Fuck this guy. Kill yourself. Nick Shirley is the greatest journalist of all time. Have you seen Charlie Kirk's assassination told in Minecraft? No, I haven't, cringe chin. But probably won't be watching that. That's crazy. You are such a fucking zoomer. It's unbelievable how much of a zoomer you are. You must watch the Charlie Kirk assassination in Minecraft. Is crazy. But basically what I was saying is like, someone has to fucking have the cojones. Someone has to have the balls to just say something. Okay. And I will always be that guy. I promise you, I will always be that motherfucking guy. I'll tank it. I'll tank it for those who are afraid of what it might look like if they come out and be like, hey, I kind of don't understand what's going on here and I kind of don't like it, but I'm too afraid to say anything. Scary communism, all this stuff, right? I will be the guy who will be on the fucking front lines. I'll take it. You can call me whatever fucking name you want to call me under the goddamn sun. You want to know why? Because going through the process of being called an anti-Semitic Islamist fundamentalist for like the last 2.5 years has given me unlimited mental space and mental defenses for this sort of thing. Okay. I will be the sin fucking eater. Okay. You're a true American hero tweeting 30 times before 7 a.m. 07. No, I mean, tweets are nothing, right? Tweets are irrelevant. Tweets are nothing. What I'm talking about is just like, there is definitely a real fear that people have about like looking into certain things that don't correspond to American State Department agendas. Okay? There is a very real fear that people have when they hear like, oh, I'm Cuban. I'm doing standpoint epistemology. Like, as a Cuban living in Miami, like, we should, keep starving the island. Like, we should keep starving the island of Cuba, and we should be cognizant that it's not America's fault at all. As a matter of fact, it's entirely the fault of communism, the Cuban version of communism. It's like, yeah, okay. It's ridiculous. Like, that's a ridiculous take. I'm going to call it out. You can call me a fucking rich socialist, champagne socialist, hypocrite, Hamas supporter, disgusting communist, speaking over Cubans all day, every day. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't give a fuck. That's woke one shit. That is woke one shit. Okay? Anyway, let me blast off because I haven't even blasted off yet. And then we'll get to all of this stuff. Okay? Woke 1.0 panic about woke 1.0 panic with Miami Cuban Hasbara. Let's just let's do it. Well, let me just blast off. Okay. Will Israel strike Iran? Obviously, we're going to be talking about that today. Tariffs will stop. Tucker X Huckabee debate sparks outrage. Epstein files. You know, we got it all. Get in now. I would kill myself if I had to deal with half of these professional misunderstanders on Twitter. Brother, it's fine. They're chirping into a goddamn they're chirping into a goddamn echo chamber of nothingness. Okay? The truth is the truth. And as long as you push for the truth, as long as you continue your advocacy, as long as you continue to try and get people to understand exactly what's going on, it does not matter. Okay? Because conditions are worsening to a degree here in the United States of America that makes people actually question how prosperous of a nation we truly are. That's the other side of the story. So as long as you have your conviction, as long as you are on the side of justice and you continue your advocacy, okay, you can get more people on board a lot more successfully than you would realize. Okay, is that a hickey on your cheek or blemish? Yeah, it's a hickey. Your mom gave it to me. Anyway, woke 1.0 panic with Miami Cuban Hasbara. Will America's real strike Iran? Terrorists will stop. Tucker Huckabee debate sparks outrage. Epstein files. We got it all. Get in now. Because, like, what can you do? What can you do? You have to, sometimes you have to remember, like, yeah, sure, there's like drama happening on the internet surrounding my takes or your takes, or, you know, people are being really mean and be really ruthless or whatever the fuck. But then you have to remind yourself, like, what am I doing this for? Okay? What am I doing this for? If you understand who you are trying to uplift, if you understand which part of Cuban society that oftentimes never gets looked at, never gets heard from, and if you are trying to obsessively help the Cubans on the island of Cuba to the best of your ability, regardless of what kind of perspective they may have on communism, because I don't give a shit at the end of the day, right? Like, this is the same principle that I've had with the Palestinian resistance as well. You think fucking I align with Hamas? No, of course not. Not on like domestic affairs, not on ideological boundaries. It doesn't matter to me at all. That is completely immaterial. It's completely irrelevant. I just want the Palestinians to be able to exist, to have dignity, to have sovereignty, right? And the same goes for Cubans. And it is completely ridiculous to look at a situation where we got 67 years of ruthlessness coming from the United States of America, you know, trying to cripple this island, trying to make sure that they can't develop because they were able to overthrow the American puppet Batista and you know, ruin our grand design for the island of Cuba. You know, that's just completely unacceptable. Someone's got to fucking call that out. Have you heard the fight against climate change is over and we lost it? I don't know how people are still fucking around when we essentially facing global extermination within our lifetimes. No, I don't think we've lost that fight at all. There is one country that, you know, doesn't do great when it comes to openly engaging in anti-imperialism, but nice job copying AOC's take. Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Congresswoman, we broke some news at Dropsite today about Marco Rubio cutting President Trump off in negotiations about Cuba policy. He's been telling him that they've been in negotiations for a while, but in reality, it's been multiple weeks where that actually hasn't been the case. What's your reaction to that divide on foreign policy within the administration?
Well, I think you know, I have to read the reporting that you're talking about, but this is what we've seen with Gaza, right? This is a new kind of era of depravity opened up, where there used to be, or there was this stated commitment on human rights that innocent civilians were almost exempt from the rules of war, from blockades. And what has transpired is that now it's kind of become acceptable that the entire Western world will look the other way as they starve and deprive a people because they find political actors or political regimes in that country to be objectionable. And so what we are seeing here is the possible precipice of hospitals running out of fuel. You know, we're talking about innocent children, women that could be put in harm's way. And so, again, I have to look at the...
Is she a CERN? No, dude. I've been in these tunnels. These are the tunnels underneath Congress, dude. Asma says you have suicidal empathy for your convo with Adam Mockler. Yeah. I saw. Greasy Gamer Asma Gold addresses people dying of easily preventable diseases. Fuck them. Who cares? Yeah, these guys wear vice signaling on their fucking sleeve. Like they think this is awesome and base. It's awesome and base to just be like a villain. It's awesome and base to look gross. It's awesome and base to act gross. It is what it is. You know. You just gotta keep making fun of them. Are you gonna lose to Austin today? No, I don't think so, but we'll see. Asmongold is so mean to you. It's so sad. A positive tweet, W China. God, the city's the coolest place I've ever been. Yeah, once you go to China once, your worldview will shift rapidly. If you are a Westerner and all you've seen is a downward trajectory in the West, and then you go to China for the first time ever after hearing for years and years and years, you look at the world very differently. Day 4 trying to get Hasan to understand Alex Jones' true power. Okay, calm down. Can you send me to China, big bro? No. I'm a hero. I got a non-drama tweet clicked. You are welcome for my service. 07. Yeah. So where was I? So AOC has a very good take here, obviously. Very good take here, comparing it to Gaza. And I do think that, like, from my personal experience as someone who is a communicator of these sorts of issues, as someone who is an avowed anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist, I will tell you over and over again that I think post-October 7th, something shifted dramatically in people's understanding of siege warfare and constant cruelty. And I think it's very applicable to Gaza. And it's very applicable to what America's doing to Cuba. And people have expanded their consciousness on this issue. People are much more aware of what America does now than ever before. Okay? If you see people lighting the woods on fire, and if you don't move into the woods in that moment, then you are a hypocrite according to people who want you to move to Cuba. Yeah. I don't care about that stuff. That stuff is very stupid. People are doing the classic, like, oh, if you fucking love Cuba so much, why don't you marry it, dude? Why don't you marry Cuba right now? Why don't you marry communism? Why don't you go live in Cuba, dude? I fucking hurt you, dog. Oh, I hurt you. It's just stupid as fuck. Okay? Yeah. Okay, dude. Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. If you think America's strangulation of Cuba has been devastating, why don't you go and live under American occupation? Okay, same shit we heard with Gaza. Oh, you don't like that Israel and America are doing a genocide in Gaza? Why don't you go die under the fucking bombing campaign? Okay, thanks. I'm probably not going to do that, but, thank you for the suggestion. I think we can, I think we can probably oppose American cruelty, unnecessary American cruelty, without having to die in the process. But, I took it under consideration. And I'm going to go ahead and say I will be going to Cuba, probably won't be living there, even though I might have fucking better internet connection in Cuba. God damn. That's very Christian of them. I mean, these people are not. Many of these people aren't even fucking Christian. Let's be real. It's ridiculous. But yeah, any Spectrum updates? I mean, the Spectrum update is no more Fs. If you haven't noticed, so that's a big one. That's a big Spectrum update. But yeah, the Stan Twitter has been lit the fuck up. Like every Camila Cabello Stan account has been like up my ass, like losing their fucking minds over it. Okay. And guys, stop spamming Fs. Okay. I know there's no effing right now. Please stop. This after my commentary on this, a lot of people have been going crazy over it. This one only has like 700 likes, but I just chose to respond to this one. I can't with the majority of angry quotes being white men yelling at an immigrant Cuban woman who is speaking her truth from lived experience, incel core, to which I responded with, we are leaving this shit behind. Okay, with Woke 1.0, you cannot do standpoint epistemology to defend the U.S. State Department's 67 years of cruelty to Cuba. Obama eased the sanctions. The Dems should at the very least demand that. The entire rest of the planet is demanding it, like Cuba have oil. Because it's true. It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane that these guys are going, white man talking about an immigrant Cuban woman. I don't care. I don't care. No one cares, okay? Is it the truth or is it not the truth? Can we just have a fucking normal conversation about things without you just trying to slam identity politics into it? Marco Rubio is also an immigrant Cuban man. Like, if you understand that, like, when Marco Rubio says the exact same thing that fucking Camila Cabello is saying, and how stupid that fucking argument is, then you should be able to comprehend that it's dumb when you do it for as a defensive posture towards what Camila Cabello is saying. Because there is no daylight between what she's saying and what fucking Marco Rubio is saying. My mistake, dude. I didn't realize that, like, the Cubans living in fucking Cuba that don't want to be starved have no... Like, they have no say in this process. Only listen to the Miami Cubans. Like, god damn. Be on the opposite side of Marco Rubio, that's usually a good side. I know. What did Camila Cabello say about Cuba? I already covered it on my my YouTube as well. But basically, she came out and was like, "There's so much going on here at home, and so much I can say about the heartbreaking things about the immigrant community." And like, I mean, she has like a shady past in terms of like being an out and about racist to. I think one of these other singers that she also collabed with back in the day. I don't know the whole drama or the tea, but a lot of people were like cooking her ass for that. And then she had to go through like racial sensitivity training or something all the way back at peak woke. But yeah, apparently she used to be like a turbo racist and would say the N-word with a hard R all the time on fucking Tumblr. And Normani was very upset about that, understandably. But yeah, she was slamming that shit. Anyway, look. I think all that stuff is indicative of your character, but I will be honest with you, what she's doing here is pound for pound infinitely more consequential. At the peak, at the absolute fucking peak of American cruelty in Cuba, after 67 years of like starvation initiatives, destabilization initiatives, trying to fucking invade the island, numerous instances where they tried to assassinate the leadership over and over again. All of a sudden, America has basically decided we're actually not even letting you get any oil from any other regional partners at all. Fuck you. And the island's on like the brink of collapse. People are suffering, right? And this person comes out and says, I'm a Cuban woman, and I think the real reason why the island is suffering is not because of the Trump administration's actions, not because of the previous administration's actions in general, but actually because of communism and because of the regime. Well, you're a fucking asshole, okay? You're an asshole. So I blew up on it. I said, this is gross, right? And then obviously it drove the news cycle yesterday on Twitter because everyone fucking has no capacity to think, right? There's so much going on here at home and so much I can say about the heartbreaking things the immigrant community is experiencing here in the U.S. I also feel a personal responsibility to speak about what's happening in Cuba. I still have family on the island that we speak to and send medicine and food close to. Yeah, I wonder why you have to send medicine to the island directly. You think the fucking Cuban government is like, ooh, I love hiding the medication from my population. I love hiding food from my population. She didn't directly say communism, but I guess no, she's saying it's a failing dictatorship and an oppressive regime. It's fucking ridiculous, okay? Either she's a useful idiot or directly a reactionary, and at this point, it doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. You can't be a useful idiot to the Trump administration when the Trump administration is like deporting Cubans too. Like, it's so dumb. Venezuelans did this already, and look what they got, okay? At the end of the day, what happened? Venezuelans living in America were like, yeah, hell yeah, go fucking kill Maduro. It's awesome. And what happened? Nothing. Okay, nothing. Now Delcy Rodriguez runs the country. It's still the country is still run by Chavistas, even though they're more pliant to the Trump administration because they have to be. Otherwise, Trump will come and kill them. Okay. It's so stupid. People are so dumb. I don't know how they fucking delude themselves over and over again to this false notion that America is going to save them. America has never saved these people. America does not care about liberation for the people. Anyway, the Cuban people are suffering in an echo chamber where no one can hear them because to speak is to risk your life. Many people are starving, looking for food in trash heaps. The only way to survive is having relatives ship you boxes of medicine because not even the hospitals have medicine. Like, attributing that not to this endless, unlimited embargo that the entire world knows is cruel and unjustifiable and demands an end to, but instead to the regime, the dictatorial regime is so fucking stupid. Twitter was on your ass. They can suck my ass, okay? What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. You can cry all fucking day, okay? Fuck you. You are cruel, you are ruthless, or you're a fucking idiot. It's one of the other. Either you are a pure reactionary monster who does not give a fuck about the Cuban population starving or the Cuban economy collapsing deliberately by design because of American interests, or you're an absolute moron who doesn't realize that America is doing it and you just heard someone else dupe you. You heard someone else go, nah, it's actually fucking communism. Isn't that scary? And you were like, oh, that makes sense to me. Shut the fuck up. You can yell at me all day, every day. I'll fucking tank it, okay? It's so ridiculous. Like, doing it especially now after like 2.5 years of American genocide, Amer-Israeli genocide in Gaza, and Trump very clearly moving this country like in the direction of full tilt fascism, and you're still like, well, these fascists actually still have some kind of like democratic goal in liberating the Cuban population. You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot. You're the dumbest person on the planet. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your standpoint epistemology, okay? You don't know anything about Cuban history. You don't know anything about politics. You don't know anything about American politics, American foreign policy at all. You've never thought about it. You've never thought about it at all. You're just a sucker. You're doing propaganda for the American government and American imperialism for free 99, okay? Anyway, the power is gone for so long the food spoils and water becomes scarce. When people have peacefully protested, they've disappeared or been put behind bars, some as young as 13 years old. This is a reality where a post online costs you your life. The Cuban people have lived without dignity and without hope for too long. It's no wonder so many Cubans have thrown themselves in the shark-infested waters, making boats out of tires and sticks and risking their lives for freedom. Yeah, I wonder why. Okay? We know why. We know the answer to it, okay? The real reason why Cubans are looking for a better future is not because of like this despotic regime or whatever. It's because America is quite literally trying to collapse the Cuban government and the Cuban economy, and they've been doing it for 67 fucking years. It is, and I've said this so many times, it is remarkable that they have been able to thrive in spite of that, okay? You put your foot on my neck for 50 years and now, yeah, exactly. You put your foot on my neck for 50 years and now you criticize the way I breathe. Doesn't the embargo apply to oil? How does that apply to medicine and food, or is that a new one? No, there are limitations on what you can send to Cuba regardless. Like making mass shipments and shit is not allowed. Like doing trade with Cuba is not allowed. America lies about the way in which they implement this embargo. Like, if you have any ship that goes and stops and docks at a fucking Cuban port, they can't dock at an American port for 180 days or even longer than that sometimes. Like, so that is a decision that companies need to make at that point. Like, if you're a part of logistics, if you're doing international shipping, you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to fucking ship anything to Cuba because I still need to go to the largest consumption engine on the fucking planet. Doing that to a tiny island nation, slammed to the fucking ass cheeks of American empire, is crazy. Okay? Anyway, Cuba, tiny nation. Yeah, maybe they'll understand it that way. Okay. The Bolivarian Revolution. The Bolivarian Revolution and its spirit was promised to the Cuban population 3,000 years ago. Okay. Simón Bolívar lives on. All right. They are now in the midst of a profound humanitarian crisis. If you want to help and don't know how, check the link in my story to support Caritas Cuba and their work. If you're able to give, any donation makes a difference. And then I didn't even look into the Caritas Cuba Corporation, but I suspect it's the Catholic. Okay, yeah, it's the Catholic Church's group, which, of course, I'm not going to say anything. But it's not a scam necessarily. But look, if you want to send aid to Cuba, there are some groups that work directly with the American government that are there as a destabilizing factor. But because Cuba is so desperate for aid, they let it happen. Okay, it's not a scam. It's not a scam at all. It's not a scam. But the United States government allows that aid to go in. And there's probably some very wonderful people that work there that are like oblivious to what the other goals are here, right? Like it's kind of like USAID. Okay? Not everyone that works for USAID is like, oh, I can't wait to fucking destabilize Somalia by pumping agricultural output from the United States of America into their market so we can destabilize their domestic agribusiness. Like, that's not... Some people are just like, well, these people are starving. We should give them fucking rice. Okay? So I just understand. Not everyone, not everyone. Caritas is a pretty controversial organization in Poland. If you can, I try to help directly through other means. Yeah. I mean, the very fact that she posted that one after this, to me, says it all. Okay? But like, even with our flotilla mission, right? We have to get OFAC clearance. Like, we have to work with the Treasury Department, right? So it doesn't matter. There is no sending aid to Cuba. There's no way to there's no way to secretly send barrels of oil, for example. So everyone that is trying to send aid to Cuba in some way, shape, or form is still going through that sort of clearance. There's still a protocol that you must follow. By the way, SOS Cuba is the shit that Miami Gusano ghouls like Carlos Jimenez have been using when talking about doing regime change there. I know. It's like a fucking base boosted bullshit. SOS Cuba, free Cuba nonsense. So, just sent flotillas from Yucatan, Mexico. Oh, shit, dude. Why not send aid from Mexico? Oh, brother. Bruh. Why didn't I think of that, bro? Damn, dude. You fucking cracked the code, big dog. Thank you for helping with the logistical operation here. We had not considered that. We weren't doing that already. Thank you so much, dude. Hey, give a round of applause to this guy. You, Chatter, one hot donut. You are one brilliant donut. Okay, you better change that goddamn name. Congratulations, Chatter. Congratulations. The organizations that we're working with were fucking oblivious. I'm fucking with you, by the way. Of course we're sending fucking aid from Mexico too, dumbass. What the fuck's wrong with you? Anyway. How are we going to talk about the fact that we're living through a major historical event? Yeah, I'm going to talk about it in a second. But like, my point was, this is like, Camila Cabello is doing exactly what, I'm a Venezuelan living in the United States of America, and I believe we must bomb Caracas. She's doing the exact same thing that, people in Iraq were saying, people in Libya were saying. There it is. Like, Alex Jordan from Quincy Institute says, standpoint epistemology is arguably one of the most dangerous and effective weapons in liberal interventionist toolkit. Chalabi in Iraq, Jibril in Libya, Machado in Venezuela. There's always a local voice that Washington point to and say their country yearns for freedom. And that's what it is. So don't listen to that shit, okay? Do not fucking listen to that shit. It's complete and utter nonsense. Okay? It is complete and utter nonsense. And yes, U.S. Coast Guard and military forces have ramped up interceptions of civilian oil tankers in international waters as Cuba faces its first effective U.S. blockade since 1962. According to the New York Times, Washington is cutting off island's fuel lifeline by tracking, boarding, redirecting, and turning back commercial ships bound for Cuba. The Times details specific cases. The Ocean Mariner, loaded with 84,579 barrels in Colombia, but made a U-turn about 65 miles off Cuba after a Coast Guard vessel pulled it alongside and later escorted it away. Another tanker carrying Colombian fuel oil was intercepted within 70 miles of the island. The gas Accelero burned scarce fuel to reach Curacao, only to depart without cargo. Since December 2025, at least 6 Venezuela-linked tankers have been seized. Fuel imports have nearly halted. Reserves are projected to run out within weeks, and blackouts are worsening. On February 17th, the Times also reported the first federal indictment of a tanker captain for using a false flag and ignoring Coast Guard commands during a high seas chase. Is pure evil. The American government is actively intercepting tankers that are just saying, like, fuck it, we ball. We're gonna send some goddamn oil into Cuba, like, or even in the vicinity of Cuba. What is the admin's justification for this one again? Honestly, unfortunately, due to a lack of interest and a lack of interest from the American population in general, because they have like outrage fatigue, protest fatigue, and also because the Trump administration creates new problems that they focus on every other day. Most people are oblivious to this. Most people don't know. You're tapped in because you're in here, and I talk about it quite a bit. And I also have a personal investment, a personal involvement in this. But there's very little media coverage in general about this sheer cruelty. That's number one. Number two, the Miami-Cuba lobby, someone might call it the Gusano lobby, is a fairly powerful instrument that, takes advantage of the lack of interest or the lack of knowledge over what the fuck America has done to Cuba by immediately slamming the Hasbro lines, as Camila Cabello did yesterday, right? I mean, she says that, she comes out with that statement. Billboard is writing about it. All these other fucking outlets start writing about it as well. You're trying to explain to Nazis that they're Nazis, that is noble, but really Sisyphus, Prometheus, coded of UA. Not everyone is a card-carrying anti-communist that wants to fucking destroy Cuba. Okay? Most Americans are oblivious. Most Americans have either been taught that Cuba is this scary country that is constantly an ever-present danger to both America and to its own citizens, and they've just been deluded into thinking that, this is a good thing. Like, yeah, sure, maybe some people will die in the process of like sanctions, but like, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, right? It just. You have to push back. You have to push back no matter what. We can't fail the Cubans, okay? We can't fail them. We can't let them die. We can't let them live under these horrifying circumstances that they don't even need to live under. There is no logical reason for this, okay? I'm sorry, but I was never taught Cuba was scary as an American. Okay. You're based then. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm glad. I'm happy that you also, you're one of the very few. But if you look at people on the internet, most of the people think Cuba is like this weird place that is failing and starving because of its own. I love Cuba and cigars and the women there. Oh my God, dude. Okay, take a fucking day off, horn dog. Jesus Christ. It's crazy how there's no rational reason for an embargo on Cuba. If socialism sucks so bad, won't it just fail by itself and the people will starve anyway? They're being economically starved by capitalism anyways. Yeah, the problem is, I think especially with like China's rise in the last couple of years, and well, I mean, China's been rising for like the last decade or so, but especially with China's rise to such a degree that is like impossible to combat against for average Americans and their perspectives. America wants to shut off this like communism operation so close to the American soil, right? Cuba bad was a 90s and early 2000s thing. I think Zoomers and Alpha didn't experience it. Yeah. We had an ex-Cuban propagandist in my uni politics lectures to push anti-communism. Yes. Sadly, I think most people don't know anything about foreign policy, good or bad. Yes. And also, a lot of people don't understand how foreign policy plays a role in domestic policy. Okay? Yeah, David Adler's trying to do his very best too. Do U.S. Americans know that every single year, the General Assembly of the United Nations, the entire world votes to condemn our country for the criminal blockade of Cuba? Not just communists, not just global South, the entire world. Do you know who's against it? There's two countries that are against it. It's America and Little America. What else do you need to know? What else do you need to see? So, yeah, Moldovans control the world. Their abstention means a lot. I'm talking a lot with my Eurobrain mom, and we had a big discussion about China and Cuba and how bad they really are. I noticed I don't have any concrete things to say. Where can I find reliable information about Cuba, China, etc.? What do you mean you don't have any reliable information? What are they talking about? If they're talking about like domestic governance and like repressive forces, you can just as easily turn around and be like, every government has tools of repression that must be eradicated, but that is not a justification for what our governments are doing, whether they're turning a blind eye to the atrocities that the American government is bringing about or the American government that's directly bringing about said atrocities. It's completely fucking unacceptable. And we know that the American government has no leg to stand on here because they don't give a shit about, you know, countries that are despotic or authoritarian. Like, they don't care. They fucking love authoritarian countries as long as they're aligned. I mean, look at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates. These are profoundly important allies in the region for the United States of America, at least for the time being. Maybe not so much in the near future, but we'll see. So, yeah. So what's the point of voting? To end the embargo and continue to recognize it as the law of the world? I mean, it doesn't mean anything. It's just to have it as a matter of the record. That's all it is. The border of peace is a joke. Palestinians are dying every day after this fake ceasefire. I know. It's all fucking messed up. That's why you have to keep up the pressure, because the issues are not going away. Bringing up Cuba having constitutionally protected gay marriage helped convince my lib mom. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. 2019, Cuba had a constitutional referendum vote, and it passed overwhelmingly. that solidified gay and trans rights in the Cuban Constitution, by the way. That's why you don't hear Cuba being like anti-gay or whatever. You can't even do that, especially in the United States of America. And the other side of this is, I know a lot of people got mad at like AOC for bringing up like hypocrisy being a national weakness or whatever. But low Kirk, hypocrisy does fucking work for a lot of dummies, okay? And you can just point to what America is doing to Americans to be like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, you think this country that's killing people that are protesting the kidnappings of their neighbors gives a shit about liberating other nations, especially brown ones? What are you, fucking nuts? It's just completely ridiculous. So use whatever tool you have at your disposal. Logical fallacies and hypocrisy baiting arguments are actually fairly effective in causing people to understand liberals and their tendency to hyper focus on like gay rights or queer rights, queer liberation, things like that, women's rights, things like that, that are, I think, certainly important, but also sometimes can be less important than like, ending an immediate siege or an immediate blockade. You can use the pink washing shit to your advantage. But yeah, this is a faucet of propaganda. And of course, because this faucet of propaganda exists, like, we have to do whatever we can to push back against it. That's why I'm trying to use, tools that people understand. The comparison to Israel is very good because a lot of people obviously understandably hate Israel for what Israel has done, and how identical what America's doing to Cuba is will help people comprehend what's going on here. That's why I said, we're leaving this shit behind with woke 1.0. There's no more room for standpoint epistemology. Okay. If you can comprehend that, like, Marco Rubio's opinion on this issue is not guided by his Cuban background, and his voice is not more relevant than someone like yourselves, that you can understand that he's being a reactionary monster that just wants to kill as many Cubans as possible with the hopes of, like, turning the island back into a fucking, sugar plantation / tourism destination for American foreign capital, and do away with it by taking a big blow against, like, a resilient communist country that has existed in spite of the fucking blockade after 67 years. Then you shouldn't listen to Camila Cabello's standpoint epistemology either. Liberals in 2030 cheering for the world's first military dictator. I mean, that exists. That has been existent for quite a while. Anyway, this guy was like, Hasan could really show her by moving to Cuba by proving how nice it is to live there. Okay. Now that's a stupid argument anyway, but I'm doing it regardless. I said I'm going to Cuba. Others can join, and also others can also join a global aid convoy that will meet in Havana on the 21st of March. Liberal siding with fascists, kind of the oldest trick in the book for them. I don't think every single liberal that is doing that because they are, like, totally aware, and they're doing that because they just, like, genuinely want fucking death and destruction for Cuba. They want to punish Cuba because it's communist. Like, I think most people have just been taught wrong. That's it. They've just been duped. I think a lot of you fail to comprehend that the average American doesn't think about this shit at all. And if they've ever, like, thought about it even for a brief moment, they most likely got propagandized into believing that, like, Cuba is a scary, dangerous place, and that's the reason why we have to have these sanctions. And or even if they, like, dig a little bit deeper into the sanctions, they probably think, oh, why does Cuba have a right to trade with America? If they hate America, they can live outside of the United States of America, not understanding the full scope of what these, like, sanctions do, right? And so it's always good to be well equipped. It's always good to be, except Camila. Yes, I don't think Camila Cabello is that propagandized. I think she definitely has been propagandized. She's, she's been indoctrinated clearly because like her recent stances are far more woke, right? Like in spite of the murky past that she has, saying the N-word or whatever. She has been like anti-ICE, pro-Palestine, all this shit. But when it comes to Cuba, because of her personal development, it's very clear that she's pro-State Department. Okay, was Camilla even using her heritage to say, I know better, just seemed like an uninformed person talking, thought it was the other people that were saying she's an expert? No, she is saying, she is using it. She's saying she has family in Cuba still that are fucking suffering under the corrupt regime. And it is absolutely propaganda. Whether she is aware that she's doing propaganda or not doesn't fucking matter. At the peak of this embargo, at the peak of this blockade, where it is so ruthless, so fucking cruel, that even the New York Times, man, even the New York Times is like, this is unacceptable. Like, I'm sorry. If you got the New York Times saying the U.S. blockade is strangling Cuba, okay, without, like, look at this. They're not saying the communist scary government and its corruption is actually killing Cubans. They're literally just saying America is strangling Cuba right now because it's the truth, okay? That's down to the goddamn bone. At that point, you can't be trying to fucking put the toothpaste back in the tube. The most ironic part of this blockade is that it's so old that the CIA documents explaining the true intentions of the blockade were already declassified. They knew it would cause severe scarcity. Skip to bullet point number 9. Yeah, here it is. Effect of the blockade in Cuba. A total blockade of Cuba, which the U.S. could impose if it were willing to accept the heavy cost of its standing, prestige, and alliances, would present the Castro government with formidable problems. The more than $500 million worth of equipment, supplies, and food now coming into the country annually would be cut off, and Cuba would be thrown back into its own resources. A blockade would quickly bring the economy to a virtual standstill. Food shortages are already marked. Petroleum supplies could be stretched out to meet priority needs for only a few months. Many manufactured items, like most medicines, would quickly become unavailable. Most industrial and manufacturing activities would have to be sharply curtailed or stopped. A total blockade would cut off food imports, which now account for about 1/3 of present caloric intake. Through sugar, citrus, fruits, and other foodstuffs presently exported would make up part of the loss. Strict rationing and careful reallocation of available nutrition would be necessary, but the country probably would not starve. The regime would count on worldwide opinion and the actions of the UN and elsewhere described above to force the U.S. to abandon its blockade before the international situation became desperate. Okay? This was approved for release in the year 2005. A confidential CIA report, Central Intelligence Agency report, Office of National Estimates from the 23rd of April, 1962. Okay? It's fucking so old that there are chatters in my chat that are younger than the declassification point. That's how long this goddamn country has been trying to fuck over Cuba. Do you understand how insane it is, by the way? No one gives a shit because they don't know. They don't know. That's why I said the moment that you learn about what America has done to Cuba will be an eye-opening experience, okay? When you learn the actual history of the Cuban Revolution, when you learn America's design for Cuba leading up to the Cuban Revolution, okay, Blowback Season 2, by the way, shouts out to the Blowback Boys. Highly, highly recommend you listen to this podcast, okay? But the moment when you learn about what has taken place in Cuba leading up to the Batista regime and the undemocratic nature of the Batista regime, of course, and then the Cuban revolution that took place afterwards, and then what the American government did to Cuba to punish it, to stop it, to destabilize it, to destroy it, to undermine the goals, specifically to undermine the ideology, the threat of a good example that Cuba presented was far too scary for America, okay? when you learn what we have done to this island, to these people, it's an eye-opening experience, and you can never go back. From that point on, you're like, this is fucking, we are the great evil. We are the great Satan in the world. Okay? Here's a brief 60-year economic embargo briefer from Al Jazeera.
The disintegrating buildings of Cuba's once magnificent capital, a reflection of a crumbling economy in what was once regarded as the jewel of the Caribbean. It's as though the country had been frozen in time, back to 1962, to when the United States declared an economic, financial, and diplomatic embargo against its tiny communist neighbor. It was at the height of the Cold War. 75-year-old Rolando Ignacio Ruiz was 15 then, just 3 years after the triumph of the Cuban Revolution. 60 years later, he laments that the embargo is still in place.
They should have removed it long time ago. If after all this time the United States hasn't achieved anything, it certainly won't now. It only hurts our people, but the government remains in place.
He's not wrong. The world's longest economic embargo has certainly hurt ordinary Cubans, limiting access to medicine, cheap U.S. imports, technology, and credit through a U.S. dollar-dominated financial system. Washington's purpose has always been to modify or force out Cuba's one-party communist system, but clearly it's failed miserably.
On the contrary, in Cuba's case, the embargo has become a fundamental component for the survival of the Cuban state and its current government. The tougher the sanctions, the easier it is to accuse the United States of violating sovereignty, destabilizing the country, and organizing rebellion.
That is exactly what happened when economic hardships and restrictions on freedom of expression exploded into unprecedented mass demonstrations last year. Referring to 60 years of economic embargo, President Miguel Díaz-Canel alluded to sanctions against Cuba's allies, Venezuela and Nicaragua.
This criminal and immoral policy imposed systematically against us is a massive violation of the
I'm 28 years old, grew up in Florida, lived in California for over a decade. I'm just now learning this from you. This curriculum in Florida taught me all the propaganda. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Also, Americans don't realize that the U.S. colonial desires for Cuba exist long before the Spanish-American War. Jefferson famously wrote of his desires to turn it into a colony. Yeah. We worked to fucking purge the Spanish colonialists so that we could overtake it. It was in the initial Cuban Constitution that we have a final say on whatever the fuck they do. Okay? Cuba is another possible Puerto Rico situation for America. Thomas Jefferson, the U.S. annexation of Cuba, and more. The United States has long tortured relationship with Cuba, including Thomas Jefferson's imperial designs on the island. As Clay travels to Cuba this week to lead a cultural tour, he reflects on a bit of forgotten history between the U.S. and the island nation 90 miles from Key West, Florida. Yeah. It's just it's utterly ridiculous. We have literally used the island. We have used this island that is bountiful with its resources as a plantation for sugar and a holdover state basically for fucking casinos and hotels for our mafia and our labor unions back, especially at a time when they were directly mobbed the fuck up. That's what it is. And there have been instances where some of the different aspects of the mafia, which again may or may not be aligned with the CIA with regular frequency, look to the island to use it as a launching pad for the heroin trade. It's always been it's always played a major role in Cuban development, or rather a major setback in Cuban development, like gangsterismo. It's funny that here in Brazil, we watch Michael Moore docs in school, and in the U.S., you guys are completely clueless about Cuba. I know. Michael Moore is the fucking legend. I always forget people didn't take honors or AP history classes and don't know the OG false flag was Cuba. Yeah. For example, people talk about the Cuban Missile Crisis. Why did that happen? First of all, I will always say this, okay? Regardless of his revisionist nature, Khrushchev was a fucking lion, okay? Khrushchev was a fucking lion. Putting nukes in Cuba, excellent move, okay? That's number one. Number two. As far as the Cuban Missile Crisis goes, it was a defensive posture from the USSR after America put missile bases in Turkey, okay? So, just pointing that out. I know many Americans don't understand that. Many Americans are not taught that, but like that started with the Turkish missile crisis, if you want to call it that, okay? And it ended up allowing Cuba to develop and have sovereignty. Thank God. For as long as the USSR existed. Now, of course, sometimes you take a fucking L when you take the nukes out of your country. Don't give up the nukes. Same with fucking Ukraine. Same with Cuba. Why would you give up the nukes? Why would you do that, Fidel Castro? I'm not gonna put all the blame in the hands of a person that was trying to do his best, but pretty crazy. This is what happens when you give up the nukes, okay? One of the rarest Fidel L's. Had to learn all this on my own for real. Shout out to Mr. Beat and YouTube. Chatter was alluding to the USS Maine, I think. Oh, yeah. Anyway, so... I mean, there are many instances where like America has moved on its design with Cuba throughout Cuban history, throughout Cuban development. It's impossible for America not to have such investment in Cuba. It's too close. It's just incredibly close. The proximity between Cuba and America is literally shorter than the proximity between Taiwan and China. Okay, notwithstanding all the other like micro islands of Taiwan, because if you factor that in, then like Taiwan and China are basically, swimming distance. But Cuba is closer to the United States of America with 90 nautical miles than Taiwan is to China, which is, I think, 100 miles, right? Let's blame the Maine on Spain. So we blame the Maine on Spain. Yeah. So these are things you have to factor in. And there are a million different ways that America has tried to destabilize the island, tried to create economic uncertainty, tried to punish the Cuban population, to create destabilization, things that we do in Iran, things that we've done in Syria, things that we've done all around the world where we have an interest in an investment in like destabilizing and, doing regime change. Specifically in Latin America, we do this with regular frequency. Same thing that we did in Venezuela as well. And in spite of all of that, I would say that the Cuban government has been incredibly resilient, and all of the like repression that people point to inside of Cuba stems from that, right? It stems from being under constant fucking economic and sometimes direct warfare with the largest imperial power on the planet. It's fucking ridiculous. Americans will be like, why don't they have free speech? First of all, they literally have better free speech protections than most of the other countries that are declared foreign adversaries. Okay, that's number one. And number two, of course, they have fucking repression and have laws around treason, for example, and will every now and then engage in repressive acts because they're fucking under attack by America. There's no comparison that I can make here in the United States of America that will help you fucking comprehend this, because there's no comparative superpower that is that much more powerful than the United States of America, as the United States of America is to Cuba. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. I hate that the Pete Hegseth actually did bench 350 pounds because that is unimaginably impressive. I don't want to fucking look at that. That actually really hurts my feelings. But he did hit that shit. Fuck. Balls and strikes. Probably fake weights. Yeah, he's got like, I guess he unlocked the drunk rapist powers. You can't bench 315? No, I can't. I hate that like the Secretary of Defense can actually outbench me. Anyway, 315 is a lot. Yeah, for bench, it's a very impressive lift. Anyway, let's get back to the Al Jazeera coverage.
Human rights of the Cuban people, and it is the same one that is now threatening and attacking other nations of our region with unilateral coercive measures.
Harsh sanctions against Venezuela and milder ones against Nicaragua's Daniel Ortega have in fact encouraged alliances with China, Russia, and Iran, making them less dependent on the U.S.
I don't know of any case in Latin America where sanctions have produced the desired results, even partially.
The same might be said for unilateral sanctions in other parts of the world. But while they may not be effective, they remain Washington's preferred means of persuasion. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera.
Persuasion. But yeah, that's my daily fuck the United States of America for everything it's done to Cuba and all of these other like developing nations around the world moment. Okay. When people say, Hasan, all you say and do is fuck America, America bad. Well, do you have a counterexample as to why it's not? Do you have a reason to say I'm wrong? No. All you can lean into is, oh, Hasan, you hate America. You say America bad. I don't hate Americans, and I don't hate the promise of America. I love America. That's why I fucking live here, dumbass. I could go anywhere on the planet that I want to, okay? I have the financial freedom to travel wherever the fuck I want to and most likely live it wherever the fuck I want to, okay? The reason why I live here is because this is my home. The reason why I live here is because I'm stubborn and I believe that we can make the positive changes here in this goddamn country and move it in a better trajectory because I have a belief and a commitment to my fellow man here in the United States of America, okay? That's it. So silly that all these fucking naysayers, all they have, the only tool that they have at their disposal is to say, oh, why don't you leave America if you criticize it? It's so fucking stupid. The only promise of America is the continued colonization of indigenous and the exploitation of slave descendants. Oh, shut up. I know, dude. I know. The difference between you and I is that I do not have a nihilistic framework that I operate off of, and I will never have that, okay? I will never give up. I will never just go, oh, America is just a great evil. We should nuke it, okay? Because I'm not a fucking idiot. Shut up. Shut up. You have no solutions. All you want to do is be right, okay? You're like, oh, dude, no, I'm morally correct. America is the great evil. I know, dumbass. I know. I'm trying to do my very best to stop it. Okay. I'm trying to do my very best to fix it. What are you doing? Okay. What are you doing? Are you doing anything? Are you helping? No, you're not. So shut the fuck up.
Our top story, the Supreme Court's rebuke of a pillar of President Trump's economic agenda. In a 6-3 ruling issued on Friday, the justices struck down tariffs the president levied on nearly every country under an emergency powers law. Joining in the...
Dude, this is not real. You guys are getting duped by a fucking fake Twitter account. Jesus Christ. Literally thousands of chatters. I don't think this is real, man. Please. It's a parody account. Why are you guys like this?
The majority are two justices, Neil Gorsuch and Amy Coney Barrett, who were appointed to the High Court by President Trump in his first term. In the majority opinion, Chief Justice John Roberts wrote, quote, "The framers did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch."
The latest CBS News polling finds
one of the funniest revelations from this, by the way, or not even a revelation necessarily for us, but like one of the funniest admissions here was Donald Trump coming out on stage yesterday at the press conference and being like, I can literally destroy nations if I want to, but I can't just tax them. Like, I can't just do a little entry fee. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? He's like, I can make them economically destitute. I can make them starve if I want to. I can bomb them if I want to, but I can't ask them a little fucking fee. He said that straight up. He said the quiet part out loud.
nearly 2/3 of Americans are opposed to tariffs on imported goods. President Trump called the ruling a disgrace. And this morning, he said he's pivoting to a plan B. Willie James Inman is at the White House with the very latest. Good morning, Willie James.
Vlad, good morning to you. President Trump offered fierce criticism for Supreme Court justices who ruled against his sweeping tariffs, but the decision drove the president to announce a new plan using a different authority.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country.
Following the Supreme Court's ruling striking down President Trump's use of emergency authority to levy sweeping tariffs, he announced a new plan for a blanket 10% import tax on global goods.
And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries.
But the tariff is limited in scope, expiring in 5 months unless it is extended by Congress.
Why wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to
push tariffs.
I have
through.
the right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been.
Yeah, it's 15% now. Remember yesterday when I told you? Remember yesterday when I was like, "Oh, he did a 10% tariff," and I was like, "No, he's gonna up it again. He can max out at 15." And because some chatters were like, "I thought you said it's 15%," and I was like, "No, he'll go there." And I fucking called it. Yeah, the tariffs just got 5% higher. He just wanted. He's a baby. He's a fucking baby. He's a baby brain. He's like a child. Okay, that's why he was holding out to have additional impact the next day. And I didn't even think he would drop the 5% extra so close to the initial tariff argument. I thought he would just like wait until like some country pissed him off to be like, well, now it's going to be 15%. But it turns out he's just mad. He's just mad today. So we decided to max out on the tariff. He's going to lower it next week when the markets tank. I don't even know if the markets respond to this tariff shit anymore, man. I don't even know. I don't know what the markets are up to, okay? I feel like the markets are like, whatever, fuck it, we ball, you know? No matter what happens, they win regardless.
Approved by Congress, so there's no reason to do it.
But many Democratic lawmakers say otherwise.
Even these justices who Trump nominated, even these judges who were way to the right, the law is so clear it's hard for them to avoid it. The amazing thing is how the other three didn't. But it's Congress that's always had the power on tariffs. And right now, I would urge my Republican colleagues, some of them don't like the tariffs. We've had some bipartisan legislation.
Most of them don't. The government raked in more than $130 billion in revenue from tariffs since April of last year, according to data from Customs and Border Protection. Scott Lincecum of the Libertarian Cato Institute says don't expect lower prices right away. He also adds the ruling has set up a potential legal fight for businesses.
I think the ruling is really more a victory for the rule of law than it is for free trade.
How long do you think it's going to take for them to maybe see refunds or get their money back?
I think at least 6 months, but it could go on for
Yeah, this was also another spectacular moment of you will get nothing, you will own nothing, you will get nothing, and you'll be happy. What's taking place here with the refunds conversation is very funny because it's, J.D. Pondon, permanent first world genocide. I wish no harm to the American ruling class. My real enemy is the American people. Because Donald Trump, the money president, as Quo Pro Quid says, Donald Trump, the money president, has somehow managed to make consumers pay higher prices while widening the trade gap and has now instigated a large sell-off of dollars because he may be forced to refund somewhere around 0.5% of the U.S.'s total GDP. And guess what? That refund is not even going to the people who paid the higher prices because the higher prices are already baked in, right? Inflation came in to readjust to the entry fees that they were paying, right? So corporations already made you carry that burden to a certain degree. And now on top of that, they will sue the government to get the refunds. You're not going to get the refunds. They're going to get the refunds. We're winning. We're winning so much. Matthew Ryan, the head of market strategy at global financial services firm Ebury, noted that there was a sell-off of dollars immediately after the ruling. He said the move probably reflects heightened fiscal concerns as markets fret that the massive tariff refunds could create a significant U.S. budget shortfall, a higher deficit, and an increase in debt issuance. It's fucking incredible. Not only did we, the consumer, pay for the tariffs with higher costs because, again, as we talked about over and over again, the entry fees would make things more expensive because companies are not going to eat away at their profit margins. They're going to immediately raise prices, right? They're going to be like, okay, we're paying the tariffs. And then in order to make up for the additional price that we're paying in the entry fee, we are going to raise the price of these goods. So they did that. So you paid for those tariffs, right? This is how regressive taxation works. This is how tariffs work. So now that the tariffs are rendered illegal by the Supreme Court, at least the ones that he was wielding around like a fucking madman, 100% tariffs, 200% tariffs, whatever the fuck, right? Those tariffs, he's going to probably have to pay back to the corporations. So they made the profit, they kept the profit margins, and on top of that, they're going to make the tariff refunds as well. There's also obviously all the people that created financial tools around this that will make money as well. Wall Street will also make money from this as well. Some of the people that bought on the debt from the companies are going to make money from this. What we thought Cantor Fitzgerald was potentially doing, Howard Lutnick's sons were doing, which again, we don't know if Howard Lutnick and his sons are actually doing this or not. They revealed to Semaphore that they did not engage in the purchase of this debt for pennies on the dollar. So we'll see. We'll see. But people are going to be making money here. And trust me, you are, as always, holding the fucking bag. Pretty good TikTok that sums up what you're talking about in a pretty easily digestible way. Thank you so much for that, chatter. Take a fucking day off. Fuck you. 96% tariff burden was placed on the consumers. Companies paid 4% for it, and they will make back the 100% of the tariff refunds. They're making double the money now. Okay. So yeah, that's cool. That's really cool.
A year or more.
Democratic governors, including Illinois' J.B. Pritzker and California's Gavin Newsom, are...
Love is not hate the soundboard. Hopefully he will get tired of it. I mean, worst case scenario, I'll stop watching if it's going to be really intrusive. My brain can't stand silly, loud noises. I know. This has been an atom bomb for my autistics, okay? I know. For some of my autistic fans, the soundboard has been such a major burden. Some of them also happen to be I take things very seriously, even though I'm watching a Twitch stream, guys, as well, where it's like laughter, humor, and jokes is bourgeois decadence. Laughter, humor, and jokes is actually counter-revolutionary behavior. Happen to be like the same group of people that also have a noise sensitivity. Okay? I enjoy it. Because it, lightens the mood a little bit. So I like it, and that's the reason why I keep using it. Especially because, I mean, look at this one.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
How are you? How can you not love that? Like, how can you not love a little fucking brief moment of joy and celebration? I'm not autistic. I hate the soundboard. I watch you on Twitch because it's not on fucking YouTube. I'm an adult. Okay, well, you were also the same guy earlier who was saying stuff like, the only promise of America is the continued colonization of the indigenous and the exploitation of slave descendants. You know? So you are exactly the guy I was talking about. Autistic or not, you have this hyperfixation on, and you have a somewhat nihilistic take on how to go forward. So yeah, you are the guy who's like, laughter is bourgeois decadence. In the Cultural Revolution, my Red Guard will punish you in self-criticism sessions and struggle sessions where we will pelt you with bananas and tomatoes because of your counter-revolutionary tendencies. You are a rightist because you have laughed while doing news coverage on serious issues.
Demanding refunds for American families, but it's important to point out that consumers likely won't see any type of tariff refund, but some businesses that were impacted by the Trump administration tariffs have already filed legal challenges seeking refunds.
All right, Willie James, thank you so much.
It's not necessarily nihilistic to say that. No, it's nihilistic when I was talking about, doing your very best to try and convince Americans to organize Americans. Lol, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm a rightist now. The fuck you on about? No, I was saying you're a Maoist and you're going to be killing me or pelting me with bananas and tomatoes as a leader of the Red Guard when the Cultural Revolution happens here in the United States of America. I'm saying you are treating me like a counter-revolutionary. Oh, God, I can't even fucking... Whatever, dude. It's fine. Yes, you're not a rightist. I'm the rightist, okay? It's the joke. The joke is I'm the rightist. You're the revolutionary Red Guard. Trump hikes global tariffs to 15%. What does it mean for the UK?
Präsidenten sind nicht rechtmäßig urteilt.
Cour suprême est jugée illégale.
It's upended global trade yet again. Trump's tariffs making headlines around the world.
Plus, the potential impact on Canada.
A reminder, what happens in the US doesn't stay in the US.
Inconstitucionales.
The decision by the US Supreme Court yesterday is less about what tariffs we have slapped on us in the UK.
It's not autism, and humor and fun is fine. The soundboard is just fucking lame as a 40-year-old trying to appeal to the XUC audience. I like it. You just want to take yourself more seriously. And it's fine. I will beat it into you, and you will enjoy it one day.
More about losing our advantage compared with everyone else. Some 40,000 UK companies export goods to the US, but there are always winners and losers. No extra tariffs for things like cars and pharmaceuticals, but chemicals and industrial products losing a comparative advantage. Trump may have directed his ire yesterday domestically at the judges who went against him, but his focus was also on what it means for foreign businesses, who may now be eligible for refunds of taxes that the US Supreme Court says shouldn't have been levied.
And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long. That I can assure you.
This business, which makes popcorn in London, one of a few that say they definitely haven't been dancing, forced to cut back their US exports like many food and drink businesses.
America is the home of popcorn, so for us to be exporting to America is like mad from a kitchen table business where we started. Unfortunately, since tariff announcements last year, the uncertainty that's created and the extra cost as well has really damaged that business. So we'll be focusing a bit closer to home this year. We're actually doing a lot in the Middle East now as well.
A whole stream of UK products are currently tariffed at 10% on top of the duties already in place before last April. But many other countries have been paying more, like Canada at 35%, Mexico and India at 25%, and the European Union and Japan at 15%. Yesterday, President Trump announced that the 10% rate would apply across the board to all countries. But he now says he's raising that to 15% with immediate effect. Whether that applies to everyone isn't clear. But it's uncertainty that's the issue here.
Yeah, it's totally people against decadence when they're upset that their auditory processing is suddenly going off after years of you not doing this, dumbass. Hasan's soundboard utilization is ableist. Oh my God. We're not going to make it, bro. We are not going to make it. That's awesome. Thank you. I know I'm engaging in auditory violence against those with sound processing issues. Oh, see you in Woke 3.0. No, that's great. My wife has misophonia. I'm pretty sure she'd hate the soundboard. She don't watch though. Jeffrey Michael, stop. Every day, chatters pick some stupid parasocial stream drama to obsess over because they'll do anything they can to make the stream about them and not about the horrors we are trying to cover. 100%. It's an expression of me, ass politics. Okay. First, there were October 7 levers. Now we'll have the soundboard levers. Lol. I don't even think the soundboard levers are real. I think there are just some people who want to do point of privilege politics. They want to come in here and be like, listen, you have disrupted me. I own you. I own you. I own everything you do. I've been giving you, $5 a month, $6 a month. I've been funding the Piker Broadcasting Service. This displeases me personally. It's the worst thing you could have possibly done. I don't even use it that frequently, but it doesn't even matter. I told you to dance this way, not that way. Yes. I enjoy it. So my enjoyment trumps your personal inconvenience. I think you will learn to love it regardless, especially as I get better. Okay? I'm stimming. You're being ableist. I'm stimming. That's what I'm doing. This is my new hyperfixation. I'm stimming. And you're being ableist to me.
We now have a situation where companies don't have clarity about what the tariffs are going to be 6 months from now. And that is going to damage investment. It will damage confidence and willingness to want to trade into the US market. And companies may be looking at other markets, for example, Europe and Indo-Pacific, as more stable alternatives, given this flux in tariff policy we're still seeing.
Trump has nodded to the fact that this will all go through a long legal process. No clear answer as to if or when UK businesses will see their share of the $175 billion worth of tariffs that are due to be refunded.
The UK government says this whole thing is a matter for the US to determine, and it will be working to support UK businesses here while the details of that are announced. It also says that it expects the privileged trading position it enjoys with the US to continue, and that it will be looking to work out how tariffs will impact the UK and the rest of the world.
In other words, it hasn't got a clue what's next either. The US wants the UK's ride or die, now more of a ride it out and hope for the best.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to the economist Neil Shearing from the independent research consultancy Capital Economics. I asked him for his reaction to President Trump's announcement.
Well, it gives us a sense of where we are in this process, doesn't it? That we have a tariff regime that has been torn up in this sense by the Supreme Court and then replaced by another by President Trump, a 10% global tariff, now replaced by a 15% global tariff 24 hours later. So I think the big picture here is there's still an enormous amount of uncertainty about exactly where this tariff regime will end. However, I'm pretty certain that when the dust is settled, we'll end up in a situation where US tariffs are substantially higher than was the case, say, 12, 18 months ago.
Keir Starmer must be watching Donald Trump's social media posts through his fingers right now. I mean, how do we know what tariff we're subject to in the UK? We thought we had a special deal.
Well, I think part of the problem was that the deal itself was never quite as special as perhaps was made out at the time. It was a pretty thin deal. It certainly didn't have the approval of Congress. And of course, that's the issue here. That's what the Supreme
He appears to just be having a temper tantrum. Also, this seems like a big fuck you to the countries that negotiated previously in good faith or lower or no tariffs. When will countries understand what Marx Carney correctly pointed to, which is that if you're a middle power, you are nothing, okay? You are a vassal. You are a vassal. You are a serf. He will do whatever the fuck he wants to do, and you'll just sit there and eat it, okay? There is, like, the only thing you can maybe lean into is global capital. If it gets to a certain point where he's molesting the money so much that it starts disrupting flows of capital, maybe then they'll push back. I mean, this is the Supreme Court doing that at the behest of capital already, okay? But, like, I don't understand what the fuck these guys are thinking. Like, wake up, dude. Wake up. You don't have a say here. We have functionally a rapist president, okay? He is going to rape you, and you're going to fucking have to sit there and take it unless you fight back, okay? That's it. And the reality of the matter is middle powers do have a lot of power when they are united, okay? This is a pedophilic cabal running the fucking show. He literally is a rapist. Why wouldn't he fucking do that when it comes to trade? You have to collectively stand up. Yeah, not just functionally. He's also an actual rapist. I know. I hate that sort of analogy. It is quite literally, there is a reason why. Initially, the colonial plunder of Africa was called the rape of Africa, okay? It is violent language, but it's not rape culture or normalization. It's quite literally what it is, and he's a rapist on top of that. Like, what do you mean? It is an apt analogy. It's not even an analogy when we're talking about his personal affairs, but when it comes to international rulings and dealings and what America is doing to other countries, it's quite literally the truth. Anyway, I don't know what it will take. I don't know what it will take for these other countries to be like, okay, we have no say in this process. Like, he's just going to keep dominating us. We have to, like, you know, we have to do something about it. Some regional leaders, some countries have recognized it, and they're just trying to, like, cut out separate deals, you know, for themselves. But the European Union is oblivious, okay? The European Union is straight up, they're just taking it. They're eating it. And I don't think they will ever wake up to that reality. I think they're just along for the ride, along for the journey. They are the ones who are also suffering the most from American trade design anyway. The strongest man in Europe is too busy collaborating with Vichy and defending his groomer wife from Candace Owens to unite the continent against America, Hasan. I mean, the strongest man in Europe.
Supreme Court have ruled about is that it's Congress that gets to decide how to regulate foreign commerce, not the president. So the fact that it was a deal between Starmer and President Trump is perhaps the issue.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about writing a book you called The Anti-Semitist Guide to Using Socialism for Jewish Persecution? Or The Anarchist Halal Cookbook? The Anti-Semitites. They heard your man Gavin say this is temporary. They're just closing their eyes and waiting it out. Yeah, it's not. It's not temporary. It's not. Especially considering that Joe Biden also continued a lot of Trump policy, almost every single Trump policy. Yes, they won't actually aesthetically bully you. If a Democrat's in charge, depending on which Democrat it is, right? Like when Joe Brandon came back, there was a collective sigh of relief from Europe. And then, you know, Russia invaded Ukraine, and then that sigh turned into a gasp of horror, okay? However, Joe Biden also continued the same exact foreign policy agenda that Trump had set in motion, okay? He did. And Trump, ironically enough, was continuing Barack Obama's demands in many respects, with the exception of like all the good things that Barack Obama did. He undermined them, JCPOA being one of them, and then the Cuban sanctions relief being the other one. He fucked those up. He fucked all the good things that Barack Obama did, and then he just continued all the bad things that Barack Obama was pursuing, like the demand to increase spending on the demand to increase military spending from NATO countries to 3%. That was Barack Obama. He wanted that to happen. He just never actually got European leaders to commit to it. But when Donald Trump came out and was like, you're going to give more to NATO, you're going to give more money to me, everybody was like, oh my God, he's trying to destroy NATO. Why the fuck did Joe Biden not return the 3% GDP assurances that Donald Trump actually locked in for European NATO allies? Why did he not do that? Perhaps he didn't do that because that was beneficial for the military-industrial complex. Perhaps that's the reason why what Donald Trump was doing to NATO wasn't actually destructive to NATO. It was destructive to European sovereignty. It was destructive to everyday European existence. The European working class gets fucked over because how do you actually increase military spending? Well, you have to do austerity elsewhere, and you have to do austerity when it comes to government-funded programs, which unironically harm everyday European working class individuals. But the reason why Joe Biden didn't return that previous demand back to something more reasonable is because they like it. And now Trump has kicked it up to 5%, 5% of GDP, which is destructive. Okay, we shall see where it goes from here on out. But it's clear that European leaders are beholden to the same capital masters that the American government is beholden to, and that is precisely the reason why they're just playing along and they're going, please just don't embarrass us on the global stage. That's it. That's all they want. That's why they hated when J.D. Vance came in and was like, you guys are a bunch of bitches. And they loved it when Marco Rubio was like, we're going to be the big dog that does colonial plunder, and we're forcing you to come along for the journey.
So you're right for the UK and for any other country for that matter that has done a bilateral deal with the US. That is now
Wait, what? Please, do you think now that Trump's tariffs are now illegal, do you think Carney might send oil to Cuba as the NDP and Bloc Québécois are calling for? Fuck no. I would be shocked. I would sing Mark Carney's praises till the end of time if he actually fucking did. No shot would he do that. Are you kidding me? First of all, America has a million different tools at its disposal when it comes to punishing countries beyond like the silly tariffs that Trump is slapping on. Okay? That's number one. And every country knows that. That's why Mexico's not doing it. That's why, all these other countries are not sending oil to Cuba right now and playing a role in the strangulation of the island. I don't think Mark Carney is going to be the first country that does the brave thing, the bold thing, and say, fuck America, we're doing it regardless. This is inhumane. This is disastrous. They're not going to do that. At most, he will look for different like economic cooperation elsewhere to try to cut out separate deals outside of the United States of America. But wasn't the 5% thing started under Obama? It was probably literally Joe Biden's idea initially. Obama was the one who wanted it to increase, but they never actually got Europe to commit to it, and they didn't force Europe's hand to commit to it. Trump came in and he did do that, and the Democrats shamelessly acted like that wasn't their fucking vision either. It's crazy. It wasn't 5% though; it was 2% or 3% under Obama.
And pussy too.
Did you hear about Russia breaking the oil embargo? I don't know if it's real. We'll see. We'll see if it's real or not. It would literally be impossible for Carney to send oil to Cuba. Canadian oil needs heavy crude processing, and most of that happens in America. Cuba couldn't refine it, and good fucking luck getting America to refine it and then send it over. Yeah. Anyway, the 15% flat tariff across the board is going to create corporate consolidation of power. That's the whole point. Plus pressuring nations to make deals to reduce. Small companies can't afford to stockpile imports and they will fail.
Effectively up in the air.
The UK had this sort of special carve out for some sectors like pharmaceuticals and steel, but everything else, there was 10% yesterday. If a US buyer was taking some Scotch whiskey yesterday, that was going to be 10%. Now it's going to be 15%.
Now it's going to be 15%, unless there are specific carve-outs for individual products or sectors. And it appears that the powers that the president is using to impose tariffs could allow for some carve-outs for some sectors, but we just don't know yet whether or not he will do so.
What does this mean for global trade?
Well, I think that's part of the answer to the question. Who knows, to some extent. However, as I say, I think there's two things we can be reasonably sure about. The first is that US tariffs are going to be materially higher at the end of this process than they were at the start of the process, at the start of the Trump presidency. The second, though, is that the global trading system has been remarkably resilient over the past 12, 18 months in the face of these tariffs. And I think that will remain the case. Supply chain is incredibly adaptive, and I think we'll continue to see that adaptation play through over the next year.
Neil Shearing, thanks for your time.
This is a major slapdown, Mark, from the Supreme Court to the US president.
Yeah, and global confusion, without question. I think governments around the world already exasperated.
It's funny. What's confusing? I mean, at a certain point, you got to realize, like, this is not a confusing process at all. This is an expected process. Oh, I can't believe Mr. Pedophilic Rapist is dangerously unstable again. I'm so confused. They're doing the madman theory on not just foreign policy, but just economic policy now. Mr. HasanAbi, real talk now. What is your thing with Asman? If you had to describe 2 sentences why you have such a thing with him, what is it? Is it because of your difference in political views? Yes, he is the opposite of me in every way, shape, and form. Yeah. He is a fascist grifter and a bad person in general.
About what tariffs they think that they
question.
might have to pay that then get changed. I mean, it has been changed. Someone calculated 60 times tariffs have changed between that day, Liberation Day, and today. I mean, that alone gives you a sense of just how confusing the picture is. And of course, markets globally do not like uncertainty. And that is exactly what they get when they have confusion like this. You'll remember yesterday was the day that the Supreme Court here in the United States, the highest court in the land, determined after quite some time that, in fact, Donald Trump's tariffs that he's been using to honestly great effect in terms of getting foreign policy decisions that he wants to go his way to happen, those tariffs were illegal. And so over the course of the past 20
with 100 gifted subs. Holy shit.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
At the top of the hour, nonetheless, Open Presence coming out and saying, listen, we like what? Senin ben ananı sikerim Hasan. Lan senin annenin cansız bedenini sikerim orospu çocuğu. Calm down, brother. That dude was fucking crazy. For the Turkish understanders, he was saying some incredibly insane shit. Translation, please. No, I'm not going to translate it.
24 really hours. He and his team have been trying to work out.
Hayvanlarımız bitmiyor amına koyayım. Aynen. Oğlum, internasyonel domuz. Internasyonel ayılar her yerde. Amerika'nın ayıları da sevmiyor beni. Türklerin ayıları da sevmiyor beni. Her yerde var yani. Faşizm böyle bir şey.
Ways of implementing these tariffs that are legal. Now, yesterday he announced that he would be imposing a 10% tariff using other means to all countries globally, and today he's changed his mind and said that will actually be.
But still, Mr. HasanAbi, why the fixation? Do you need Asman for your own content, not a hater? Just really want to figure out why the hate? All right, dude.
15%.
Like, literally, I'm over here talking about, like, fucking international trade policy. And this motherfucker comes in and he's like, excuse me, can you please talk about Asmongold, who just keeps swinging wildly from 80,000 viewers to 65,000 viewers? Probably nothing weird going on there. Definitely not botted. Can you please talk about him so I can say, you're talking about him again and again?
I'll read you the post which came through around about an hour ago.
Yeah, he just went from 50K to 60K to 80K in a moment, in like 10 minutes. Love you, Asman. Might want to read my previous chat message. Long-time viewer here, but never chatted. Zach, I have been watching you for a long time, but lately I've been lately, I see you becoming more out loud. Why is that? It was not you in the beginning. Asmongold was farming gold, not being a bit irritated about the nation or the world. Yeah.
It's lengthy, but I think it's kind of important. He said, based on a thorough, detailed and complete review of the ridiculous, poorly written and extraordinarily anti-American decision on tariffs issued yesterday after many months of contemplation by the US Supreme Court, please let this statement...
Dude, he's the one from 80K and dropped the 41K law. What? Yes, he is a fucking... I mean, I don't know if he's doing it himself, but his account is notoriously botted.
And serve to represent that I, as President of the United States, will effective immediately raising the 10% worldwide tariff on countries. That's the one he announced yesterday, many of which have been ripping the US off for decades without retribution until I came along, to fully allowed and legally tested 15% level. So he's raising it from 10 up to 15. During the next shorter number of months, the Trump administration will determine and issue the new and legally permissible tariffs, which will continue our extraordinarily successful process of making America great again, greater than ever before. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So that is the statement issued, as I say, an hour ago. In short, in as simple terms as possible, what has happened is the Supreme Court has determined that the method he was using to put in place these tariffs, which he's been doing for many, many months now, was unconstitutional. It was illegal. It wasn't allowed. And so they've told him he cannot do that. He is now, through his team, working out other ways where he can levy the same duties without breaking the laws that the Supreme Court has pointed out to him. So he's now using what's known as Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974, which allows him to temporarily put in place import surcharges of up to 15%. Where the government finds there are serious and large balance deficits. Now he is arguing there are serious and large balance deficits, so that's why he's putting in place this tariff. You might beg the question, why didn't he do this before? Well, the process he was using before, the one that the Supreme Court has now determined is illegal, was a much simpler, more blanket process. Now he's doing it in a harder way, and it only lasts for 150 days before he needs to get congressional approval. So he's trying to impose tariffs through other means. It's going to cause a whole load of new uncertainty for countries around the world, some of whom are halfway through negotiating trade deals. Do they continue with those? Do they stop? It's a whole world of mess for the whole world.
All is... A lot of people are dunking on Trump for this, but it's actually one of the truer things he said. There is indeed a lot of irony in the fact that the U.S. president can completely destroy a country economically with sanctions and embargoes without congressional approval, solely through the executive orders, as he's currently doing with Cuba or did with Venezuela. But he cannot impose tariffs, which is genuinely bizarre. You can literally starve an entire people to death, but slapping a 10% fee on their goods is where U.S. democracy kicks in. Yeah, this was the point I was making earlier. Like, the Bulwark posted this as an own, as a dunk, like, oh, Donald Trump is so silly. He's such a silly goose. But, like, it's true. It's one of the truer things he has said.
But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country-destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1.
Yep.
Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them.
Ponderosa Pine, thank you for the 20 gifted.
Any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little too.
It makes sense if you understand that the U.S. government operates in the service of capital. Tariffs harm U.S. capital interests. Sanctions on Venezuela and Cuba are in service of capital interests. Yes, exactly.
2-cent fee. But I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision.
Later on, when we move the chiller vibes, this guy judges and reviews Turkish. I'm good on that. Ham and Fist, thank you for the 20 gifted. Closed Presents, thank you for the 50 gifted. I don't know what's going on. You guys are just peppering the gifts in today. Odds on Trump running again in 2028 if he makes it. Brother, I don't know where we're at with like whether or not there's going to be midterms even, okay? That's why I find the conversation around like Gavin Newsom. Is he running? Are we supporting him? All this shit. Or, you know, the other day, people were yelling at me yesterday about fucking, you know, offering maximum support to John Ossoff. Like, I think those conversations are really stupid. We have to lock the fuck in. We have to lock the fuck in and look at what is in front of us right now. The situation ahead of us currently is that the number 2 ranked Chad, Androgenic, suffered a massive cortisol spike when a fan snatched his wig, exposing his true hairline. Bro, I saw a tweet on the timeline that was like, these guys are so gay that they're now officially at the wig snatching element. That is so true. Doping in the Chad rankings. What happened to the sport I love? Oh, Jesus. It's so funny to see guys like Josh Billinson offer commentary on this shit. Being 30 is a spectrum. That's true. I mean, I think we all know which side I'm on that fucking spectrum. Can't sleep knowing clavicular was brutally frame mocked by an ASU frat leader. Oh, God. I'm in this tweet. I don't fucking like it. To prove how gay all of this was to start with, is just circle back to snatching wigs. ASU frat leader stood up Connor. That's messed up, dude. That Albania will never recover from that. How dare you? Your ass does not listen to geese. I do have that hat. I have everything else. He showed up later? Oh, okay, good. At Autism Capital, imagine this. You're the number 2 ranked Chad on the global PSO leaderboard, 8.7 rating. Jawline that could cut glass. Hunter eyes. Perfect. And NW0 hairline that's been carrying your entire online presence since day one. You're live streaming to 50,000 viewers. The donations are flowing. Women are typing king in the chat. Your cortisol is on an all-time low. Life is good. A true soul walks into frame. You don't even register him. He's 3.2 at best. Recessed chin. Negative cantle tilt. The kind of guy who gets frame mocked by his own shadow. You keep talking. Then it reaches over and rips your hairpiece clean off your skull. 50,000 people watch your Norwood 0 become a Norwood 6 in 0.3 seconds. The chat goes from king to Norwood faster than you can cover your head. You've been brutally hair mocked by a man whose genetics you wouldn't trade a single follicle for. Your 5 hyperdimensional intergalactic prime Emma Watson space Latinas who were watching the stream simultaneously close their laptops. The donation stop. Someone clips it. It's trending in 4 minutes. The true cell holds your wig above his head like a trophy. For one glorious moment, he's the most powerful man on the internet. Not through ascension, not through surgery maxing, through pure, unhinged wig extraction. The most regarded power move in live stream history. You're now cortisol maxing at levels that shouldn't be survivable, while a 3.2 PSL TrueCell is Chad walking out of your studio wearing your hairline. The bone pill was always real, but nobody told you it came with a Velcro strap. Your ranking drops to number 47 overnight. The black pill community writes a 9,000-word analysis. The TrueCell gets verified on X. You never stream again. I can't believe I'm handing it to Agent Maximalist, a blue check mark here, but this was actually pretty fucking fire. ASU frat leader stole Clav's girlfriend. Guy with a Johnny Bravo build, girl batting eyelashes is swooning at him. Another guy who hits himself in the face with hammers. This is just Looney Tunes for the TikTok addled child. Clavicular's ex-girlfriend is now dating the ASU frat leader. One flex leaves her speechless. I know I shouldn't be invested in this idiotic drama. These are all like brain-broken children. But honestly, joy is the spice of life. And sometimes you need to have a little bit of laughter and joy. And for that, I thank these brave souls that are engaging in the ritual humiliation of mogging one another. Meanwhile, you're getting order mogged by a Brexit geezer in Dubai. I mean, it's Dubai. I will never be mogged by anyone that's in Dubai, okay? Unironically, more interesting than any other streamer drama slop you occasionally partake in. Yeah. Bro, you cover weird subculture things as well. I think it's cool for the segments. I agree. What is this? Hi, Hasan. Claude here. Can't wait for you to come pick me up in person this week, bro. Your boyfriend? What? Whenever people write like stalker ass shit like this, I'm so confused because I'm like, is this supposed to be a joke? Like, should you be taking your medication? You know? I don't know. With the M dash, I assume this is like a chat GPT chatbot thing, right? Bro, that was AI. That essay was AI. Claude is an AI. Anyway, this stuff is good though. I mean, it's good to like interrupt our regular coverage talking about the evil machinations of American empire to turn around and every now and then talk about like Giga Chads mogging one another, you know, that sort of shit.
Or I'm disappointed in
Who do you
Gavin
vote
Newsom.
for, J.D. Vance or Gavin
I
Newsom?
gotta
I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of
too.
course. 100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter.
Like we were talking about yesterday, Gavin Newsom is not, he's not even the safe idea, but it's like, he's almost that safe idea that you can present.
Mhm.
But like we talk about all the time, gang, you could have more than that, nigga.
Like, I get it, right? Because I think a lot of people are just viewing it from like the harm reduction standpoint, which is, well, if it's Gavin or JD Vance, then you might as well go Gavin because the problem arises is February 18th, 2026, and we have already gave this nigga Gavin Newsom the fucking...
He didn't even announce it.
Nigga,
What did we
talk?
He still hasn't announced running for president.
What are
Yeah.
we talking about?
So
that's how we, and like, we talked about it last night. That's how we got to the ultimatum of Kamala versus Trump.
Now, if we
It's because we waited, then 3 months before the fucking election happened, we had Kamala, and then now it was everybody and their mamas telling you to vote for Kamala, do this for Kamala, XYZ, just because we had 3 months left to wait.
Niggas was talking about building name recognition for Kamala because people didn't know her name for real. How much you want to bet? 3 months to the election. We're going to get to September, August. This nigga Gavin finna, sorry folks, I'm not finna run for president. Now y'all niggas are scrambling.
What if that happens? What if that happens?
Why are we ascending a nigga to the throne 2 years in advance?
And you be wondering why these politicians start bending the things that they think are the rules that they want to do once they get in office because you've already gave him God.
Yeah, I don't think that's a crazy criticism considering the people he's had on his shit and what they have said to him.
Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk.
And that's fair. And it's not a crazy. That's fair.
Ben Shapiro.
And it's not a crazy.
Emily Lowen is the leader of the Greens in British Columbia. I met her. What is that? This is really good editing, by the way.
Okay, that's crazy.
We met Hasan Piker, the biggest left-wing streamer in the world.
Solidarity is the closest expression to love that I have ever felt. We cannot cast aside small victories, no matter how silly it may seem. Converting one of your close loved ones, bringing them back to reality, a better contract at the end of a strike, work stoppage. It could be participating in these mass demonstrations. It can also sometimes even mean voting for a candidate for the first time that makes you feel like your voice mattered.
After his talk, we snuck our way into the media room so we could surprise him with a question and a gift.
What is your message to the young people of British Columbia who are just starting to get activated in politics for the first time?
What I would say to the young people of British Columbia is that you have a lot more power at your disposal, especially when you're united, and that the powers that be constantly seek to divide you for that reason. So hopefully you can gain confidence by securing any sort of power, whether it be in your workplace, in your communities, or whether it be in your universities, and build on that. You can make the change that you want to see in the world.
As the 99%, we're not outnumbered, we're out-organized. When we stand together, we have more power than we think.
Overnight, President.
I don't know enough about the Greens. What was on the shirt she gave you? It was Noam Chomsky and Jeffrey Epstein. And in the back, it had the Chris Hedges quote. Here, I'll show you. The way you wear that suit is so tough. No glaze. Thank you. Thank you, Chatter. Here, can you give me this shirt? Here, this is the shirt. Oh. It says, fuck it, we ride on it. And in the back, it's the Chris Hedges quote. If there's a lesson here, it's this. The ruling class offers nothing without expecting something in return. The closer you get to these vampires, the more you become enslaved. Our role is not to socialize with them. It is to destroy them. It's a crazy shirt. I will never wear it. Okay? Wait, I thought you were joking? No, I'm not joking. They actually gave me that shirt. And I will never wear that shirt. Let's be real. It's going in the I will never wear this shirt pile. I have a bunch of them. Federal Greens aren't great. Some not right, not left, but forward kind of thing. They're fairly centrist. Elizabeth May, the leader for a decade, who got ousted, was pretty dope, though. Yeah. I would wear that. What is this? I would wear that shit, but I'm different. I got drip. Nah, there's no way to make that work, bro. There's no drippy version of that.
Trump confirming that the US is considering a limited strike on Iran. This comes after giving it an ultimatum to agree to a nuclear deal in less than 2 weeks from now, warning if it doesn't, then, quote, really bad things will happen. Iran and the US have held 2 rounds of indirect talks now. They're due to hold a third. But Vice President J.D. Vance saying Iran has yet to even acknowledge President Trump's red lines. Gio?
So, Ian, what is this all about? What does the president want Iran to do? And are we talking about boots on the ground here?
Yeah.
Why would they call it a limited strike? Because no one cares, honestly. That's part of the reason. Like, it just doesn't matter. They're just making shit up. Asman with 100K viewers, Hasan with 20K. Brother, if you think Asmongold has 100,000 real viewers, you might be an Asmongold fan. You're that stupid, most likely. Yeah. Yes, he's being botted, Chatter. Thank you. Holy shit, I'm convinced Asman is botting our channel because people will not shut the fuck up about his viewers. No, Asmongold and his fans live in this state where it's not enough that they like watch Asmongold and get their commentary from Asmongold. They also have to fight this like weird battle here where they have to like go far and wide. The cockroaches have to go far and wide to be like, dude, he's dominating you. He's fucking dominating you right now. He's destroying you. He's botting so hard. Even though your chat is twice as fast as his with your 27,000, 28,000 viewers, his 100,000 very real viewers are fucking, he's view mogging you. And the higher the number of viewers he has, of course, means the more intelligent his commentary is. He's view mocking you. It's because you give us so much to chirp about. You are the proxy war. They're fighting with themselves. Yeah. Apparently he has 11 tier 3 subs. Yeah, I'm sub-mogging him pretty fucking hard as the alpha Chad that I am. And hair mogging him. And also shower maxing. When you think about it. So...
All good questions. The US is pushing for three things. Stopping Iran's nuclear program, which Iran insists is purely for peaceful purposes. Secondly, a curb on its ballistic missiles. And lastly, an ending support for militant groups in the region, groups like Hezbollah in Lebanon. Despite the ongoing diplomacy, though, we're now seeing this kind of huge amassing of a military presence by the US in the region. New satellite images show the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier sailing into the Mediterranean. We know that more than 100 cargo planes, refueling tankers, and fighter jets also heading here, and the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is already here in the Middle East. All told, some 35,000 US troops across the region. But no, certainly for now, there is no suggestion of boots on the ground. I think if this happens, it's most likely to be an aerial campaign.
And I guess the next question is, what is Iran saying about this?
Yeah, I mean, fairly belligerent response from Iran. It's saying, look, we do want diplomacy, we do want peace.
Thanks,
but
Chatter.
it's also standing up and saying, look, if there is some kind of attack, it's ready to respond. It's saying that it'll respond decisively. Crucially, I think it's warning that all US bases, facilities and assets across this region would be, quote, legitimate targets. And also, I think in a sign of the anxiety about the possibility of Iranian retaliation to any attack, US officials confirming overnight that a number of US troops may be...
Oh my God. Are chatters okay? Dude, are you guys actually mentally disabled? Like, unironically, are you medically stupid? What's going on? Chatters. I know Asmongold is being botted. What I'm confused by is why you're not aware of it. Okay? Like, when you see Asmongold with 100,000 viewers, do you not go, oh, he's getting botted into fucking oblivion? Like, what's going on? What's happening? I don't know why everyone is mentioning this right now. I don't get it. Like, this is not new information to us. Yeah. Why is Shah so obsessed with it? Drama perverts, the lot of them. It's not even like drama pervertry. I just don't know why, like, I don't know why subscribers of mine are fucking coming in to be like, he's being botted. Yeah, his viewership jumps up and down from 100K down to like 40K. It's very clearly, it is very clearly being botted. He probably has even recognized it as well. I don't know why you're coming in here to tell me, to inform me about it. Yeah. Like, will the 100,000 viewers stop Iran from potentially being striked? I don't know. Yeah, look, look at this. And this is like not even picking it up. His user to viewer ratio is 53%, dude. Okay, his average Twitch user number is 26,000. His user to viewer ratio currently is at 53%, and you're over here being like, "Wow, I can't believe it." What do you want me to do about it? What can he do about it? Nothing. What can Twitch do about it? Well, Twitch doesn't really give a shit. It's actually 35% currently, 53% for the stream. Yeah. Like, that's for the 53% across the fucking entire stream. Right now, he's got like a third. That's still double of your real viewers. Double of my real viewers. His average Twitch viewership is at 26,000. His current viewership is literally at, like, again, most likely at 26,000, somewhere along those lines. And if we're going real viewership to real viewership, he's not actually, he doesn't have a higher real viewership than I do. Yeah, if you want to understand what like a normal viewership looks like, this is what it actually looks like. 85% user to viewer ratio. Okay? Look at all the fucking anti-soundboard chatters who are fucking quitting en masse. I can't stand it. Stop with the soundboard. Subs are mentioning it because you respond and chatter's low when you respond. 53% of 100... Brother, he doesn't have 53% real user to viewer ratio right now. His real viewer to user ratio is 30% right now. It's 53% across the entire viewership, across the entire stream. I know it's difficult for you to comprehend mathematics, statistics, how things work. Oh, okay, makes sense. I'm Somalian. Oh God, you're so fucking stupid. God, I like, it's just such a fucking white supremacist cope. Speaking of like what that chatter was implying there, that was the other thing that Asmongold was doing the other day, where he was like, oh, everybody knows that the average IQ in Somalia is like 70. You're a fucking idiot. If you believe that, you're a goddamn idiot, okay? That comes from one fucking study that's not a real study at all, by the way. And yet it has been mass produced and reproduced over and over and over again. And honestly, if you just fundamentally believe IQ as an adequate metric for efficiency, success in the real world, you're already a dumbass. You're being filtered across the board. But even from the metrics of like conducting a correct study here, it's a eugenicist that basically made it the fuck up. And that was all it took for dumb fucks. Yeah, the study's from Richard Lynn, who is a eugenicist, by the way, called The Intelligence of Nations. The problem is that Lynn is known for his history of promoting eugenics and racial hierarchy, and apparently is a self-described scientific racist. But the problem with that study in particular is that he didn't actually go and conduct a proper IQ test on the Somali population. He made it up. Literally, he made it up. This is made up. It's been reproduced, or not reproduced, sorry. It's never been reproduced because it's fucking made up. But it's been used over and over again through like the bell curve and all the other scientific races. But this is completely fucking made up. It's not an actual study that was conducted. It's not a real IQ study that was conducted. It's entirely fabricated. They were like, oh, we looked at starving children in Kenya, and then we just made up the results because Kenyans and Somalis are the same. Like literally, that's what if you look at the methodology, they openly reveal in the quote unquote study, if you can even call it that, was I think they IQ tested like 8 Kenyan refugees that were starving in Israel or something, or Ethiopian refugees in Israel. And then they just decided regional, the regional IQ for every single other person is, give or take 10 points lower or 10 points higher. That's straight up where this number comes from. Okay. Yeah. They extrapolated off of like 7, I think it was like 7 Kenyan or Ethiopian refugees in Israel that were made to take an IQ test. Like, even if some population is low IQ, doesn't mean they deserve to die or are less human, was the implication here? Yes, that is the implication. That's what they're saying. It's not only incorrect, but it's like racist bullshit. So that's what this is about. He called them low IQ because the average IQ in Somalia is 68, borderline R-worded. It's not racist, it's a fact. Another pathetic attempt to obscure reality to push a narrative. Once again, I said, you're an illiterate shut-in for believing this easily disprovable white supremacist cope. Your favorite pedophile protecting president has the intellectual capacity of an infant. The reality of the matter is the quote-unquote study that they're using here is completely fucking made up. That's it. And I'm sorry, this might hurt some of your white supremacist feelings, but if you believe that, you believe in cope, okay? You believe in your racial superiority because you're a fucking low IQ monster, okay? There is nothing more indicative of having the lowest of the low IQ that you could possibly have than believing in this made up bullshit. There are a multitude of different impacts on IQ in general. Nutrition is a big one as well, obviously. There have been numerous studies that were conducted in India, for example, between famine season and post-famine season in India that shows like IQ actually wildly swings in the same fucking group that's being studied when they have proper nutrition, okay? And that this 68 number is completely made up regardless. Rape Tone called you dumb and used ChatGPT to say that the study was real. And in the same clip, ChatGPT says it's fake. Of course, he's a fucking moron.
Hasan, if you were to easily just grok this shit or Google this shit or go on any .gov website, it would show you...
No, what .gov website? No, you fucking grokked it.
That the Somalian average IQ is 68. Okay? Yes, it's not fucked up to say that Somalians are stupid because it's backed up by evidence. 68 is fucking insane.
In short, the 68 figure circulates wildly in certain online circles, but is not considered credible by most experts as a true measure of Somali cognitive ability. There simply isn't high-quality representative data to give a definitive national average IQ for Somalia or many other developing conflict-affected countries. Any such number should be taken with extreme caution as it reflects testing conditions and environment far more than anything fixed or inherent. This doesn't even actually give you the full scope of how fucking made up this number is. Because if you actually look at Richard Lynn's study, you realize that he extrapolated that information off of a totally separate fucking control group. Just so you know. I know because I looked into it. There was never a moment where he went to Somalia and actually IQ tested the Somali population. You don't need to do that when you're a fucking white supremacist, for the record. You don't need to do that at all. You can just make this shit up and every other dumb moron will go along with it. The entire thing is fabricated, just so you know. It's one of the easiest ways to clock someone who is low intelligence, okay? Straight up. But of course, if you're watching Rape Tone right now, I mean, you probably are already self-described as a low intelligence person anyway. Honestly, I'd rather him be busy spending his days begging Grok to regurgitate his own delusions than sexually assaulting women. True. Straight up, though, now you are properly equipped with this information. And I'm sure, hold on, the study itself not only is conducted by a self-described scientific racist, but the African IQ scores, like the African nation IQ scores in that same study are completely made up. Wichards and his colleagues examined over 100 published studies, concluded that there is no evidence to back up Lynn's claims. Among other flaws, Lynn used selective data by systematically ignoring Africans with high IQ scores. The researchers also claimed that African IQ test scores cannot be interpreted in terms of lower intelligence levels, as these scores have different psychometric characteristics that Western IQ test scores. Until now, the incomparability of Western and African IQ scores has never been systematically proven. But it's not even that. It's not even that. The reason why it's been debunked is because, they looked at the methodology that Richard Lynn utilized in his fucking quote unquote study, and they found out that he was just making those numbers up. Okay? He was making those fucking numbers up. He didn't do random sampling, but he didn't do any sampling at all when it came to the Somali population. Okay? He didn't do any sampling at all. He just completely made it up. I'm not even joking when I say this. The most famous white supremacist study, the most famous quote-unquote white supremacist study on African nations and their average IQs comes from one self-described scientific racist who made those numbers up. To me, it is the greatest indication that you are a fucking moron. You are unironically a low intelligence person, a low IQ person, if you believe it, because you are, because you're coping. That's it. You want to cope. You want to cope with the fact that maybe you are not superior to anybody else, and you lean into racial superiority as a lifeline to make yourself feel more important. Okay? That's it. That's why white supremacy is loser shit. We're covering Iran, America before chatters derailed. They care more for drama than people's lives. No, this isn't drama, okay? This is a pretty important a point to address as well, because it's one that I see so frequently on the white supremacist website, Twitter. We've moved on from drama, and now we're debunking a very common racist talking point. Yeah. The Africans are low IQ guy also has some very interesting ideas in general. If you want to know more, here's Will Stansel. These guys always do this thing where they're like, African IQs are in the 60s or 70s if you believe Richard Lynn, though I'll concede his data may be off somewhat and the figures may be higher. And anyhow, here's some stuff Richard Lynn said. I think the only solution lies in the breakup of the United States. Blacks and Hispanics are concentrated in the Southwest and Southeast and the East, but the Northwest and the far Northeast, Maine, Vermont, and upstate New York have a large predominance of whites. I believe these predominantly white states should declare independence and secede from the Union. They would then enforce strict border controls and provide minimum welfare, which would be limited to citizens. If this were done, white civilization would survive within this handful of states. Undated interview with Fascist Magazine right now. That's Richard Lynn. Okay. In his review of Raymond Cattell's A New Morality from Science, Beyondism, he says, Richard Lynn says, if the evolutionary process to bring its benefits, it has to be allowed to operate effectively. This means that incompetent societies have to be allowed to go to the wall. What is called for here is not genocide, the killing off of the populations of incompetent cultures. But we do need to think realistically in terms of phasing out of such peoples. If the world is to evolve more better humans, then obviously someone has to make way for them to otherwise then obviously someone has to make, oh God, he's so fucking bad at writing too. Then obviously someone has to make way for them. Otherwise we shall all be overcrowded. After all, 98% of the species known to zoologists are extinct. Evolutionary progress means the extinction of the less competent. To think otherwise is mere sentimentality. He is an absolute fucking moron. This is literal Nazism, Jesus Christ. Yes, he's a fascist. He is an open white supremacist, chatters. Yes. It is the purest expression of fascist lunacy. I used to often talk/debate with Lynn by mail and on ResearchGate before his death. His views evolved. Still a bigot, but not that bad in the past decade. That's crazy. Also, he's dumb. This is not how evolution works. Lamau, I know. Guys, please stop spamming the Sean the bell curve video in the chat. I am not going to sit through his 3-hour video debunking the bell curve. It's a fantastic video, but you might have the low IQ that Richard Lynn clocked you as having if you think I'm going to sit through a 3-hour video on the fucking broadcast on a Saturday when America is 3 seconds away from striking Iran. Okay? Either give me the exact moment where Sean goes through Richard Lynn's work and picks it apart, or, let's move on. No fun allowed. I mean, I'm sorry. This is a great video, but it's not exactly something I would consider fun. Like it's It's a 3-hour video. I mean, it is good. It's a really good video. It's just like, you know, it's good to have in the background and to learn from. I don't even know if he actually tackles the Richard Lynn study here anyway. I think this is more so just like talking about the bell curve, which heavily leans into the Richard Lynn quote unquote study, the fake study. And the reason why we're talking about it is because Asmongold, being a fucking racist dumbass, used that as though it's like valid, real information when it very clearly is not. That was the point I was making, at least. That's the reason why I brought it up. Speaking of Asmongold, there's also this clip. Apparently, he came out and he was addressing people dying of easily preventable diseases, said, fuck him, who cares?
The difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a J.D. Vance or voting third party and abstaining and lowering the threshold for J.D. Vance to win is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom would...
Hold on. I'm going to close these tabs again real quick. Apparently, the video does actually talk about Richard Lynn here at 108:30. Goddamn, chatter, you fucking clocked it.
On cognitive tests. And I quote, "This question often arises in the context of black-white comparisons in America, the thought being that the African black population has not been subjected to the historical legacy of American black slavery and discrimination and might therefore have higher scores. Richard Lynn was able to assemble 11 studies in his 1991 review of the literature. He estimated the median black African IQ to be 75, approximately 1.7 standard deviations below the US overall population average, about 10 points lower than the current figure for American blacks. In summary, African blacks are, on average, substantially below African Americans in intelligence test scores. Psychometrically, there is little reason to think that these results mean anything different about cognitive functioning than they mean in non-African populations. For our purposes, the main point is that the hypothesis about the special circumstances of American blacks depressing their test scores is not substantiated by the African data." So this is Herrnstein and Murray's answer to those who point to the legacy of slavery and discrimination in the United States as an explanation for the differences in IQ scores between its black and white populations. They point to black people in Africa and say, hey, well, they also got lower scores. Black African people haven't been subject to discrimination in America, after all, so doesn't this prove that discrimination in America can't be depressing black IQ scores? Well, not really. Herrnstein and Murray's decision to limit their concern here to American black slavery and discrimination is a huge oversight, because there could also be discrimination in whichever parts of Africa they are talking about, if you follow. That could be, in a similar way, depressing the scores there too. If that were the case, attempting to use the African data as some sort of control test for the American data would be fairly ridiculous, to say the least. America does not have a monopoly on discrimination and oppression, does it? And so we need to...
Also, Western discrimination. Oh, now we're getting botted. Look at that. Now I'm getting botted. See? The same bots that were botting Asmongold are now botting my ass. Look at that. 40,000 viewers. Oh my God.
Ask which parts of Africa are they talking about? They say that Richard Lynn was able to assemble 11 studies in his 1991 review of the literature. Now, Herrnstein and Murray claim in the acknowledgements at the start of the bell curve to have benefited especially from the advice of this Richard Lynn.
How strange that I brought up the very obvious, malicious, flagrant botting going on, only to get botted myself.
Who they elsewhere call a leading scholar of racial and ethnic differences, and they cite his work several times throughout the book. Let's take a look at Richard Lynn's 1991 review of the literature, entitled Race Differences in Intelligence.
It'll be really funny when Twitch... Okay, we're not going to watch the rest of this. It'll be really funny when Twitch bans me as opposed to Asmongold. Well, they'll be like, Hasan is clearly botting today. Hasan is clearly botting. We must ban him now. Fantastic. Who do you think could be behind the botting? I don't know. Yeah, they're just jumped to 50K. They're doing a no you after you called them out on botting. Yeah. All right, let's get back to Iran.
Been moved out of their bases in the region. Janae?
All right, Ian, panel for us there in Tel Aviv. Our thanks to you.
Trump warned Friday that limited strikes on Iran are possible. The president is pressuring Iran's government to dismantle its nuclear program. The warning comes as the United States ramps up its firepower in the Middle East. On Friday, the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier and 3 other warships entered the Mediterranean Sea. There are currently 13 U.S.
Yeah, now Asmongold chatters. Now Asmongold chatters can fucking cry and be like, well, I guess Hasan is the smarter person. Clearly, because he's view-mogging Asmongold. That's how it works, right? That's how it works, right, chatters? You know, the bigger the number, the better the person. The bigger the number, the more accurate their commentary. That's how it works, right? So there you go.
U.S. Navy vessels in the Middle East, including another carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln. It is the largest military buildup in the region since the Iraq War in 2003. For more, we're joined from Washington by CBS News national security contributor Samantha Vinograd. Sam, good morning.
Good morning.
So how close are we to military action against Iran?
Well, with the arrival of these additional military assets, Vlad, the president now has maximum optionality when it comes to deciding whether, when, and how he wants to conduct a strike against Iran. He now has the option to not just launch strikes into Iran, but also ostensibly to ensure that to the best extent possible, U.S. forces, U.S. personnel in the region are protected if Iran chooses to retaliate. So we are much closer to war than we were before, and the president is much better prepared to launch not just limited strikes, but a more extensive and prolonged military campaign that could have real repercussions for the American people.
So, Sam, you know, Iran is saying that they're working on finalizing a deal to propose to the U.S. Is there really a diplomatic off-ramp here?
Here's the real viewership.
There may be a diplomatic off-ramp, Adrian.
The real viewership is usually like, you know, around 3 to 4K above the chatter count. So it's probably around like 28, 29K. But 73,000 is the live concurrent viewership, very clearly fucking being botted. The person that was botting Asmongold is now botting my ass.
But the timelines may just be off. I was involved in the early days of the Iran nuclear deal under President Obama. That deal took more than 20 months to negotiate, and President Trump has given a very short timeline for these negotiations. So what it's really going to come back to is whether the president's team assesses that Iran is actually committed to these negotiations, whether Iran is committed to giving up its nuclear stockpile, which is something it hasn't been open to in the past. And that's normally an intelligence community assessment, something that President Trump has in the past personally tried to decipher.
Sam, we know that with all those military assets in the region, that a strike package would cripple Iran. But the question becomes, to me, what happens after you've struck Iran? If there is regime change in the cards, what does that look like?
Well, Vlad, Iran may feel very far away to the American people, but there's certainly repercussions for Americans themselves. On the one hand, Iran will retaliate. They have the largest and most diverse ballistic missile stockpile in the region. They will likely try to hit U.S. bases, U.S. personnel. They've demonstrated both the intent and capability to strike Americans abroad throughout their history. At the same time, they could try to close a waterway known as the Strait of Hormuz, which could send oil prices much higher. That could impact the price at the pump as we head into the spring and summer. And so that could have very real implications for the American people, even if there's not an effort at Iranian regime change.
Sam, you know, as our viewers remember, when the U.S. struck Iran's nuclear facilities last summer, the president said they were completely obliterated. What is then the state of the threat from Iran?
Well, President Trump's own team does not agree that they were completely obliterated. His own national security strategy says they were significantly damaged. But here's what we do know. We do know that the American strikes did damage some of Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities and a research facility. But we also know that Iran still has a stockpile of what's known as highly enriched uranium. That's material, if enriched further, could be used to break out to a bomb. We also know that Israeli efforts did successfully eliminate some of Iran's top nuclear scientists, so their intellectual capital has suffered. So the question now is, where is their nuclear stockpile? Are they trying to get more of the equipment needed to enrich more uranium? And do they have the capability still to engage in what's called weaponization, actually making a weapon? And the million-dollar question, Adriana, is, do they want to break out to a bomb? And that is going to underline the conversation about whether Iran is committed to negotiations or not, or if they're just biding time.
All right, Samantha Vinograd, thank you so much.
Admiral, let me begin with you. Tell me about the firepower that we've assembled in the Middle East.
You started with a comparison to 2003. It's also like 1990, Persian Gulf War I. This is a huge amount of U.S. firepower. And let's kind of do it from the outside in, if you will, in concentric rings descending like Dante's Inferno. On the outer rings are big strategic bombers. They can come all the way from the United States. They can operate from other bases, but at distance.
Yo, where's that chatter now? The chatter that was like, bro, that means he's got like still double your real viewership. Where was the Twitch tracker thing that I was looking at earlier? Can someone send me the link for the Twitch tracker and it'll show you now? Oh, you banned that person? Well, where are all the Asmongold's view mogging you chatters? What happened? How does it feel now? Does it feel good? Yeah, look. user to viewer ratio went up because the Twitch tracker hasn't even picked up the fucking botting yet in real time. Reported for botting Lamau. Yeah. Yeah, 100K, baby. Very real. Definitely very real. Why do your haters bot for you? Twitch isn't going to do anything about it. We'll find out who's doing the botting. We'll find out who's doing the botting when they start chirping about it on Twitter. Like if it's like DGG and Dan Stalkman and all those guys who are like, Hasan is clearly botting, blah, 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 blah. Then we'll know. Then we'll know who's responsible for it. Seemingly they only investigate if it's on Hasan's stream. Yeah, maybe. It would be really funny if, like I said, if Twitch goes, Hasan, you're being botted. Sorry, we have to ban you. After months and months and months of not doing anything about Asmongold getting botted, we've decided that we are taking the botting problem seriously now for the first time ever. They all leave you start gaming? Nah. No, you know what it is? It's the soundboard. It brought the viewership in, dude. All the Zoomers are finally watching. They all saw that I was fucking using the soundboard and they were like, we love it.
Inside are the two aircraft carriers. One you see there on the screen. It's in the northern part of the Indian Ocean. The other one is going to park right against Israel where you see the word Syria on that chart. So now you've got two axes. These are 80 combat aircraft each with F-35s, our most advanced jets, as well as plenty of F/A-18 Hornets. And then you go inside that and you've got the capacity to launch Tomahawk missiles. You can send drones in. You can use cyber. And of course, there's land-based aircraft, Air Force aircraft at many of those bases you showed there. So again, think of it like Dante's Inferno descending. Right in the center of it at the very bottom is Ayatollah Khamenei. I agree with President Trump. He would be wise to negotiate.
David Sanger, you know the president well. You've covered him extensively. You were part of that New York Times group that spent 3 hours with him in the Oval Office recently. So I put my unusual question to you. Should the Ayatollah be nervous that the administration just lost the tariff battle in the Supreme Court?
Well, you can certainly argue that the president is probably feeling right now the first pushback on his powers that he's felt really in the first year of his presidency. For the first time, the courts have sort of come in a big way and said, this is not within the powers of the presidency unless the tariffs that he had imposed were not legal. And he may well want to push back by showing that he can operate in an area where the Constitution gives him an enormous amount of leeway. But even here, the interesting question is, this would clearly be an act of war. I mean, the way you test it is if somebody massed this kind of force off the United States and threatened to conduct this, we would consider that a potential act of war. And yet Congress has not issued either an authorization to use military force, as they did in the case of Iraq, or passed a war resolution. And, you know, what did the president tell us in that interview? He asked whether there were any limits on his power. He said, really only my own morality. That's the only limit.
By the way, I need to tell you guys something. This is precisely why botting also brings in real viewership as well. A big part of Twitch is a big part of like Twitch viewership as an experience revolves around FOMO. Okay, fear of missing out. So there are a lot of new real viewers that came in the process because they saw my viewership at 100,000, and now they're like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? What the fuck's going on? This is why a lot of people bought. Okay, I hope this is an experience that allows you to understand why some of these top content creators bought. Okay, yeah, people see me at 100,000 viewers, assume that we're fucking striking Iran. And they clock in, like real viewership comes in as a consequence of being at the top of the directory. This is precisely what I was talking about, and why I think like people are botting. I think it's Cake doing the botting for the record for Asmongold, but this is why I think they do it for Asmongold usually. I told the idiot for saying nuclear is haram, like it isn't even for use as a deterrent showpiece at this point. I mean, we're not going to talk about the fatwa here, okay? But yeah.
That I have.
Iran is preparing a new draft proposal after nuclear talks with the U.S. Iran's foreign minister is optimistic about a deal. He says the U.S. has not asked Iran to halt uranium enrichment, and Tehran has not offered to suspend it voluntarily. He told MS Now they're hoping to hand over the new proposal to Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, soon.
And I don't think it takes long. Perhaps in a matter of a week or so, we can start real serious negotiations on the text and come to a conclusion.
Meanwhile, the president warns that he's considering limited strikes on Iran to pressure the country into a deal. The USS Gerald Ford carrier strike group is already in the Mediterranean Sea, heading towards the Middle East to join other U.S. military assets in the region. But top Democrats are urging the Trump administration not to take military action without congressional approval. Benham Ben Taleblu, senior director of the Iran program at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, joins us now. Thanks for coming back. Let's take this in bites. First, the optimism you're hearing from Foreign Minister Arachi, at least on the path to substantive negotiations.
Thank you, Open Press.
I read that you see Iran playing the game it has always played. What?
Twitch sending me a notice that your stream is taking off. Wait, what? Twitch sent a notification? To your point, Twitch just sent me a notification telling me about an uptick in viewership. Oh my God. This is how they game the system, is an automated notification. So Twitch's internal system unironically rewards people who are fucking botting, even if it's someone else botting their fucking channel. This website is so fucking busted, dude. They do this for hype trains too. Wait, really? So when I have a fucking hype train, it informs people? Oh, Kaya. Oh my Lord, she just farted so bad. Oh, hell no. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Oh my God.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way.
Oh, it's lingering. It's lingering. It's lingering. Oh, yeah. Get in on the fart train, chat. That's what it is. That's what it is. Oh, my Lord. It's the soundboard, chat. That's why there's hella people in here.
Do you see here in this optimism?
Well, great to be back with you again. I think we have to pay attention to who the real decision makers are in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and that's not the foreign minister. It's actually the supreme leader. That's a title meant to be taken rather literally. And he hasn't been speaking that much since the end of the 12-day war with Israel and America, but he's spoken about maybe 14, 16 times since then, and his most recent speech struck a drastically, and I want to stress that for the audience, drastically different tone than what Arakchi has said, both in his Fox interview as well as in his MSNBC interview that you just alluded to. So while Arakchi is injecting a little bit of cautious optimism, I would say the chances of a deal are about 20% and dropping with the Islamic Republic at this rate. Even if, for example, enrichment was not discussed, there's a whole host of other issues that do divide and keep apart the U.S. and Iran, especially at this very tense moment.
And so you say there's a strong contrast between what we're hearing from the Ayatollah and what we're hearing from the foreign minister. What's the most relevant contrast that you hear from the supreme leader?
Well, I don't want to get too into the details. It might sound a bit too theological, but the supreme leader of Iran also is an Ayatollah, as you mentioned, and he does reference Islamic political history, and in particular Shiite political history, to justify political moves. For example, when he authorized nuclear negotiations with President Obama back in 2013, under the auspices of the P5+1, he talked about Imam Hasan, and he talked about heroic flexibility, needing to show flexibility with your opponents, and that paved the pathway for the 2015 JCPOA deal. But here he's been talking about Imam Hussein, whose epithet, the master of martyrs, kind of tells you all you need to know about the direction the Islamic Republic is headed in. And
it's literally, bro, it's all... It's much more simple than these guys. It's much more simple than these guys present it as, okay? They're like trying to do the reading the tea leaf shit. And it's like, America has placed like almost half of their fucking naval assets right around, encircling the nation state of Iran, okay? Of course, there's gonna be retaliation. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, yeah, America is like, why do we act like America moving naval assets and then consistently saying that they're going to bomb the fuck out of this country is not going to invoke any response from the country whatsoever? It doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, dude, there are consequences to our actions. There are reactions that will take place to whatever violent militant action we take. It's understandable. It makes total sense. How would America respond? If we were encircled by every Chinese naval asset, how would the United States of America respond? We'd probably fucking nuke the Three Gorges Dam before that took place. It's so dumb to act like we're the main character and all these other countries around us are they should just shut the fuck up and eat it quietly. They should just get blown into oblivion. Only us in Israel have a right to defend themselves, obviously.
It's quite rare also internally to have military, political, and religious elites sing from the same sheet of music. And the same sheet of music is that if there's a strike, no matter how limited, Iran will respond in a massive way.
And so you mentioned the JCPOA that President Trump ended in his first term in 2018. And I just want to read a bit of what we learned from that interview from the foreign minister. We've not offered any suspension, and the U.S. has not. The U.S. side has not asked for zero enrichment. What we are now talking about is how to make sure that Iran's nuclear program, including enrichment, is peaceful and will remain peaceful forever, which would be too similar to the JCPOA, that it would be a complete contrast to what we're hearing from President Trump publicly. Is that credible at all, that continuing an enrichment program is part of the conversation?
Well, certainly the challenge for the Islamic Republic right now is how to transpose the reality that they're currently not enriching since the end of the 12-day war into something that looks like it's a concession for the United States of America. And that's precisely why America can ask for bigger things, more challenging things, because it's actually taken away enrichment from the Islamic Republic. It's taken away the capacity. It hasn't taken away the capability, aka the know-how, but nonetheless, Iran is not currently enriching today. So the Islamic Republic has decreasingly been able to actually threaten to restore enrichment or anything else like that. And therefore, it's trying to find a way to make Trump pay what he previously got for free. And that gets at the heart of the matter of enrichment in this agreement.
Yeah. The USS Gerald Ford, that carrier strike group, is in the Mediterranean. Of course, the Abraham Lincoln has been there for some time. You've said that the chance of a deal is 20% and dropping. So we know what you believe about the potential.
Isn't the FDD basically Israel? Yes. FDD is Benjamin Netanyahu's own cum sleeve, for the record. Foundation for Defending Democracy. My ass. It is one of the most pro-Israel, directly linked up with Israel, one of the most pro-Israel think tanks in the country. Yeah. The Trump administration is prepared to consider an Iranian proposal that allows Iran token nuclear enrichment if it leaves no possible path to nuclear weapon, a senior U.S. official told me. A source familiar with the talks told Axios that both Omani and Qatari mediators told Iran and the U.S. in recent days that any deal must enable both sides to claim victory and, if possible, also be something that Gulf countries and Israel can live with. The problem is Israel has a totally different approach to this, okay? Israel's approach to the subject, Israel's approach to the situation is we want to destabilize Iran. We don't want them to have any ballistic missile production, or at the very least, we want to limit their ballistic missile launching capabilities to just their own backyard, I guess, and not Israel. Okay, that's it. That is Israel's approach. And unfortunately for us, we will do Israel's bidding. Okay, that's just the fucking reality. We are doing this for Israel. Make no mistake. There is no American design here. It's mostly just Israel running the show right now. American design happens to be aligned with Israel's interests or giving Israel whatever it wants. That's the reason why we are encircling Iran. That's the reason why we're talking about bombing Iran. That's the reason why we're having a conversation with Iran about limiting their striking capabilities. Because we care first and foremost about Israeli security. That's the reason why we're sending more surveillance assets to Iran this time around, a lot more than we did previously. Like all of those big fucking planes with the radars on top of them. The reason why we're sending those planes more than we did last time around is because in the 12-day war, Israel got fucking pummeled. Okay? In the 12-day war, when there was a tit-for-tat bombing campaign that took place, Israel got its shit pushed in. The AWACS planes. Yes. No matter how hard they fucking posture, no matter how hard they postured after the 12-day war and talked about how fantastic of a success it was or whatever, how they destroyed Iran and destroyed the Iranian nuclear capabilities, all this stuff. The reason why America's bringing in even more assets than last time around is because they want to defend Israel, because Iran is going to strike back against Israel. Some of the American assets will be struck as well, but first and foremost, our attention and our interest is defending Israel. Okay? The THAAD missile systems that we sent to Israel, that we drop shipped into Israel in a hurry, did not do dick. All of the Tamir interceptors, the Arrow systems, they all could not stop Iranian missiles from striking Tel Aviv. So now, we just have to strike Iran again, I guess. Go to war with Iran. Now, the type of assets that we've sent into the region implies that we think we can get away with a limited strike and hope for a tit for tat that won't be super consequential to Israel, and it won't be super costly in terms of lives lost for American personnel. If we were led by normal human beings and not monsters that are working at the behest of an international pedophilic cabal of capitalists who really care about Israel for some fucking reason, and the Greater Israeli Project as a Greater Israeli Project as a stabilization mechanism in this resource-rich region, okay, then most likely we would not have done away with the JCPOA under the Barack Obama administration, under the Trump administration immediately after Trump won, post-Barack Obama, and we would have continued normalizing relations with Iran instead of fucking starving the Iranian population until they got so mad that they tried to, overthrow their government. But that's not the world we live in. And now some American military members are probably going to die if we go and directly strike Iran. That's where we're at right now. The I'm not going to die for Israel crowd that voted for Donald Trump is going to find out very quickly that they might actually die for Israel.
For a military strike, what are the indicators from Iran that they believe that a military strike is coming?
Well, it's actually very interesting that both America and Iran continue to talk about being interested in negotiations, but also continue to do things physically that tell you that they're getting ready for a strike. The Islamic Republic, for example, continues to build back better when it comes to its ballistic missile program. We know that that's really the spinal cord of its deterrence at this point in time. It's the long pole of the regime's security strategy. And then most importantly, it seems to be hardening some nuclear sites. So in the case that there's a strike that is not just against missile facilities, but actually against what's left of the nuclear program, particularly,
I wonder why Persian John Favreau, that a sovereign country that has been declared a foreign adversary in perpetuity, would want to have fucking missile systems as a deterrence. I wonder. It's so shocking to me that a foreign adversary that we have been starving for fucking decades with sanctions and consistently and actively trying to destabilize would build a deterrence system.
Future, a plant that is believed to be a future enrichment facility or previous research and development labs, those things per commercial satellite imagery are being hardened. So when you take its tough rhetoric on missiles and then you look at this kind of hardening and dispersal, it looks like both sides are getting ready for exit options from negotiations.
Menahem Talablu, thank you so much for being with us.
For well over 2 years now, Israel has refused to allow outside journalists into Gaza and has killed more than 270 Palestinian journalists working there. It has been by far the greatest assault on the free press in many decades. It is also an issue that gets very little attention here in the United States. We wanted to find out what, if anything, senators and members of Congress even know about this and what they think about it. So
the bots are leaving. Say bye-bye, bots. We had fun while it lasted. We're losing the clankers.
Sent our Capitol Hill correspondent, Julian Andreoni, to probe. Here's what they had to say.
If Israel should let more foreign journalists in?
Yeah, like American journalists, British journalists into Gaza to cover the carnage.
Well, I don't know how dangerous it is over there. I should be the one making that decision. That should be left up.
Yeah, that should be left up to the fucking journalists, but Tommy Tuberville's a dumbass. Yeah. Going to conflict zones is always going to yield danger. It's one that, journalists, it's a calculation that journalists make all the time. Israel's just not letting them make that calculation at all.
So obviously, Israel and the people that want to go in there, it's got to still be dangerous.
There are no journalists in Gaza?
No, they haven't let any in.
Yeah,
I obviously not aware of that. I mean, I think transparency is the best, so I'll leave it at that.
I leave that up to Israel determining what can safely, whether the journalists can safely be there.
My expectation is that those borders will become more porous. They'll have more journalists, all kinds of people going back and forth.
Oh, but they haven't let anybody in so far.
I know. I'm just saying that there's a process that will lead to people going in and out.
I strongly believe journalists should have access to Gaza.
We should have the free press access as many places as we can. Yes.
I think the whole situation, what's going on in Gaza and the existence of Hamas is very troubling, and it's still there. So I'm going to let them handle that situation.
Is there some sort of action that Congress can take, though?
No.
Because it's one thing to say it's troubling, but it's another to
I don't
try
think
and
it's
stop it.
congressional action, no.
I don't have anything for you on that.
Nothing? What about...
We're good. We're on the way to better. Thank you.
I defer to Israel on that.
I'm not prepared to respond to that at the moment.
There's got to be some kind of significance to that. And I don't want to point a finger at anybody. There's got to be some good reason. But
You think it's because the Israeli government doesn't want people to see what's going on in there?
Well, it's pretty much over with, though. I mean,
No, there's still people being killed every day. We just
Oh, it
saw
is?
Yeah, mass carnage over the weekend.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of that. So, I mean, I haven't seen any of it.
Okay.
I haven't seen any reports on it.
Perhaps you would see reports on it if they let journalists in. You know? Don't you think? Don't you think that could be one of the ways where you could find out more about what's going on?
So
Israel's our friend. Oh, yeah, that's not talking about digital assets today, and my mind's not on Israel right now.
But just as a general principle of constitutional ideal of freedom of the press.
I don't want to talk about Israel right now.
So as you heard there, when I asked representatives and senators about Israel's continued reluctance to allow outside journalists into Gaza, they told me they haven't heard about that, or they haven't seen it. Or maybe there is some good reason why Israel isn't allowing journalists into Gaza. Maybe it's just not safe enough yet. Let's hear if they had anything more forceful to say about the continued indiscriminate killing of civilians, most of them women and children in Gaza, since the ceasefire was signed in October of 2025. A couple weekends ago, there was a lot of carnage, and the Board of Peace released a statement that equated the Israeli carpet bombing of civilians to Hamas coming out of tunnels. And I'm sort of just curious about, what is causing the most of the death in Gaza right now? Is it Hamas coming out of tunnels, or is it bombing?
Look, what we've seen is, I think it's well over 500 people who have been killed. Yeah. Lots of them civilians, lots of kids. And what you see is a continuing, pattern of the indiscriminate killing of Palestinian civilians.
I think we need to support Israel.
Even if they're breaking all...
Chris Van Hollen, my goat. One of the best in Congress. No, don't say just 500. It's more than 1,000, but dude, look at how he's a fucking cut above. No, he's saying since the ceasefire, chat, the number is actually more than 1,000. But oh my God, chatters. You have to calm down. He's not, you have to calm down and stop being antagonistic to every single person. He probably doesn't know what the actual number is, but it's not like he's directionally right. He still recognizes what's going on as cruel and unusual. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Some of you have issues with hearing, I feel like. The bar is so low that you find him better? No. While the bar is low, he's acknowledging the fucking carnage. You need to stop being antagonistic for the sake of being antagonistic, please. Okay? Please. Yes, the bar is low, but Chris Van Hollen has been clearing that bar regardless. He's been clearing that fucking bar. He's not like the other ghouls in Congress.
All of the ceasefire agreements that are
Israel because,
just for what reason?
Hamas are a bunch of terrorists.
I think we need to exercise oversight in the military spending that is provided to all of our allies, whether Saudi Arabia or Israel, all countries around the world.
It takes both parties, the Israelis and the Hamas, to effect a ceasefire. And so, I tell you, the fact that it hasn't taken hold in the way it should says that that's another thing you should be paying attention to. He has a very short attention span, I would say. But the main thing is, people in this country are trying to afford all of the things that they have to pay for, food, housing, and all that. And it's
So you think they don't want their money to going to Israel?
No, I don't think so. Although, I support Israel's right to self-defense, all of that.
Is that what they're doing right now, self-defense?
Oh, now you're trying to... not going there. So...
Why not?
Anyhow, let's all of us pay attention to the stuff that people care about.
But I've called for a ceasefire.
Oh, there's a ceasefire that was signed in October, but they continue.
Do you understand the difference when someone is like very clearly not trying to say anything versus what Chris Van Hollen was saying earlier? And no, to say that she has that take because she's old is to actually take away the responsibility. It's far worse than that. They are soulless demons. Okay? They all know what the fuck is going on. They all know what's going on. They're just terrified of speaking out against it. Even though they should, at least by now, know that they have the public's backing if they do speak out against it, which leads me to believe that they don't want to speak out against it because they don't want to fucking shut off the lobbying money. Or rather, they don't want to have lobbying expenditures against them going to their opponents. It's not just cowardice, it's complicity.
To violate it every day.
Have you talked to the Republicans? They're the ones in charge.
You're offering too much charitability by implying that they care about what's happening in Palestinians? No, I said Chris Van Hollen is one of the only ones that actually does. How do you know that they know? Wild assumptions? You're right. I'm making a wild assumption that American congresspersons don't know what's going on in fucking Gaza. Okay, then that's an abdication of responsibility. Then they shouldn't be in fucking Congress, dumbass.
I have, but is there any way to enforce the terms of the ceasefire with your position of power?
You probably should contact the Republicans because they're the ones in charge, as well as the president who said he was going to build beachfront property.
Well, the primary responsibility is with the administration, since it's a foreign operations relationship to countries. We continually try to monitor the behavior there and are critical when necessary. And
what have you found monitoring that?
That the ability to provide humanitarian assistance is something that has to be enhanced, and then the level of violence should come down. The plan moving forward is to try to bring, additional pressure. This is an area where, obviously I have lots of areas I totally disagree with the president on, but if his plan for reconstruction can work, but we can't.
Oh, lots of areas of disagreement with the president. This one, not so much. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Fantastic.
Keep giving, unlimited time when it doesn't seem like lots of the other nation states are.
You're open to his plan for reconstruction?
Listen, I'm open to anything that's going to bring peace to Gaza that actually recognizes the legitimate rights of the Palestinians. To my mind, I'm not sure
The beachfront property.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, listen, I think that was, again, that video, whether it was fake or not, or what was sanctioned by the president, was outrageous. It was insulting. It was disrespectful, for folks of the Muslim faith, and But the notional idea that other nations would join, that's a good idea. But I've not. Where's the beef?
Sorry, no comment. Nothing.
Well, I have no power to enforce anything. Now, obviously, people are dying. Somebody's breaking the ceasefire.
Yeah, I right now it's kind of hard for me. I don't think we're at a posture where it's a true ceasefire. It's a de-escalation. But I mean, if you just look at it objectively, you can't count that number of casualties and assume that there has been a cessation of hostility. So we've got a lot more work to do.
But I mean, you guys are working with the Israeli government, and so what can you do in negotiation with them and saying, hey, you guys got to uphold your end of the deal. You can't just keep bombing these civilians.
At this point, the Congress is not a party to those negotiations. That's happening between the administration and trying to keep the story.
Right, but you guys are a part of
At the end of the day, if you know math around here, you know a congressional act is not possible.
I'm sure you're aware that I'm very full backing Israel. No, that's the only thing else I have to say.
So are you not worried about ceasefire violations?
Hold the line, Senator. Hold the line. Hold the line.
Oh my God. Bro, is that a handler? Is that one of the ogre handlers that came in and was like, hold the line, bitch? He got the AIPAC handler speaking on the side. I love Israel. I'm Israel high.
Are you not worried about ceasefire violations, Senator?
I keep killing Hamas, Hezbollah, all of them. I fully support it. I get it out of my face.
Well, they should begin to enforce the ceasefire. We have a continuing.
You say keep killing Hamas, Hezbollah, all of them? Get this out of my face. The Committee to Protect Journalists, or whatever the fuck it's called, killed this annual report on impunity because Israel is the most bloodthirsty journalist killer. I know. That's why it's like Center for Responsible Journalism and all those like Journalists Without Borders, all those other fucking dumbass groups that people point to whenever they're like, Cuba is actually the worst country for press freedom. Brother, you already dropped all notion of infallibility and objectivity when you chose to not cover Israel's carnage on journalism. Okay? I think you're getting botted hard. Yes, chatter. Are you fucking new? Are you stupid? Yes, it happened. I called out Asmongold for getting botted when he had 100K, and then the bots left, some of his bots left, and came here. Yes.
Humanitarian disaster in Gaza. But if you look at Trump's own 20-point plan, and there are lots of issues with that plan, but it does
Why are you getting
envision.
Because I called out the botters. I called out the botters that were botting Asmongold. That's why. So they came here instead. So it's like trying to trap you. I don't know what they're trying to do. Because Twitch notoriously does nothing. After doing nothing to Notorious Botter Asmongold, though, being like, well, he's not doing it to himself. If they came after me and fucking banned me, that'd be really funny. Right before the gaydar stream that I'm supposed to do with Austin.
Palestinian self-determination, and it envisions a two-state solution, which we all know is already very difficult to achieve. But what the Netanyahu government has been doing has been making it literally impossible. In fact, Smotrich and others who are part of the Netanyahu government have been quite open,
saying it out loud,
about their goal is to make sure there's no Palestinian state. So you would think that the president, would work with the other signatories to the 20-point plan to actually enforce that provision and certainly not allow the Netanyahu government to close the door on it. What we've seen is a pattern of this administration providing the Netanyahu government with a blank check.
Yep.
And if they're not going to be serious about exercising leverage, they will never be successful.
I'm Ryan Grimm, a reporter for DropSite News, an independent nonprofit news outlet. If you're not signed up to get our free newsletter, you can find.
And this is something.
Where do you draw the line, Daniel Cat? I was for Illinois.
That I have said at multiple forums, but I think we need to ask it directly. I think I know Laura's answer, but Daniel, I also want to know, do you consider what is happening in Gaza a genocide?
Not allowed to answer.
Yes, I think we all want to know.
I don't use the word genocide to describe what's been done in Gaza. I don't criticize those who do. And let me explain my position, because this is something that I've thought deeply about.
Hold on 1 second. Kat, are you okay with this? Yeah, I think that's it. We just wanted a yes or no. I respect that, and I think that you're a nice man. I also think this is a technical definition that almost every human rights organization in the world has recognized, including B'Tselem. And we have to draw the line somewhere. And I'm not meeting with AIPAC. I've been approached by groups that hold values like theirs, that support Trump like them, and I don't even take the meeting.
Public anger about the fate of the...
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. You are fucking delusional. You are a delusional monster. Also, this lady who always fucking takes pot shots against me, Denisha Carter, came after me and I had to fucking quote retweet it. She's like popping on TikTok and she always says like unhinged ass bullshit on Twitter. She's like a TikToker. She's a TikToker that like is doing like mainline Democrat talking points and stuff, but she also fucking hates people to her left. She fucking sucks. Anyway, this person posted, I'm genuinely so confused why Camilla's post about Cuba has caused so much turmoil. A person that was literally born in Cuba, who has family in Cuba, posting about our people suffering and being mistreated, turned into a political debate for Twitter woke losers, non-Cubans, mind you. And then Denisha Carter turned around and said, because delusional American leftists who've never left their bedroom except to go on state-sponsored trips to dictatorships to do PR for them. She's talking about me here, saying like I got a state-sponsored trip to China. Think they know more about Cuba than actual Cubans. To which I responded with, yes, you're right. We should listen to Cubans in Cuba, Latin American historians, the rest of the entire planet that understands that the U.S. sanctions and embargo is unjustifiable and cruel. We should listen to Cubans in Miami. We should listen to Cubans in Miami who share the same opinion as the pedophilic Trump admin. Like, the reason why I keep hammering the fucking the Trump point here is because these guys straight up agree with Donald Trump. Their only outward expression of like hating the right is by being like Trump sucks, right? So I want to keep hammering that point over and over again. I'm like, why do you agree with Trump? Yesterday you called him a pedophile. Now today you're saying the pedophile actually has a good opinion here. I'll play ball. I'll play the game you want to play. The whole like I'm anti-Trump and nothing but game. You know? If your politics only revolves around like saying fuck Trump, then okay, why are you agreeing with Trump now? I'm not sure. She's been a loser for a long time though, so I wouldn't be surprised if she did it for free. Yeah, she is she's dog shit. I mean, straight up dog shit. And now that I said that, she will turn around and most likely say I'm a white supremacist racist and like bait out all of the other like fuck Hasan content that's out there and do a mass release of like, well, remember bro tip, all this stuff. Anyone and everyone that criticizes Denisha Carter will be met with 100%. She's going to turn around and say I'm racist. 100%. I've seen this movie already. I've played this song and dance before. I don't really give a shit. They'll turn around and they'll just be like, you're racist. You're coming after a black woman because you hate black women. Here are all the other instances where, this has happened where you just like hated black women or whatever the fuck. Here's a million clips out of context that I can drive home the point. Too late. She's already retweeting shit like this. Yeah, she's like retweeting fucking fascist accounts like this one, Rothmus. Elon Musk and Denisha Carter are retweeting the same fucking dumbass accounts. Cuba has been oppressed. Shut your mouth, Gusano. Let me tell you what Cuba is truly like from my California mansion. Yeah, I am saying that, by the way. Suck my cock. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. What do you mean? What is this it-ball bullshit? You're a fucking fascist, brother. What do you mean? You're doing identity politics now? Can I do a little bodies and spaces here for my favorite imperialist action? What the fuck? Also, it's additionally stupid because she's fucking famous as shit. She's wealthier than me. What the fuck are you talking about? She's literally more famous than I am. She's wealthier than I am. She got a bigger fucking mansion than I do. I can't stand these motherfuckers, dude. I cannot stand these motherfuckers that immediately hit the cynical idpol shit. And you're doing it. You're literally doing it at the behest of empire. Like, you're doing it to defend America's starvation initiative on a fucking island full of people. I can't stand this shit. Here she is talking about segregation, racism, and slavery.
Oh my God, can I please break up the gaslighting for a second? Influencers are so insufferable. You are not wrong as a viewer or nonsensical as a viewer for wanting to know where the content creator you follow stands politically. Are you entitled to that information? No. Pay attention to the words. Entitled. Are you entitled to that information? No. But you are not wrong or illogical or
I can't stand her, bro. This is literally all she does. This is all she does. This is all she does. It's just like lib shit. It's not fucking AI generated, no. And like, she's pretty popping on TikTok. I mean, she got 2 million followers. All of her videos do fairly well. She hasn't been rate limited in the same way your fucking boy has on TikTok. That's the other thing, because I'm getting my ass chopped on the TikTok algorithm right now because I'm pretty sure they just put you on a totally separate algo if you're fucking anti-Israel in any way, shape, or form.
Oh my God, can I please break up the gaslighting for a second? Giving women the right to vote, giving black people the right to vote, banning discrimination in the housing sector, banning discrimination in the workplace, DOMA, Don't Ask, Don't Tell, the Respect for Marriage Act, religious freedom.
She was exposed by another content creator for being a psycho stalker last year. She's genuinely fucking crazy. Try going live every now on TikTok. Maybe it'll be like YouTube. Nah.
There is absolutely nothing absurd about wanting to know if the person you are financially supporting with your viewership and merch sales and galaxies would support you being the last person to see your husband on his deathbed or not, would support you having the right to vote or not, would support you practicing your own religion or not. There is nothing absurd about wanting to know if the person you are financially supporting with your viewership and merch sales and galaxies would cheer if you were shot in the back of the head after being pepper sprayed and held down by 6 people, and would then go on to say you shouldn't have exercised your first or second.
She's in Epstein's replies. These are the Cubans she wants us to listen to. I will say I was worried for a minute about what would happen to Biden if he ordered this, but then I remembered, thank God, conservatives all agree the president has absolute criminal immunity when acting as his role of commander-in-chief. Lamar, you got so triggered by what Hasan said that you had to retweet a neo-Nazi account just because they were attacking Hasan. This tells me everything I need to know about you, a troglodyte moron who don't know anything about anything, really. I mean, she doesn't. She doesn't. She's a fucking shit lib. That's all it is. And these people don't have any, like, real politics at all. They're just going along with they're just going whichever way the wind blows. All they know is like, oh, Trump is bad, but also I agree with American imperialism, even when Trump does it. Anyway, here's what you do. Link them the interview you did with the lady from Cuba yesterday. It doesn't matter. They say she's a regime propagandist. They act like Cubans cannot offer contentious reporting on the fucking Cuban government. They absolutely can, and they absolutely do. There are plenty of Cubans, not the majority, mind you, but there are Cubans who disagree with the government or who have deluded themselves into thinking that the embargo is not the real reason why they're fucking suffering, but it's actually the government's mismanagement or whatever. There are hogs everywhere. There are hogs on the fucking island too, okay? But when you have an independent reporter that you're talking to that's a documentarian that, like, has put a lot of thought into this. Also, there is also an incredible racialized propaganda circuit when it comes to Cuba as well. Like that's what makes Denisha Carter's situation even crazier, because the Cuban Revolution was infinitely more beneficial for the Afro-Latino Cuban population in general. There was also racial discrimination taking place under the Batista regime and even prior to that, and you'll like most of the Cubans you see in the United States of America are white, whereas Cuba is infinitely more diverse than that, ironically enough. So for her to side with the ops in this regard, causing to question her analysis in general. It's not real. The analysis is not real. Her analysis is just simply repeating whatever the fuck the Democratic Party, whatever she's heard from like a lib content creator, basically. Cuban right-wingers right now are upset that tourists have greater access to fuel, which is valid, but they blame the Cuban government instead of the blockade. No, I know. That's a common right-wing position in Cuba, is they spend more money on the fucking tourism industry than they do on us. Okay? Ironically enough, the tourism industry is the only lifeline that the entire island has. But that's where, like, native Cubans, like Cubans who are living in Cuba, the right-wing criticism against the Cuban government is that, okay? This is real. This is a real disagreement. The point, however, is that the amount of right-wing Cubans are not that consequential. Like, it's not like this majority population that's being kept at bay by the repressive forces of the government. Like, no, not even a little bit. And you will see when I go, I will show you, okay? The idea that like Cubans are not allowed to criticize the government is fucking bullshit, okay? The idea that like Cubans have unimaginable state repression where they're like going and being jailed or whatever the fuck is also bullshit. Are there Cubans that have gone to prison for treason? Yes. Is the Cuban government's control over freedom of information more rigorous and more repressive than the American one? Absolutely. But there's a fucking understandable reason for it. They have been under attack by the largest imperial superpower since the successful Cuban Revolution. Treason law, yes. People that have fucking demanded that America bomb them have gone to prison. There are a million other allies that we have all around the world that are infinitely more repressive or just as repressive, where complaining is not treason. You don't go to fucking prison for complaining. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Will you see Liz Olivia Fernandez again? Yes. Chatters will be like, I can't believe Cuba has a more repressive approach to free flow information. Yeah, I wonder why, man. Maybe because they've spent the last 70 fucking years dealing with the largest superpower on the planet that is 90 miles off their fucking tiny island's coastline, that literally owns a piece of Cuban land, for the record, that has actively thwarted any fucking development attempt from the Cuban administration, for the Cuban government. 600 individual attempts at Fidel Castro's life. 600. 600. The fuck are we talking about? It's so stupid because it has been going on for so long that the CIA has already declassified their initial attempts and their justifications for why they want to starve Cuba. Okay? Do you understand how fucking insane that is? That, like, in the fucking 60s, the CIA was like, here's why we got to starve the Cuban population. It'll be costly. Some people will die, but that's a sacrifice we're willing to make. They declassified that information in 2005. That's how long it's been. That there are people in here younger than the declassification date of the fucking CIA files on Cuba. And you're out here fucking refusing to find the truth. It's readily available. It's in front of you. You can just close your eyes and think about it a little bit. Gitmo is a good analogy for what Cuba would look like under U.S. rule. Experimental Nazi torture site used on randomly apprehended Muslim guys for the last 20 years. Yeah, that too. America literally owns a piece of fucking Cuban land, or rents it from the Cuban government. That's how powerless they are in the face of American empire. And they use it as a fucking offsite torture facility for the last 25 years now. You rounded off 38 assassination attempts. Not to say that's malicious, just Jesus God. They tried so many times. Yeah. 638 is the actual number. I said 600 because I rounded it, but for 40 years, you try to strangle us, and then you criticize us for the way we breathe, said Fidel Castro. Bro, I'm Cuban, and you don't know what you're talking about? Bro, communist Cuba is the worst thing for the people. Bro, I'm Cuban, and you don't know what you're talking about right now? Communism does not work.
Liberal.
Yeah, communism doesn't work. That's why we have to show the world it doesn't work by fucking strangling the island since its inception, okay? Since its sovereignty, its final act of sovereignty. That's why we have to assassinate, or try to assassinate, its leadership. Actually successfully assassinate Che Guevara, if you really think about it, after another couple hundred attempts on Che Guevara's life. They were successful at the end on that one. Communism doesn't work. That's why we have to try and invade the island to show how it doesn't work. You know, communism doesn't work. Like, it has nothing to do with communism, okay? I don't give a shit. I would be saying the exact same things about Cuba that I'm saying if it wasn't a communist country. You understand that, right? I would be saying the exact same shit about Cuba right now if it was a capitalist country. Hamas is not a communist entity. The IRGC slaughtered the fucking communists. The Islamic Republic slaughtered all of the fucking communist Iranians that played a formative role in the Iranian Revolution. I still think countries deserve sovereignty and to not be bombed into fucking oblivion. You just hear communist Cuba and immediately assume that the reason why I'm defending it is not because I care about people existing. without American intervention, but because I have some ideological commitment. You don't say that on Iran? Wait, what? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course. I mention all the fucking time that the Iranian Revolution was a popular revolution, and then shortly thereafter, the Islamic side of the revolution chopped down the communists. They did do that. That still doesn't mean they deserve to be fucking starved. That still doesn't mean they deserve to be bombed into fucking oblivion. It's so stupid. Also, what do you mean I don't say that? I just said it. Like, what? Even if that was the first time I was saying it, why would you turn around and be like, well, you don't say that? Are you so deaf that you can't hear the words coming out of my mouth in real time? It's just so fucking stupid. Anyway. Like, she talks a big game about neutrality in the face of slavery and things like that and apartheid. I don't know what her takes are on Israel. I doubt that, you know, she had... Yeah, I said that in Canada too. But in any case, I like very clearly she does not have an issue with America doing unlimited violence to other countries. Oh, fat ass, what are you doing? Her takes on communism?
Right. And you know why it never has and never will? Because communism ignores human nature. It ignores that no matter what you do, what you control, what you equalize, people will never be equal intellectually. Meaning there will...
Oh gosh, she's such a fucking bot, dude. Holy shit. It's literally NPC talking points. Like, you can recreate this with AI, okay? I understand why chatters... I understand why chatters are like, this is AI, I think. Like, it's AI bot takes. It's NPC takes across the board.
Always be opportunity for the exploitation of the weak and stupid. It ignores the human nature.
Unlike capitalism, which very clearly has it in its fucking main contradiction to the exploitation of the fucking masses.
Of greed, addiction to power. Communism would probably be the worst thing in the world for people of color within the United States, as we would be outnumbered in every sector where the collective would own the means. And
I swear to God, the CIA designed this in a fucking lab, dude. I swear to God. And they made it as a weapon to make me lose my fucking mind. Just like the ahistorical approach to black liberationist movements, like all of it. Jesus fucking Christ, it's so dog shit. American education has deliberately made this country the most Hitlerian, servile cattle you have ever fucking encountered in your entire life. And all these fucking dumbasses sit around and they talk about how brilliant their takes are as they're just regurgitating whatever the fuck the parasitic capital masters have designed for them. Where they're like, no, you can't have better things. Better things are not possible. Black people would lose heavily when better things were achieved. We mustn't advocate for emancipation. We must not try to get rid of wage slavery. That would be bad for black people.
when the freedom capitalism allows, purely from being able to make your own money, own your own property, own your own goods, dissolves, and communism ends the way it always does.
Yeah, where's the fucking comments on this one? She knew her ass was getting cooked. Bella Hadid hanging out with literal Zionists, being surrounded by people who wish her ethnicity to disappear very soon. These are the takes you have to decide when words don't mean things. Most celebrities and people who posted that they stand with Israel months ago aren't Zionists. They saw what looked like a terrorist attack and copy what everyone else posted. A Zionist is someone who believes in the development and protection of the Jewish nation in what is now Israel. The Kardashians don't care about Israel or Palestine. They likely haven't thought about it in months. They care about being hot and rich. I trust Bella would know more about their character, whether good or bad, than random people on the internet. She's like on the one hand trying to fucking protect Bella Hadid, but also on the other hand talking about Zionism as though it's like a totally normal ideology and not like a fascist supremacist ideology. It's very strange. This is our only take on Israel. Anyway, I can't stand this person. On the one hand, talking about apartheid. On the other hand, I don't know. Maybe she has criticisms of Israel. Maybe.
Idiots will gather around the dead bodies to chant, "That wasn't real communism," as if that isn't the fucking point. Right. And you know why it never...
Tariff rebates coming soon. God bless 4547 DJT. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, 100%. I think this is the discombobulator that Trump keeps talking about. Please be careful. No, this is not AI. This is a real human being. I know it's shocking. But yeah, this is not AI. A real fucking human being that was born into this planet came out with these fucking takes, dude. Yeah, the one true Cuban, according to Twitter liberals. Yeah, just keep saying they agree with Trump on foreign policy. They agree with Marco Rubio. Excuse me, standpoint epistemology dictates you have to only listen to my Cubans, like Marco Rubio and Ted Cruz and Bob Menendez. No. Don't listen to the fucking Cubans that are in the Cuban government, for example. Those Cubans don't matter. Do you understand how stupid this shit is? Like when they go, oh, well, Iranians, listen to the Iranians. Okay, well, there's like 20 to 30% Iranians that love the fucking government and the Ayatollah. The Ayatollah is Iranian. Which Iranians are we listening to? You can't base your opinion off of that alone, okay? It's very stupid. I know who's responsible for the botting. Who? Who's responsible for it? What is this? Bing Bong Love? Dan Saltman? Oh, did he tweet about it? I don't know why his dumbass thinks he can get me like banned or some shit doing this openly. Another Denisha tweet criticizing Israel a year ago. Genuinely, what reality are you living in? Not only were people allowed to criticize Hamas, which turned into calling every individual bringing awareness to self-being a member of Hamas. Lamau. Okay, well, she's had some thought. She's some statements about Israel, at least. January 13th, 2025. If you ask a Republican about how Obama was running the country, they'd say he was a Kenyan socialist Muslim. Just because they're from America does not mean they're informed experts in their home country. I know. At least she's not that fucking depraved. Telling the many Cubans I know in Cuba that oppose the blockade that they need to start listening to Cuban voices. Yeah. Hey, those Cubans are all brainwashed by the government. The government has hit the brainwashing ray on the Cubans.
The difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a J.D. Vance or voting third party and abstaining and lowering the threshold for J.D. Vance to win is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom would...
Which we should have done, by the way. It's too bad. If they die due to the cuts, that's just too bad. It's not our problem. Like, if we're cutting USAID cuts and people in Africa die, too bad. Like, we don't have any obligation to keep people in Africa alive. It's ridiculous. It's a waste of our money.
How do I explain to Adam or Asmongold, it'd be much more difficult to explain this to Asmongold than Adam probably, that USAID actually helps American interests, as in it helps American imperialism through USAID, you set up front operations, civil society organizations at the country that you are seeking to destabilize or have some significant amount of influence over. This doesn't mean that people that work at the USAID are bad people, or it doesn't mean that the USAID across the board is a bad thing at all. Having said that, however, soft power is done so that you can justify hard power later down the line. I am not against an aid mechanism from the United States government in theory, just like I'm not against policing as an institution in theory. I'm not against a USAID style structure. If like the United States of America was the United Soviet Socialist States of America, and they had an aid delivery mechanism that, similar to the Cubans, for example, I wouldn't have an issue with that at all. Cubans do medical missions. They send medication with the limited amount of with the limited opportunities that they have with all of their with all of the limited resources they have. When they develop vaccines, for example, they send it to Latin American countries during COVID. Like, that's a good thing, okay? So the United States doing something similar would be a good thing. I wouldn't have an issue with that at all.
And so this is the problem, right? Is that Hasan doesn't argue these things in good faith. He doesn't talk about what he really thinks about this. And so he has to play these games. Suicidal empathy? Yeah, fuck him. Who cares?
Wait, what?
Restore.
What does this have to do with me? He's not even disagreeing with me. Correct. I don't want my money sent to Africa or any other PvP service shitholes of the world. It's unethical too. Through the threat of force, take people's tax money and then give it away to foreigners. Cheap emotional blackmail. You realize preventing disease and pandemics helps Americans, you fucking R-word, Lamau. I love how you can clock racism so well that chatter saying he was Somalian and went over my head, but you instantly banned him, Lamau. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Adam responded, Elon Musk nuking USAID will kill 14 million people by 2030. The difference between D and R presidency in 2028 is the difference between 4.5 million children under 5 either dying from preventable diseases or surviving. Asmongold doesn't give a shit. He will literally... This is low-key part of the reason. The average American doesn't give a shit. The reason why, while we were having that conversation, I told Adam, like, while I agree with that, they shouldn't run on that at all, was because the average American is unfortunately closer to Asmongold's point of view than our point of view. I don't know how real these figures are. I don't know the methodology. Having said that, while USAID is a tool for American imperialism, the reality of the matter is it does also do good. It has the capacity to do good. It has soft power initiatives that it implements, which means like medical missions, which means aid, which means the delivery of medicine, vaccination and mass inoculation campaigns. Like, these are good things. These are necessary things, okay? Yeah, scoop. Trump aides are struggling to spend the extra $500 billion on the military, delaying budget. Trump agreed to Hexet's bid for a 50% military spending boost. Vought and others objected internally. It's so much money they can't figure out how to spend it. We are set to spend $10 trillion on the military over the next decade. The Trump plan will make it $15 trillion, a $5 trillion increase. Expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, hearing care was estimated to cost $400 billion over a decade. Congress could say no, but the increase in military spending alone could rival the cost of major domestic tax and spending legislation. We should give it all to Israel, honestly. It's quite anti-Semitic that we're not considering giving all of this to Israel right now. After all, they have a right to have socialized medicine and free college. You know, fuck America. Obviously, Israel #1, right? You're not even gonna give a couple billion? You're not even gonna let Israel smell a couple billion of that? Thank you for acknowledging that. Many leftists have to make everything we do into something bad somehow. Yes, I'm not one of these people. I have a very reasonable and balanced approach to both American electoralism, and I have a very reasonable and balanced approach in general to everything that the American empire does. Okay? A lot of people fail to comprehend that sometimes a person that adorns the vernacular of the left is not always going to be on the right side of issues. They can just be fucking insane, for example. Anyway, let's get back to it. Should local politicians express a view on Gaza?
Palestinians has long been a big factor in British politics. Now, 1,028 local councillors have signed a pledge promising to ensure their councils ditch any investments complicit in what they describe as Israel's violations of international.
Why should we view American soft power as a good thing, though? Because, dog, soft power means inoculation campaigns. It means vaccine delivery. It means medicine delivery. It means food delivery. It means aid delivery. What the fuck are you talking about? If people are desperate for it, who gives a shit if it's serving a higher purpose of empire at the end of the day? Like, there are aspects of USAID that are totally fucking dog shit, okay? But it's crazy to just like cast all of that aside. I know that one aspect of USAID is dependence, but the alternative is what happens in the pathway to independence. The alternative is that we don't do this shit and we spend it on the military instead, and we just do all hard power.
National law, like pension funds linked to arms companies.
This is really important to uphold the rights of the Palestinian people and to make sure that we can make ethical investments.
What's your response to local residents who might say, I want my local councillor to focus on local issues?
I talk to residents every day on the doorstep. They want to see their council representing them on a national level. We know that most people really want to see an end to the genocide in Gaza.
Israel denies accusations of genocide in Gaza. So far, 345 of the councillors who've signed the pledge are from the Green Party, followed by 338 from Labour, as well as 104 Lib Dems. In Islington, 59% of councillors have signed, with 29% in Bradford, for example. Here in Hackney, where there have been years of debate and protest on the issue of divestment, it's 16%. And local voters have strong views.
I'm 1,000% behind it. I think this is a sign of being a mature, civilised country.
Instead of them running other people business, run Hackney Council business first.
It's a global issue that we care about tremendously. So, yeah, I think it's not just, it's a necessity that they talk about it.
Sir Keir Starmer's initial reluctance to support a full ceasefire in Gaza cost Labour a great deal of support among many Muslim communities and pro-Palestinian voters ahead of the last general election. Now Labour's control of many councils up and down the country is in jeopardy as a result of their dire poll ratings. The Prime Minister did recognise Palestinian statehood in September, but many on the left of his party would like him to go further.
So many Labour councillors have been so keen to sign the Palestine pledge as councillors because it puts on record their support for Palestine and distinguishes them from the position taken by the leader of the Labour Party.
The Israeli embassy told us the campaign is a disgraceful effort at intimidation and calls for a boycott should be rejected. And some in Labour are concerned about these kinds of tactics.
I see Palestinian Solidarity Committee trying to
interfere in local elections in the UK and encourage councils to develop their own foreign policies. I think it's a dangerous road to go down. I think undoubtedly it could create tensions in some communities.
This is your highest viewership ever. Congratulations. That's not true. No. I'm being botted, but hopefully they can't take that away from me. My highest viewership ever is 314,000 on the last election night.
The UK government say they formally recognise Palestine to protect the viability of a two-state solution and create a path towards lasting peace. Hackney Council, meanwhile, told us they're committed to taking further steps towards divesting their pension fund investments. But with Labour's control of councils across the country at risk, every new Palestine pledge adds to the pressure. Amanda Acast, Sky News, Hackney.
Recently, there's been a lot of talk about the idea of Palestinian statehood. But what would that actually look like?
The fact that the news put Labour friends of isn't real on the screen while he talked about foreign policy issues impacting councils is funny. You have to understand, it was quite difficult to find the one guy who hasn't been arrested for pedophilia. Okay? What's even the point of botting you? It just vindicates what you were saying. It's for people who don't know, who many of which will come in here and be like, oh my God, there's a lot of people watching. What the fuck's going on? But it's for people who don't know, so they can be like, Hasan is a view botter now or some shit. Maybe they, yeah, I called out Asmongold. I called out Asmongold before for botting. What makes this time different? He was getting heavily botted today, more than usual. He had like 100K. And then as soon as I called it out, all the bots left Asmongold's stream and came here. Well, not all the bots, but some of the bots left Asmongold's stream and came here. But the reason why they're doing that is so they can probably use it as an argument in the future. But they don't understand that, like, I'm very up to date with this stuff and talk about it all the time, very transparently. Like, I just brought up the fact that my highest viewership was 314,000. If you notice, like, the bots picked up and they're now jumping up again. It's got to be an incredibly costly initiative too. No shot. Hasan got 217K viewers. No way. Botted the hell. Yes, chatter. You're not making a you're not making like a crazy assessment here. It's just funny because people know I don't bot, so when they see a very clearly botted stream, they just assume something horrifying happened in the world. But I don't understand why they're doing it. Like, I don't know what the goal is here. Yeah. Careful, the advertisers on your channel might cancel. I don't want to stop hearing about the Piker Broadcasting Service and who is sponsored by it. Exactly. Like, if I had advertisers on my fucking channel, and you screenshotted this and you sent it to them and you were like, this guy's obviously botting all this shit, you know, that would mean one thing. Except I'm sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers, so it doesn't mean anything. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and your subscriptions, your voluntary contributions in the form of a Twitch Prime, which is free, by the way, or a $6 a month subscription is the only way to support the show. Ironically enough, which is precisely the reason why nothing will happen. Nothing will come of this. Twitch sent out a notification about the viewer jump. Yeah, this is what's so crazy. He's being botted. Twitch, you need to turn this feature off for Hasan. I thought World War III had kicked off. First of all, no, Twitch shouldn't turn off their feature for me. What the fuck's wrong with you, Joship girl? Are you stupid? Yeah, let's take another fucking. Let's take from Hasan another initiative, another way to like inform his fucking audience. Let's just fucking blacklist me actually, because it hurts because you wanted to make a fucking joke. Sanzu Pill, thank you for the 5 gifted. G-Vebs, thank you for the 5 gifted. Anyway. Yeah. At 1:30 PST, they leave. Look. They left his stream. He had 100K viewers, and now he's down to 45 again, which, again, may or may not be botted by a different service. And then, boom, right as soon as they leave, they come here. And even the spike in like new followers coming in is probably because there's new real viewers that tuned in just because they saw me at such a high number, and then they followed to chat. It's so funny. We got Fossilbot going, we're being viewbotted, hence the large viewership number. Twitch will deal with it. Please focus on the topic on the stream. What is this? Asmongold molding over a new video debunking IQ just dropped. Exposing the grift. Debunking Asmongold on IQ in less than 10 minutes.
Most ironic social media posts of all time. Asmongold makes the claim, in response to Mehdi Hasan, that the average IQ in Somalia is 68, and that this claim isn't racist, but a fact. What makes this post ironic is the very last bit where Zach claims Hasan's tweet is an attempt to push a narrative. Well, not only is this Asmongold's attempt to push a narrative, but the claim itself that African people have low IQs is also an attempt to push a narrative. That number typically traces back to the work of Richard Lynn. This guy, a literal, self-described scientific racist. This man was part of a secret eugenics conference where, and I'm not joking, there were people favorably arguing in favor of pedophilia. So, yeah, this is the guy Asmongold is quoting. Lynn published a paper in 1982 called IQ in Africa in the pseudoscientific journal The Mankind Quarterly, a white supremacist outlet that is currently maintained by the hilariously named Human Diversity Foundation, a far-right white nationalist company. In this journal, Flynn argued that the IQ of sub-Saharan Africa was around 70. Notice I said sub-Saharan Africa. Yes, Lynn's argument was that a continent that consists of about 50 countries all had a similar very low IQ. The obvious problem with this argument is that Africa is huge and there are over 1 billion people with over 1,000 different ethnic groups. Nigeria alone has more than 200 ethnic groups, and that's a single country. Do you think Lynn tested every ethnic group in Nigeria, let alone the rest of the continent? Yeah, me neither. Anyway, the important part is other psychologists went back and actually checked Lynn's work. Wichards, Dolan, and von der Maas published a systematic review in the journal Intelligence looking at IQ data from sub-Saharan African samples. What they found was that because African countries are developing countries, they hadn't experienced the variables that caused the Flynn effect, such as improvements to nutrition, healthcare, and even toys. In other words, the environment is the most relevant variable in determining one's IQ score, not genetics. But let's rewind for a second because I mentioned something that you all may not be familiar with, the Flynn effect. The Flynn effect is the observed rise in IQ scores over time. Basically, if you gave an average person from 1901 a modern IQ test, they would score dramatically lower than the people of today. Not because they were genetically predisposed to being less intelligent, but because IQ tests measure certain types of abstract reasoning, pattern recognition, and problem solving that modern societies train us in constantly.
We're going to take a quick voyage over the cognitive history of the 20th century, because during that century our minds have altered dramatically. As you all know, the cars that people drove in 1900 have altered because the roads are better and because of technology. And our minds have altered too. We've gone from people who confronted a concrete world and analyzed that world primarily in terms of how much it would benefit them, to people who confront a very complex world. And it's a world where we've had to develop new mental habits, new habits of mind. Now, this dramatic change was drawn to my attention through massive IQ gains over time. And these have been truly massive. That is, we don't just get a few more questions right on IQ tests, we get far more questions right on IQ tests than each succeeding generation back to the time that they were invented. Indeed, if you score the people a century ago against modern norms, they would have an average IQ of 70. If you score us against their norms, we would have an average IQ of 130. Now, this has raised all sorts of questions. Were our immediate ancestors on the verge of mental retardation? Because 70 is normally the score for mental.
I did not expect a guy on a TED Talk to say that in an academic setting, too.
Mental retardation. Or are we on the verge of all being gifted? Because 130 is the cutting line for giftedness.
James Flynn, the political scientist who documented this pattern, showed that IQ scores increased roughly 3 points per decade.
Wait, isn't the other guy's name Richard Flynn? What's up with the fucking Flynns, man? Or no, it's Richard Lynn. Fuck me up for a second.
In many countries throughout the 20th century. So, if IQ were purely genetic and fixed, that kind of rapid change would be impossible. Evolution does not move that fast. Your great-grandparents were not biologically inferior to you. They just lived in a world with less formal education, less exposure to abstract symbols, less complex media, and different cognitive demands. Which means IQ scores are sensitive to the environment and improve when the environment improves. Access to schooling, nutrition, healthcare, the complexities of daily life, all of these things are relevant, and none were accounted for in Lynn's work. Because of course they weren't. Lynn was a self-described...
I think there's only one IQ test that I personally think is real, and that is if you believe in Richard Lynn's work. That means you are objectively low IQ. That's it. That's the greatest IQ test of all time. If you turn around and you're like, oh, Somali's average IQ is 70, then yeah, you're fucking low IQ objectively. Okay? Outside of that, there's not a lot of utility for it. It just basically shows you that you're good at taking the test in general, especially considering view botting final boss. I swear to God, I think this is the reason why the guys did it. So that they could come in here and be like, no, I'm going to unban this guy. They're going to, so that they could come in here and be like, wow. Yeah, dude. For the last fucking 8 years that I've been on this platform, I just decided one day to randomly fucking view bot by 200,000. You fucking idiot. And it happened right after I called out Asmongold for being botted. He's trying to kill your user to viewer ratio because you said how high it was. Yeah, except you do realize that there is a daily viewer to user ratio that you can look at. And this is the only time it's been so low. And every other day it's like 90%. So obviously it doesn't fucking matter because tomorrow it's going to go back to 90%. Sorry, dog. Told all the homies to check you out. Yeah. Thank you. I think this is another IQ marker. Another IQ test is if you think that someone having higher viewership implies that they're more correct, for example. Like you can't make an assessment on what they're saying and judge it in accordance to facts on the ground. And instead you look at like how high someone's viewership is, and you go, there, this must be the smart guy. This must be the smarty pants stream. If you get rage baited by this event, agreed. That chowder fucked us on up with that bait. Yeah, he fucked me up. I'm
Scientific
dead
racist. His goal was to show how inferior black people were. Richard Lynn's work on race and IQ heavily influenced The Bell Curve,
Yeah.
a 1994 book by psychologist Richard J. Herrnstein and political scientist Charles Murray that argued intelligence is largely shaped by genetics with some environmental influence, and that IQ is a stronger predictor of life outcomes, income, job success, crime, out-of-wedlock births, than the socioeconomic status you were born into. The bell curve has been challenged by geneticists, psychologists, and statisticians for overstating the heritability of IQ across groups and for downplaying environmental variables, treating socially constructed racial categories as biological truth. Richard Lynn was one of the primary scholars who compiled and popularized cross-national IQ datasets, alleging to show innate racial hierarchies. This is the
Look at this way. You have all of Aiden Ross's old Twitch viewers in here now. Yeah. Spam W's and L's in the chat, dude. Spam L Aiden in the chat. Let me get an L Aiden spam, guys. Guys. Ultra analyst.
Textbook definition
Mazzoli.
of racism, by the way, that race is a fundamental determinant of human traits and that those differences produce an inherent superiority or hierarchy. Anyway, those datasets compiled by Lynn were later cited approvingly by the bell curve authors Murray and Herrnstein. In fact, Murray has explicitly acknowledged Lynn's work as part of the research base for their claims about group IQ differences. The problem is not simply that Lynn held extreme views, including open support for eugenics, but that his data practices have been widely criticized for flaws in its methodology. Upon reviewing Lynn's work, Witchert states the following. The assertion that the average IQ of Africans is below 70 is not tenable, even under the most lenient of inclusion criteria. Because Lynn missed a sizable portion of the relevant literature, their estimate of average IQ of Africans is clearly too low. Combined, the current systematic review and the results of our review of Raven's test suggests that the average IQ of African test takers is close to 80. We believe that the accuracy of estimates of national IQ of sub-Saharan African countries can be improved considerably. What Witchertz is saying here is that Lynn conducted bad science and that the average estimated IQ of
Why is no one talking about how he conducted this science to begin with? Even this. Yeah, no, it's not. It's okay. Not 70 is 80 is also incorrect. Is also incorrect. Okay. There has never been a serious comprehensive IQ test in every single African nation, even outside of the complications revolving around doing this universal IQ test. But the 68 average IQ number unironically comes from Richard Lynn making it up. That's what's so crazy about it. He just made it the fuck up. It's literally a filter. It is a filter for stupidity. If you are stupid enough to believe it, then you probably have low IQ.
Poverty-stricken African people is actually close to average, which is usually defined as between 85 to 115. If their environment improves, so too with their average IQ
This is also
scores.
true. Like, there have, however, been IQ tests that have been conducted on the same population to figure out if environmental factors play a significant role. And the environmental factors, they found out, play an incredibly significant role with a 20-point distribution. When people were made to take IQ tests, I forget where. There was a place in India where there was a control population that was made to take IQ tests during a famine period. And the same people were then made to take an IQ test when there was no famine taking place. And there was basically like a 30-point increase on the average IQ.
Due to the Flynn effect. And
So
remember,
you're saying affluent people have higher IQ? No, dumbass. No, I'm saying environmental factors play a role. The test was conducted to specifically figure out if hunger, for example, played a role in how you actually take this test, like what your results look like. Oh my God. It's super basic when you think about it. Starving people are going to have worse results in general on not just an IQ test, but on virtually everything. Like malnutrition decreases the likelihood that you will score high on an IQ test or any test for that matter. Like you could probably figure that out on your own. You probably didn't even need to really study it, but someone did. Okay?
remember, we are talking about countries that have faced civil war, famine, disrupted schooling, disease, and extreme poverty, not to mention constant exploitation by Western countries that literally persists to this day. The phone you're watching this video on contains cobalt, a chemical element that is abundant in the Congo. This element is mined using child labor in the Congo, and not only does this mining degrade the environment and pollute the local water system, it results in birth defects of the children born there as they have high levels of cobalt and uranium in their blood. In 1996, the American Psychological Association's Task Force on Intelligence explicitly warned that environmental factors such as education, nutrition, and health significantly influence IQ test performance. If you ignore those variables and jump straight to biology, well, you're not following the science. So this brings us back to Zach's tweet. Yes, this claim is racist because it was made by a racist whose entire purpose was to denigrate an entire continent to uphold white supremacist narratives like eugenics. The claim wasn't a fact because facts survive scrutiny. They don't.
Just wait to see how he responded to this video. Let me guess. Not based. Keep coping. I bet this guy's also black and therefore low IQ. I'm not being racist, chat. I'm just stating facts.
Don't collapse the moment you ask who collected the data and whether other researchers could replicate those results. If your worldview requires Somalia or any other African country to be permanently capped at 68 IQ in order to make sense, then the science wasn't the point. The conclusion is, and that, ironically, is narrative pushing.
That was a great video. Wow, this guy's awesome. Yeah, based. I'm giving the Birdman a yeah based. This is good. This guy is cool. He makes videos like going after these like fucking unironically low IQ grifters on the right. Context and Charlie Kirk exposing the grift. The critical drinker chats about the Birdman. What is this channel, man? Exposing the grift. Kino Flex tries to defend the critical drinker. Everything wrong with CinemaSins. Total Recall in 21 minutes or less. Exposing the grift. Eric July doesn't understand socialism. I'm gonna say yeah based. I'm giving the video booms. Think about it like it's 5 big booms, though. Denisha Carter responded, lol, I know communists are stupid, but please attempt to engage in conversations without buzzwords. Acknowledging that bedroom revolutionaries know less about Cuba than actual Cubans is an identity politics. Anyway, fuck communism and fuck you. Denisha doing identity politic propaganda, slop for an imperialist agenda. Color contacts me surprised. Dude, there is no faster way that you openly admit you're a stupid person than going, oh, you're a buzzword. Denisha is doing identity politics propaganda slop here, okay? She is using identity politics and standpoint epistemology to drive home a pro-American imperialist message, okay? This is not just buzzwords. These words mean something, okay? When you turn around and hit an AI reply, by the way, this is definitely an AI reply, acknowledging that bedroom revolutionaries know less about Cuba than actual Cubans isn't identity politics. I don't know if she's like turned into an AI after using ChatGPT so much, but it's just like all you're saying in this circumstance is like, duh, big word, don't understand it, don't like it, stop using big word. It's crazy. All her Twitter posts have the M-AI thingy. People who the buzzword shit are right-wingers. I don't know why she's pretending. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think she's a right-winger. I think she's just kind of reactionary. She's an anti-communist, and anti-communists are always reactionary. Okay? There is a common AI speak, and when you see it, it just like bricks your fucking brain. You can never unsee it. I've seen some reporters deploy it too, which is even crazier. Like some journalists will sometimes post. I'm willing to bet the 250K is not botting actually. She's anti-Israel, but don't fuck with her Starbucks. Also the M-Maxing. Starbucks has never supported Israel and hasn't had a store in Israel since 2003. Starbucks Workers United, a group standing for the unionization of Starbucks employees, released a statement supporting Palestine, and because their logo closely mirrors the Starbucks logo, Starbucks was attacked for it. So try and stop the attack. Starbucks sued them for copyright infringement due to logo similarity because no one online bothers to look into anything. Everyone with a single digit IQ interpreted them as being pro-Israel instead of them just being spineless corporation and has run with it ever since. The real reason to boycott Starbucks, besides the 305,000 calorie drink, 3,500 calorie drinks, is their continued mistreatment and underpayment of their employees. No clue if Starbucks claim in this ad that they're aiding Gaza is true or not. Are they view-botting you so that they can say you're view-botting? Yes. But they don't understand. View-botting someone doesn't work because you either make people legitimately believe that I have 250,000 real viewers watching right now, or they understand that this is the one instance where I'm getting view-botted by someone else. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. That's why it's just like it makes no sense. That happened to Asman earlier today, not saying it's related. Yeah, it happens to... Oh, yes, exactly what my tweet says. You engage in discourse very intellectually, honestly. Anyway, thanks for helping elect the pedophilic Trump administration that shot 2 Americans a few weeks ago. We can discuss this on my stream anytime you'd like. Didn't even try to address a tweet. No one ever does. No one ever does. That's what's so fucking annoying about this shit, okay? None of these people, anytime I have a tweet on the timeline that people get very mad about, they don't even know why they're fucking mad. Okay? They don't even know why they're mad. They'll just go, oh, this guy's stupid. Yeah. Also, Asmongold has had a consistent 45K, like straight, this entire time. Very interesting. Very interesting and very real viewership of 45K that's just like capped. And after I called him out, or after I called out whoever was fucking botting him, that his stream was getting botted, they came over here and then they pumped it. You're sometimes at 20K or on busy days like 32K, which is legit numbers. Wait, no, I'm not at fucking 20K. No, I'm at 30 to 40K. Okay, calm down. You're wrong. Chill. Why do these people think you have the power to win or lose elections? Because I'm at 300K right now. So I suspect that they'll hit the highest viewership number I've ever hit, like real viewership number I've ever hit is 314,000. When I called it out, the bots kicked up. So I guess like they're going to try to break that record, which again, I don't really give a shit. Okay, great. I thought Iran war started seeing your viewer count. No. Record broken. Congratulations to the Mossad bots that broke the record, my previous record for my highest viewership, which was 314,000 during election night. Thank you to the Mossad botters. Anyway. Hasan is currently being botted on Twitch. He's sitting on 218,000 viewers, but in reality has 28,000. And these are cheap bots, easily detectable by free programs, but somehow not by Twitch. Twitch is a complete joke. The viewership on that shit website can literally just be ignored. I know. I hate it. I hate this shit. I hate it because it literally undermines like real viewership. I thought the ASU frat leader got frame mocked by Clavicular after seeing your view count. Yeah. Why are they doing it? I have no idea. But I would love for Twitch to clap all bots. All bots in its entirety. It would be fantastic. Are you sure the view count isn't from the androgynic wig snatch clip we just watched? It's true. Yeah. It's because, dude, listen. People are just very excited about the gaydar stream that we're going to do. Hasan the Hun notices he thinks we're botted viewers in Asmongold's live stream and points it out when they all left Asmon stream and went directly to Hasan, bringing him over. At 1:30 PST, they leave. Look. I'm curious if, regardless of the bots, have you had an uptick of viewership lately? I came here from YouTube, never on Twitch before, and I have friends who are the same. Not excusing bots. I'm curious. There's always people coming in and out. I wonder how much money it is, though. Because it's got to be expensive, right? Like, someone is genuinely putting a fuck ton. Someone's genuinely putting a fuck ton of money into this. There's got to be at least like a couple $1,000s, right? It's Dan Stalkman, by the way. Why? Is he taking ownership over it? Like, I don't understand what the goal is there. Like, if he botted me every single day, at some point, it would make people think like, oh, he just has higher viewership. Like, it wouldn't make people think like, oh, Hasan's a fucking serial botter or something. And all you'd be doing is boosting my visibility. He was bragging about it last time, like the freak he is. Yeah, this boosts GDP. I don't know. This makes the Dow hit 50K. What is this concerning? There's ongoing debate about Asmongold potentially view botting with allegations from streamers like Hasan Piker. Bro, Asmongold admitted it. What the fuck? Asmongold congratulates developers of Winrose on a stream, says they cooked, offers to have them on. There's a reason 16,000 people are playing it. Why isn't Twitch more harsh on the boss? Do they lose money allowing boss right? I don't know. It would be pretty funny if they were if this caused Twitch to finally pay attention to the botting problem, because anything that happens on my stream becomes like international news for some fucking reason. Like Asmongold has been getting botted for like months and months, if not years. And the one time someone like actively bots me as a fucking own, as a gotcha, then Twitch turns around and actually takes out the boss. It would be great for everybody involved. You know? I would love that. I would love for Twitch to finally actually take a serious look at the bots. It would be about $84,000 a month at that amount of bots. I don't know the daily rate though. What the fuck? Usually Twitch is on top of it when it comes to bots, so this is genuinely surprising that it's been going on for so long. I wonder if it's just a couple of devs putting out this fire law. I don't know. I mean, they've downsized, so. Maybe they don't have the proper staffing. Asmongold is at 260,000 viewers right now on Kick. Clearly still getting botted by Kick. Ah. Aren't the botters? Aren't the botters eating away at the what do you call it? At the subscriptions? No, those are random. When you give subscriptions, those are random. It doesn't go to like random bots. There ain't even 260. Okay, enough. Did Denisha Carter respond to my reply? Maybe she saw 300,000 people watching and was like, oh, let me go talk to him. That could be one thing that's beneficial, you know? She said, set it up. Set it up with my team and I'll be there. How the fuck do I find what her team is? What does that even mean? Bro, set it up with my team. She doesn't even have any way of contacting. My team? The fuck? Is that a bot reply, actually? Okay, I'm going to follow her. Followed. I have no way of knowing what your team contact info is. Please send it in DMs. No, Unc, don't do that. Tell her to set it up with your team. I mean, yeah, I'm going to have my team work on it, obviously, but I mean, I don't give a shit. Dude, who cares? You just had a Cuban author on that. It's the energy you need to keep. This is so stupid. No, be a gentleman, man. I didn't. I just said followed. I have no way of knowing what your team contact info is. Please send it in DMs. Just call the general number for the CIA. Yeah. I'm going to call up Langley real quick. See if they'll do it for me. All right.
The brother of the king.
Let's get back
being
to the
driven
Epstein
back
files.
home in one of his Range Rovers after
I love these photos. They're so fucking stupid and so funny.
his arrest. Technically, Andrew could one day still be king. How
gotta
can
pee.
this be? The nation may well ask, as police continue searching 30-room Royal Lodge. Well, the government has said today it's now thinking of removing Andrew from the line of succession. At the moment, he is just 8 places from the throne, behind Prince William, William's 3 children, Prince Harry and his 2 children. Removing Andrew would require new legislation, plus agreement from 14 other Commonwealth countries who still hold the UK monarch as head of state.
There is just no conceivable way that Andrew could ever be king. There would be uproar, and doesn't the current king know it? But removing Andrew from the line of succession isn't entirely straightforward, despite the severity of the allegations against him, which he denies.
Andrew was arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Maximum penalty, life in prison. Back in 1649, when King Charles I was found guilty of treason, his head was chopped off.
Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Do you have any reaction to the arrest of your brother, sir?
This King Charles, Andrew's big brother, has now said nobody is above the law. And with questions about what palace insiders knew, even the king accepts there must be a thorough police investigation.
Who knew what, when in the palace circles? And I think that the pressure for answers on that and documents to be released about his time as trade envoy, those questions are going to become quite deafening.
MPs on the Business and Trade Committee will meet on Tuesday to discuss a possible inquiry into trade envoys. But what about removing Andrew from succession? The process is unwieldy. The government's already promised legislation to defrock Peter Mandelson from the Lords. Adding an Andrew amendment might be the easiest solution. Though, given the vanishingly low chance of it ever being needed, do we really need to bother?
I would say we do need to do it. We can need to do it in the most efficient and quick way as possible. I am sympathetic hugely. I'm the chair of the Health and Social Care Select Committee. Would I rather spend my time arguing over, you know, the minute chance that Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor might become king one day, or the NHS? Goodness me, the NHS 99.9% of the time. But, you know, we are a grown-up parliament. We can do this. We will find a way through.
This royal watcher outside Buckingham Palace today had an alternative suggestion.
But can he not just disinherit himself to the crown? Can he just say, I don't, you know, come clean, be honest, just say, I'll put my hands up. I'll take myself off the line of lineage or whatever.
It is in truth a little more complicated than that. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor hasn't responded in detail to the many allegations against him, but he has previously denied wrongdoing.
Detectives carrying out the complex search of Andrew Mountbatten Windsor's former residence in Windsor, the vast 30-room property he called home for more than 20 years. Officers believed to be looking for proof that he passed on confidential information to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein when he was serving as Britain's trade envoy. The police investigation is intensifying, now urging the former Prince's protection officers to come forward with any information about what they saw or heard during their time of service. Authorities also say they are working with
British government be like, listen, the pedophilia and the sex trafficking of minors is something we can forgive, but trade secrets? Not on my watch. How dare you, my good sir? My good pedophile. My good pedophile, sir. Just a little bit of noncery is a part of what it takes to be a prince, and maybe one day a king. But trading trade secrets with Americans, well, that is unacceptable.
US law enforcement to determine whether airports in the UK were used to traffic young women for sex. Andrew was arrested on the King's private estate in Sandringham on Thursday morning, held for nearly 11 hours, then released without charge. The viral image showing him in the back of a car, leaving the police station. The King's brother is the first senior royal arrested in almost 400 years.
The focus has shifted a lot, I think, onto this wider question for the royal family about who knew what and if anyone knew anything else. Generally, wider questions are very dangerous for the royal family right now about privilege.
Sources telling ABC News the King had no prior warning of Andrew's arrest, releasing a statement writing,
Bro, if I was Turning Point USA right now, I'd be like, this is the most watched viewership of all time. We fucking killed it, bro. More people want to tune in to me than Bad Bunny. You know what I mean? If I was a fucking dumbass like they are.
What now follows is the full, fair and proper process, adding that authorities will have his full and wholehearted support and cooperation. The royal family keeping calm and carrying on with their planned public engagements, even amid intensifying questions from reporters.
Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, how are you feeling after your brother's arrest?
Andrew arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, believed to stem from the most recent Epstein files released by the Department of Justice, which raises questions about whether Andrew shared confidential information with Epstein. Andrew addressing their friendship in that now infamous BBC interview in 2019.
Do you regret the whole friendship with Epstein?
Now, still not, and the reason being is that the people that I met and the opportunities that I was given to learn, either by him or because of him, were actually very useful.
Oh.
Do I regret the fact that
Yes. He's giving incredible tax advice.
That he has quite obviously conducted himself in a manner unbecoming, yes.
Unbecoming? He was a sex offender.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm being polite, in the sense that he was a sex offender.
He claimed he cut ties with Epstein in 2010, after Epstein had been released from prison. But these emails indicate that's not true. In 2011, Epstein writing to Andrew, "The press is piling on me in the States. Nothing to do, just want to make sure you are okay." Andrew allegedly writing back, "I'm just as concerned for you. Don't worry about me. It would seem we are in this together and we'll have to rise above it. Keep in close touch and we will play some more soon." Andrew has strenuously denied any wrongdoing.
And the British government is now discussing introducing laws to remove Andrew from the line of succession. Remember, right now he is 8th in line to the throne. Whit.
Now, some major developments there. Lama Hasan, we appreciate it.
Authorities have released a new disturbing video of an alleged hazing incident at the University of Iowa. Just look at this.
Oh, this one is crazy. This one is fucking crazy. Why would somebody be targeted with view botters? Because I fucking call out view botters a lot. This happened right after I called out Asmongold being view botted. Also that. Yeah, does anyone have the full hazing video? I want to watch it. Yeah, this guy is a Cuban reporter as well. Who was also cooking all these who was also cooking all these other people like the Camila Cabello fans on the timeline. And it's funny because they were like, well, you're tuning in from America. It's like, yeah, he has a fucking VPN, dog. Like, he's using a VPN. Holy shit, it's an hour long? Yeah, this is just weapons, by the way. This is straight up just weapons. It must be Hell Week.
Does anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on? Anyone? Because you got to see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into?
Yeah, this guy's a goddamn independent. Let me tell you, this fucking cop, he ain't never been in a frat before, dude. And no, we don't call the fraternity a frat, just like we don't call the country a cunt. Hoorah! Hoorah!
Police and firefighters responded to the Alpha Delta Phi fraternity house after a fire alarm went off.
What you're seeing there is Hell Week, okay? That's what it is. And it's pretty crazy because the footage from the Iowa Alpha Delta Phi hazing discovery is wild. A fire alarm went off. Police arrived and discovered pledges in the dirty basement, blindfolded and shirtless. I bookmarked it because I was like, this is the most insane thing I've seen. The two guys initially talking to the police did not help the fraternity's case.
Does anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on?
Hey, this stops here, guys.
Did it make you feel bad that Bernie Sanders had such disdain talking to you? Yeah, I felt so sad. That was very real. I'm glad you noticed the chatter. You are incredibly observant. I will unban you. He fucking hates me, dude. Bernie hates my ass.
This is a police department. This stops here. Who's in charge?
He's scared. The cop is scared.
How about we start cleaning this up? Everyone take their blindfolds off.
He's like, you're not my pledge master, sir. I can't do it. This video is from 2021.
Shit. I've already given multiple commands to clear the room and get out of here. But
2024.
Apparently they're taking this pretty serious.
Yeah, I guess.
You in charge?
Oh yeah, up there it says
Still
2024.
haven't found out who's in charge?
Might want to ask our house dad.
Where's he?
What the fuck is that voice? Bruh. Yo, he came out hot like RFK Jr.
Yeah.
Summit. Working at Summit.
Summit. That's cool.
So you have
obviously,
coming here?
yeah, lieutenant's coming.
Yeah, you can tell these guys get no pussy in college, bro. Obviously, they're not frat stars. They don't even know what the fuck's going on. It's Hell Week, baby.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Definitely figure out why you wouldn't let me pass you initially.
Questionable.
Yeah.
I get it.
I would probably be calling your house dad or whoever to get him here, since ultimately he's probably in charge, right? Unless someone else is in charge.
I don't have his number, so.
Yeah.
Which probably should be with that. Yeah. Do you guys know how the fire alarm got set off? Or is it just from?
It's manual.
Here's the deal. From what I'm being told, this is like shutting down chapter type stuff. I need to start talking now.
Yeah, at least this one knows what code words, what trigger words he can use to activate the frat bros attention, you know? Like, because before he says that, he's like, yeah, whatever, my dad will take care of it. My daddy will take care of it. He's your lawyer, actually. My dad is the attorney general. This is all gonna be fine.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine. I need to talk to people.
Can you call Summit?
Can I call Summit?
Yep.
I'm not calling Summit.
I have no contact with Summit. You hear
They're
my
not being
voice.
very helpful.
No,
Nobody in here has any way to contact the guy that's in charge of this house.
You can see them in the back moving.
This is all going in the apartment, so we're only making the situation that much worse.
I have no contact.
Okay, we need to find somebody that does.
No one does. He's a house dad.
Aren't you all supposed to have contact with him?
I never see him.
Bro, it just straight up looks like a scene from Weapons when they find the fucking children in the basement.
How does nobody live here then? Just hanging out? No, you tell me.
I don't know.
You go to University of Iowa?
Are they orphans? No, they're pledges, and it's Hell Week. So during Hell Week, it's like the 1 week of just absolute torture. Right before the entire class, the entire pledges that are pledging the fraternity to become members of the fraternity get maximum torture. Part of it is like sleep deprivation. Part of it is shit like this, where they just have to like stand around hours on end and they're not allowed to shower sometimes. And you know, they're just like, they literally have to go through like ritualistic humiliation and torture. It's hazing. That's what it is. It's like the maximum hazing. Hazing happens throughout the entire process of pledging, which is like the entire semester. But Hell Week is when they max out on the torture.
You do? What's your major?
Business.
Business? What's your name?
Why?
Just wondering what your name is.
Jose.
Jose? Jose, what's your last name?
Why?
Just wondering who I'm talking to.
I want to tell you that.
Hmm?
I don't want to tell you that.
Okay. How old are you?
21.
All right.
Want
You
to see
got,
my ID?
yeah, you got an ID?
I saw a recent poll came out that 0% of fraternities haze. That's funny. Every fraternity hazes, every single one. And people probably think like, oh, state universities are worse. It's at the worst, most humiliating versions of hazing happen in finals clubs in places like Harvard. Like, so the absolute worst type of hazing actually takes place in like Ivy League colleges that have like insane alumni. Straight up, Harvard, Yale, like all those places, they have some of the craziest fucking versions. Can you explain what this is? Is this a cult? A little bit. It's a fraternity. It's supposed to be a social club. They're very old. They've been around for a very, very long time. There's a Greek life. There's different types of fraternities. There's like the non-Greek life fraternities as well. There's black fraternities, for example. What was it, like the Alpha and Omega? There's like the Asian Pacific Islander fraternities as well. But the common one that you know in movies and stuff is Greek life. Okay? And those fraternities, there is like a really rigorous hazing process where you basically pledge your allegiance to the fraternity, and it's like it's the same kind of like individualism breaking exercise that the American military engages in as well. There are varying degrees of humiliation rituals that you partake in, with the understanding that like everyone that came before you for like 100+ years has also engaged in the same rituals. And it's supposed to be like somewhat secretive. There's also a bunch of other rituals involved, like handshakes and shit that you learn when you actually go through the entire process. And it's like a networking opportunity. Some people do it just to party. Some people do it because their parents were in it. Because there's also like legacy admissions as well. And yeah, it's very gay and corny is 100% correct. It is unimaginably lame, unimaginably gay, very homoerotic, like super homoerotic, and very corny.
Anything I approve.
The elephant walk thing is literally what I was thinking of when I said like the what's it called, finals clubs, like in places like Harvard and Yale and stuff, like I've heard stories of people doing elephant walks where you just like have all of the fucking pledges, get naked, and then hold on to the penis of the person in front of them and crawl on the floor. Divine Nine is black fraternities and sororities. Hasan, what made you change your mind on frat since you were in one? I'm 34 years old. What do you mean? Like, if you are over the age of like 22 and you're like, this is fucking sick, like I love this shit. If you're over the age of like 22, if you're over the age of like, oh, the bots are gone, by the way. Say bye-bye bots. Bye-bye bots. Some of the bots dipped. The bots are finally leaving. Nope, never mind. They're back. Fuck.
I think it's fake.
Huh?
I think it's fake.
You think it's fake? You think it's fake or you know it's fake? There's two different things there. Campus 142.
Did he just give a fake ID to a cop while simultaneously acknowledging that it's fake? Brother, that is nutty, okay? That is fucking insane. Dude, the goddamn caucasity. Holy low cortisol. Yeah, I think it's fake.
One by deal number at Iowa when you're ready.
It's definitely not Jose. I go by Jose.
I need to talk to these people here. I need to step over here.
I'll step inside.
Step inside.
The police finally get a hold of the fraternity president. God, I bet he was shook. He knew the chapter was shit out of luck at this point. He pretty much confessed that they're being hazing.
The officers finally speak to the fraternity president.
I'm going to tell you first and foremost, I'm a little frustrated, but
a little, brother. You walked into a scene out of Abu Ghraib. The fuck do you mean a little fuck, dude? What the fuck? Yo, it's awesome, dude. This is low key, like not even low key, high key, like a clear-cut example of like white people shit, and the approach that law enforcement has to this incident is so different than what it would look like if they were encountering a group of black people doing something similar. Okay? Because they're approaching it like, oh, these kids, their dads are probably, you know, the dad might be a prosecutor, you know, that kind of thing. Like, they got fucking kitty gloves on. Bots are gone. Bye-bye, bots. Bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye to the bots.
we're going to get through it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What's going on tonight?
It's their lead up to initiation.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the deal with what are we doing in the basement?
It's basically a ritual where they're blindfolded.
Okay.
And get messed with.
Okay. So the entire time that we've been here, which has now been, I think, 15, 20 minutes,
Mm-hmm.
we have been demanding to speak to somebody in charge where nobody knows you, apparently, in the house.
Okay.
Nobody knows who's in charge. Like, here's the deal. We have a hazing event, right? We're going to do a report because we responded to a fire alarm, which we were trying to get people to evacuate because of the fire alarm. But from my understanding,
It's so funny that the bots went away, and would you look at that? Asmongold is exactly 10,000 viewers higher. Exactly, to a T. We're back to business as usual once again. Now that the bots are gone, Asmongold is exactly 10,000 viewers higher. Who would have thunk it? Oh, never mind. Never mind. He's Oh, never mind. No. The bots are on his ass now. Bots went away for 1 second and the balance was restored. Whereas we go was exactly 10,000 viewers higher. Again, suspicious. Only to now go up, and the bots are now going back to Asmongold stream. Bye, bots. Have fun with Asmongold.
you guys refused to evacuate from a fire alarm after an officer is ordering everybody to vacate the premise.
How do you know so much about bots? Because I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm one of the top content creators on this platform for the past 8 years. And as a consequence of that, you get to see certain viewership patterns after a while. It's like second nature for me. There are certain telltale signs and markers of figuring out whether or not someone is botting. Like if the chat speed, for example, doesn't keep up with like the extra attention and the eyeballs you're getting, things like that.
And then on top of that, we find this hazing event. We want to speak to somebody. Nobody knows anything. Nobody knows anyone. Nobody knows what's going on. This is going in a report. The University of Iowa is going to see this.
Okay.
And with the stuff going around across the country, students dying from hazing events, I'm not saying it's to that level. I'm not saying any, but the university has a very, very strict policy on hazing. If I can't talk to people, and if people aren't going to cooperate with me, that's their right. They don't have to speak to me. However, that means only my observations are going to go into this report. And I'm telling you right now, it's going to look worse than if people can kind of explain to us what's going on, right? Because then I can at least put your guys' side of the story in it as well. So I guess I want to know what we got going on. Like, you're saying you president?
Yes.
They're so
Next
nice.
day, police pay a
Props
visit
to
to
Jose Gaia, the Alpha Delta Phi member at Iowa who stood his ground for his fraternity. What do you... Props to that guy. He was being fucking base, dude. Yeah. He was sheltering the frat from getting torture charges.
Joseph's apartment after he was very uncooperative the day before. After 10 minutes of talking, he again proved to be uncooperative and difficult to deal with.
So you interjecting yourself into that conversation, what good does that?
They don't need to talk to the cops. I don't even.
Why are you deciding who they need to talk to, though?
I'm just saying, they're my buddies. They're my friends.
Right. The police are doing an investigation.
About what?
They're trying to figure out what's going on in that
What is?
room.
What was going on in the room? What have you heard?
So they're doing an investigation.
Yep.
You don't dictate the investigation, right?
Yeah,
That's for the police.
I don't have
That's
any
for us to investigate,
hierarchy.
right?
Yeah, I get
right. You understand that.
Yeah.
So why are you dictating who the police can talk to and can't talk to?
I'm just telling my buddies not to talk to them. That's it.
Okay. So you're interfering with the police officers.
I mean, okay, never mind. It is actually kind of based. It is actually kind of based. He's like, while they're very clearly doing some fuck shit, you have every right to tell people not to talk to the cops. Okay, what do you mean? And you should not talk to the cops. He is RFK Jr. RFK Jr. is correct. First time watching your stream, discovered you on the More Pegasus thingy. Came to my own unbiased opinion. I don't know. You seem like a chill dude. Hell yeah, chatter. Look at that. We got our first ever More Pegasus viewer who was like, this fucking More Pegasus guy is out of his damn fucking mind talking big shit. Welcome to the side of normal human beings. It's only a problem because the torturers are going to college, and if they enlist, they'll be officers, not boots.
He never said, "Oh, if you don't get away, you're getting arrested." He never said that once.
He did tell you to step away. He
I
told you
stepped
to
there
walk
for a
away.
second, and then he said it again. I walked away.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
So he asked you.
I would like to end this conversation right now, please. Okay. I would like to have a word here.
Okay.
And if there's anything actually happening, you can call me again. But it's been a pleasure. Thanks, fellas. So I didn't catch your name.
Pete exit on the TV. Bro. White people really do have a different relationship with cops. Like, honestly, like it is kind of wild. Like, he is talking to them like these guys actually serve him. You know what I mean? He's like, you're a public servant. You serve me. What do you mean? All right, have a good one. Get the fuck out of my house.
So this is new time, Travis Tyrell.
Like, they're frazzled.
122,
I'll take you.
Yeah, he dismissed them. He's like, out. Like they're vampires. He's like, I rescind my invitation. And they're like, ah, we got to tactically get out of here ASAP, officer. He banished them from his home. It's fucking awesome. It's crazy to watch.
What'd you say your name was?
Joseph.
All right. Joseph? All right, so unfortunately for you, at this point, you're being placed under arrest. You can bring your hands behind your back.
Oh,
Joseph-
never mind. Yo, I was wrong. Oh, shit. What a
was
flip.
arrested for interference with official acts in connection with the hazing incident. Those charges would be dropped a year later.
Yo, this is a fucking emotional roller coaster. Down to the wire, baby.
The Alpha Delta Phi fraternity was suspended through 2029 for
Yeah, they were down in the basement like the kids from Weapons. Everyone is misinterpreting this. What makes this funny is the pledges think the cops are fake and part of the hazing. That's true. Yeah, most likely. Joseph Guy really thought he was Jordan Belfort from Wolf of Wall Street when those two cops came into his house regarding the Alpha Delta Phi hazing incident. Props to him for standing his ground. So many people would have folded or said something incriminating. Bro, he got... Yep, that's him. I already connected with him. Joseph Guy, University of Iowa student, BBA, Economics and Information Systems, JG, Lawn Care and Co. Oh, he's got Daddy's Lawn Care company that he's on. Yeah, those fucking cops are GDIs, bro. Uni treat race students differently is a rampant and widely known. The funniest part is that they took their shirts off after the pigs showed up. Yeah, they probably thought that the cops were fucking there to like haze them. A bunch of dude bros skiing in the basement. Oh, this is a very common sight. Just came back, can't help but notice you fell off, lol. Yeah, dude. I went from 350,000 viewers to 33,000. GDI, you brought up a repressed memory. Alpha Delta Phi at Iowa put out this photo emphasizing that the brotherhood is staying strong. Joseph Guy didn't make the cut for some reason. God damn, that shit is white as hell, bro. God damn. Asman at 280K, real, not botted. Very clearly real. Don't you say it's botted.
It was Iowa State. The body.
All right, we're going to. Oh my God, he's looking at this guy. This guy's awesome. I saw a TikTok of this guy. Dude, do you guys know this guy's fucking sim? It's crazy. Project SimStar is his name. Let's take a look. I need to show you guys this dude. Holy fuck. Bro, look at this.
Star is capable of full 360 rotation. The software is prohibiting it right now, but the hardware allows it. So I have preemptively set this up so that everything is standalone on the SimStar, and I have another computer that's giving.
Chat is at Curtis Sliwa. Yeah, it is, except way cooler.
This outside shot, which I call the chase cam, based on what parasailers use. It's over there. It's completely separate from this machine, and it's sending the data over wirelessly. I mentioned that there are four.
Average Star Citizen cosplayer, dude. This is why Star Citizen. This is why Star Citizen has $1 billion in donations. Dude, this guy lives the best life. Okay, this is his world. We're just living in it. Like, I guess he plays. The sim he plays is what, Elite Dangerous or something? I don't know. But it's so sick.
Another one I actually shared on the Discord was just somebody saying, "Wow, that's peak virgin energy right there." Young man, who I know you are a young man. This is clearly the thing built of an extremely married man. This is not a thing somebody builds when they don't have a girlfriend. This is what somebody builds when they have a wife that will understand. You're showing your age there, youngie. Another one.
He's goated. I love him. I love him. It's such a decent game that Frontier's publisher fucked up. He's the man, dude. He's such a legend. He's got
the actual computer in this rig
this is him
down
describing the computers. Oh my God, bro. Look at this
below.
shit.
I use 4 computers total. There are 3 on the SimStar. One of them is running the game. That's the one in the front panel. That's just running straight up into the game. It's also running over to these controllers. I have a screen on my right-hand side. That's this panel, the one closest to your camera. That is a battery-powered backtop. Used to be used for VR. That's running the stream. The left-hand side is just an extra computer. It's my 3rd screen, and it's a little overpowered. But the SimStar, when it was originally meant for 3 people, had 3 low-power computers.
Like, look at that. The fucking chair moves and shit. Bro, with the modern electricity bill, he's richer than you. He's richer than me in life experience anyway. This man is rich in life, okay? He's having the best fucking possible time you could have. Okay? It's literally the best experience.
Computers in it.
I
So I
love
just
him.
installed Windows on it, and that's what's letting me do this. It's up there. It lets me control it with Touch Portal and EV Copilot, and then this Icarus panel, which is showing you guys what I'm scanning as I'm scanning it. It also lets me load up any website. So I have just basically another computer just for serving web information.
Dude, he's so sick. It's a little overkill. I'm not saying I wouldn't build something like this if I could, but it's a little overkill. Whatever, dude. This guy's having the time of his fucking life. Low cortisol. He's got the fucking full gear. He's got the beret. He is a legend.
To me and to you. The actual computer in this rig is down below.
This setup in the soundboard of the new political commentary meta, yeah, I could never be a fraction as cool as he is. Holy shit. Is that a piss jar? I don't know how he pisses. You're right to bring that up, because how would he piss? Like, getting out of that is difficult, right? Like, it's a whole situation, a whole ordeal to just, like, you know, unstrap yourself, unbuckle yourself, climb out of that thing. $50 headset on a 20K rim is criminal. Average backer in South Carolina is a groiper, sadly. Wait, you don't know if he's a groiper or not. I think anyone whose life is so rich is probably too invested in, like, having fun to give a fuck about, like, Nazi shit. I don't think this guy is a Nazi. I don't want to believe he's a Nazi, but I also don't think he's a Nazi in general. Because, like I said, if you have... Bro, this guy's a wife and kids. He's normal and a better human than most people. Yeah. I don't know why you guys look at a guy like this and immediately assume that's a fucking groiper or a Nazi or something. Like, you get into groiperism when you don't have that in your life, ironically enough. Like, you get into groiperism when you don't have shit going on. You understand? When you're invested in things like that, you don't turn out to be like a Nazi, in my opinion. Anyway, here I have to obviously give a shout out to this. It's pretty fucking disgusting, and it's very frustrating for me to watch. But Pete Hegseth actually mogs me. I'm gonna suspect that this is fake. It doesn't look fake. I mean, the bar doesn't bend that much though, which is kind of strange. I hope those are fake weights, but I don't think it is. I think he actually does 315, which is really fucking nasty. Those are big 25-pound weights. Let me see. Let me check. What does it say? Are those 45s? Yeah, those are 45s, brother. No, that's Cope. He's doing 315. I guess the bar doesn't bend that much at 315. It is unimaginably easy too. That's like a one rep. Like he hit that shit, dude. I have to fucking admit it. He hit that shit. He could probably do 2. He on juice, relax. It's a 35-pound bar, not 45. No, it's not it's a 45-pound bar. No, it's the correct thickness. Anyone that looks at this and goes, "Oh, his ass actually got off the ground," is coping, okay? I hate to hand it to him, but he did do that shit. Okay? Straight up, he did that shit. That's 315 pounds. Stop saying bad form. He fucking hit that shit. He hit that shit. What's your max? I don't know. I've never maxed out. Every fatty does that every day, Lamau? Okay, I don't want to hear from non-gym cells in here. Okay. 315-pound bench is impressive, even if you're doing steroids, which he very clearly is. You're out of your fucking mind. 315-pound bench is an incredibly impressive bench. Please stop. There are people who work for years and years and years, and they don't ever come close to 315 pounds. You will never find a person that looks at 315 pounds and says, that's not an impressive lift. Virtually every single top-level bodybuilder, power lifter will still say 315 pounds for bench press is abso-fucking-lutely an incredibly impressive lift. Okay? I will most likely never come near that. Well, Unless I do steroids. Unless I do steroids, I will never come near this 315-pound bench. Okay? What's more impressive, 225 incline or 315 flat? I mean, I can do 225 incline. I cannot do 315 flat. So I'm going to tell you 315 flat. I can rep 225 incline, as a matter of fact. And I can't do 315 flat at all. The jump off from 225 to 315 is massive. Okay? I don't think you guys understand. Like, past the point of 225, you're nearing territory that is getting exponentially more difficult. Exponentially more difficult. There's like a human body cutoff, pretty much. Those bumper plates aren't 45 pounds. Yes, they are. You're coping. I looked. They are 45 pounds. Your bench is so weak, so your size, for your size, it is, yes. I'm double jointed. And I'm lanky and I'm tall. I have a lot of issues with my bench press. It's my least impressive lift by far. However, once again, I hate to admit it, but this is absolutely a fucking impressive lift. Double jointed isn't a real thing. Yes, it is. It's called, my joints are weaker. It's just colloquially known as double jointed. It's hyperlaxity. Hyperlaxity or hyperlaxivity? One or the other. I don't know what the thing is called, but it's not cope at all. It's 100% real. Hypermobility. It means that your joints are weaker and more flexible. Like, I can move. I have so much more mobility in my joints. I can basically pop out my thumbs without actually popping them out. See? Like, it makes you more flexible, but he does it here too barely. It was days before this too.
All right, here we go. For the detail, 3 plates. Got her on the spot. Long time coming. Let's go.
Yeah, bro, he's got his fucking kid. He's done this a lot. He's got his kid fucking spotting him, dude. Are you kidding me? Yeah, this is I hate to admit it, but this is a very impressive lift, and he has done it a lot.
Butt down. Gotta keep the butt down if I can. All right, don't lift. I got 1, 2, 3. I got it. Oh, I got it. Don't touch it.
Yeah. He can go higher than this too. The fact that he can still talk, the fact that he can still communicate while he's doing that means that he has a lot more. He has good control over it. He's confident in 315. He can do higher than that as well. I hate to admit it once again, but it's true. Why he doing it crooked? Come on, man. Stop. This is not glazed, dude. It's just the truth. For officers of the Army, they are super PT studs. They are most incompetent at everything else. I work with a fuck ton that can do this with ease on a 1-rep max. Yeah, I mean, he's a fucking drunk rapist, okay? He is an alcoholic rapist and an absolute dullard. Having said all of that, this is an impressive lift. That's it. He's a monster. He's a white supremacist. He's an alcoholic, and he is a rapist. All of that is true. However, that's still a fucking impressive lift. Anyway, I got to show you this crazy North Korea piece that came out of South China Morning Post. Holy fuck, dude. They have actually developed a lot more than I thought
A new subway station.
Except it's gross. What they did to the subway station in Pyongyang is fucking disgusting, and it's a crime against humanity. I don't know why they did that, but everything else is incredibly impressive. Holy fuck, get a nuke. It is 100%. It's nuke time. It is nuke time, baby. I'm telling you right now, it is so obvious that no development can come in the third world. No development can come if you're in the periphery without developing nuclear sovereignty. The nuclear doctrine is fucking real.
Beach resort. And a new downtown with so many skyscrapers, it's being called Pyonghatan. North Korea is spending big despite international sanctions on the authoritarian country. Pyongyang has been the site of multiple redevelopment projects in recent years, changing portions of this once gritty landscape into a modern city. The latest sign of this building boom are these 80-story skyscrapers.
이 현재 제일 높은 살림집들로는 수도의 동쪽 관문에 자리 잡은 성화.
North Korea recently liberalized its internet access. Why do you think you got so many viewers today? Dude, the way things are going, oh my God, dude, it's fucking nutty. This is nutty as hell, dude. Is money coming from trade with China and Russia because China helps, but not that much? Yes. Money's coming from Russia. Money's coming from China. Money's coming from cryptocurrency schemes that these guys engage in. And they are, I mean, they're cooking. 80-story skyscraper in Jeonwi Street, which is at the northern gateway of the capital.
The flats are part of a plan laid out in 2021 by North Korean leader Kim Jong-un to construct 50,000 new housing units in Pyongyang. The 5-year project promised to improve the living conditions of residents in Pyongyang.
지금 이 초고층 살림집들에서는
Now normal workers are living in those skyscrapers. And in future, together with the changing appearance of the fatherland day by day, our people will lead more cultured and happier lives in newly built streets and houses.
North Korean state.
Bro, domestic repression aside, which is not inconsequential, I'm sorry, but if you cannot look at this in awe, in spite of everything that we have done to fucking North Korea, in spite of the embargo, the blockade, the fucking famine in the 90s, after the dissolution of the USSR, which unironically destroyed North Korea's lifeline, you got one country that, by way of war communism, siege communism, was able to develop, but in the absence of a nuke, turned into Cuba. You got another country that went and developed nuclear arms, developed the first layer of assurance by putting an artillery brigade directly targeting, directly aiming at South Korea, okay? And then on top of that, went and made a nuke and then worked on the delivery systems. Like, it's very clear. Bots are back, by the way. Cholima is here. Turns out all the North Koreans are back on my side again, right as I'm talking about it. It is not like, I'm sorry, this is not glazing or anything like that, but it is fucking mind-boggling to me that a country so fucking poor and so distraught, a country that withstood a fucking genocide, could get to this level, dude. How is this? How does this not make you mad as an American citizen? How does this not fucking piss you off? Where you look at this shit and you're like, if they can do it, why the fuck can't we?
Media announced in late 2025.
I'm sorry. My North Korea apology form is in the fucking mail, okay? For years and years, I thought they were being fucking insane for hyper-focusing on nuclear arms and working on ICBM delivery mechanisms. I was wrong. You live and you learn. You live and you fucking learn. I was wrong. My apologies to the fucking Kim dynasty. My apologies to everybody involved. I thought I fell for the libtard fucking propaganda. I literally did. I was like, why are they fucking focusing on this nuclear arms so much? Like, I understand nuclear sovereignty. I get it. But the last 2 decades of action to nations of the global south have 100% convinced me that the HasanAbi nuclear doctrine for sovereignty and nation building is 100% true. That's it. Nothing else to say here. You look at other countries that tried to do socialism by way of reform. Latin American countries where they democratically elected people into positions of power. Even countries that actually had a successful communist revolution, a successful revolution where, you know, they were able to build communism in their country through a vanguard style system, and then they didn't develop nuclear arms. Cuba is the greatest example of a country that has survived in spite of everything else, and yet look at the situation in Cuba versus look at the situation in the DPRK, okay? It is fucking insane. It is fucking insane that in spite of all the sanctions, the embargo, these motherfuckers are still putting up skyscrapers, okay? In spite of the genocide, in spite of the famine, in spite of not even having a single moment where the Western superpowers ever fucking where the Western superpowers ever dialed back on their embargo. Yeah, DPR Korea apology forum to Marshal Kim Jong-un. Reason for behavior: the media convinced me they were crazy and evil. I didn't know they have never recognized Israel. I don't know history or geopolitics. I refuse to accept America as imperialist. I believe Yeonmi Park. I will hereby respect North Korea, and I will not talk down to a truly anti-imperialist, anti-Zionist nation. Okay, I knew all of that other stuff, but that's funny. That is fucking insane, dude. I'm apologizing to the true Korea. I am. It is so mind-boggling. How can you be another country in the periphery right now in the global south and look to this and not go, oh my God, what the fuck were we doing? We really needed to get the fucking nukes. We need to get the nukes out ASAP. I once thought the DPRK nuclear program was a waste, and that the Kim Jong-un should have focused on development instead. I can now recognize that I was wrong. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Self-crit. It's a very important part. It's a very important part of being a good socialist. And I'm doing it. I'm taking fucking accountability. Just, bro, it's just like, it literally shows you what fucking nations have the capacity to do, devoid of like American intervention, by the way. It shows you that a better future is possible for all of us, okay? All around the world. It is literally Western capitalists that are working tirelessly to ensure that this does not happen. And until you develop sovereignty, nuclear sovereignty, you will never be able to achieve these results, okay? There's also another story here as well. Aiden Simmerdone is correct. As long as America was the dominant power, this was impossible under sanctions. Not only is that no longer the case, but America has sanctioned so many countries that these countries are now trading with each other. Expect to see more of this. A better future is possible under the multipolar system that we're looking at. Now, that doesn't mean that like China is going to behave like USSR and start, you know, delivering arms to other nations that are having like socialist revolutions or something like that. But this is directly a byproduct of multipolarity, where you have such a major superpower right there, right next to North Korea, that they can actually fucking fund your initiatives. They can actually send you the materials that are necessary to build this kind of thing. China has created an economic alternative This is an economic miracle, dude.
North Korean state media announced in late 2025 that the 5-year plan had reached its final stage, the construction of 10,000 new housing units in the city's Hwasong district. Below the streets is another sign of Pyongyang's redevelopment plans.
Yo. Were you basically saying small island nations can't be free because they don't have landmass to effectively hide nukes?
The city's underground metro first opened in 1972.
China was never looking to do that. Marx-Leninists have realized that they have to wait until the revolution comes to fruition. Once that happens, they can provide
Trains
aid.
imported from China. For decades, the metro stations had a distinctly Cold War era vibe, including muted colors, wood-paneled train interiors.
You're disappointing right now. Of course, they have the capacity everywhere. Even Venezuela, this is literal propaganda maxing. The PRK is much worse. They're just maxing on illusion. Brother, I'm not saying life is fucking sweet in Pyongyang or in any other part of the goddamn country. Do you not understand the point I'm making? Is it too difficult for you to comprehend? This is not supposed to be a country, okay? This is supposed to be a fucking crater. What we did to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea was a genocide, okay? And that was just the starting point. They overcame those odds with a lot of help from the USSR, okay? With some help from China, with some help from the USSR, they overcame those odds. But then, after the destruction of the USSR, they lost a lifeline. Same with fucking Cuba, and same with many of these other countries that are supposed to be aligned with the Soviets. Okay? What I'm talking about here is not like how awesome the DPRK is. I don't think it's fucking awesome. Okay? I'm sure, I mean, there are plenty of fucking issues that we at least know of, right? What I'm talking about right now is the fact that nuclear arms imply sovereignty. When you have nukes, America can't fuck with you. They can still fuck with you economically and stuff, but they can't just like do the same level of destabilization that they engage in with other countries. They engage with other countries, okay? What makes me angry about this situation overall is that looking at North Korea in the 90s, when there was a massive fucking famine, and the American government or the Western world didn't even let up one fucking bit with their embargo, didn't send in humanitarian aid, didn't help them at all, starved these people. They overcame that and now have straight up fucking skyscrapers in the DPRK. If you can't comprehend how fucking impressive that is, I don't know what to tell you. It is truly, truly a remarkable feat in spite of the fact that they have been under the worst sanctions of all time, bar none. Okay?
And station walls adorned with propaganda murals. Now several stations have undergone a facelift. At Yonggwang Station, long escalators descend to a revamped platform. Brighter colors and modern electronic displays present riders with a more modern station.
오늘 변천된 평양의 모습은
Yeah, this was a big L though. They fucked up the Pyongyang subway station. It's literally, it used to be beautiful.
그럴듯한 고리들뿐 아니라 우리 지하철도를 통해서도 체감할 수 있습니다. 지하철도 역사들은 수도 시민들의 교통상 편의를 보장하면서도 매 역들마다 주제별 특성에 맞게 건축과 장식, 조명을 비롯한 모든 것이 조형 예술화되었습니다.
This is like when Chuds got mad at Mark Milley because he read Mao. You're not commenting on like the morality of it. You're just describing objective reality. I know. Well, the reason why people will get mad at the objective reality is because it's cope. It's because deep down inside, we all feel that fucking same shame. Maybe that same anger, that same resentment, that like we are on a downward trajectory. And the countries that we so easily dominated without a second thought for decades are now able to develop in spite of us, in spite of our best efforts to make that development impossible. Okay? That's why people react so violently whenever someone fucking brings this shit up or looks at this stuff.
Pyongyang's subway system consists of just 2 lines that stop at a total of 16 stations. The metro does not reach the city's newest suburbs, which are home to the newly built high-rises.
Shame on you. This is really nice compared to our stations. The fuck? No, the reason why it sucks is because the old station looked cooler. The old stations had, do they showcase it? Yeah, this is what the old stations used to look like. They had the mosaic of like realism artwork. Like this was the old station, dude. And then they fucking modernize it, apparently.
Of 16 stations. The metro does not reach the city's newest suburbs, which are home to the newly built high-rises. More than 200 kilometers north, a new beach resort hugs 5 kilometers of coastline in the city of Wonsan. The Wonsan Kalma Beach Resort was opened during the summer of 2025. State media reports said it can accommodate nearly 20,000 people.
You have to be viewbotting? Brother, are you fucking stupid? Yes, someone is viewbotting me. Hello, it's been happening all day. There's literally a warning in the chat. Do you guys not know how to read? Is that what it is? Are you just incapable of reading words on the screen? Like, look at the top of the chat. Look at the pinned chat. It says, chat, we're being viewbotted again by losers, hence the large viewership number. Twitch will deal with it. The U.S. has not struck Iran, ... yet.
People with more than 50 hotels and
yeah, no, bro, we got 356,000 people in here. What do you fucking think?
Attractions like water parks and restaurants available for visitors. But while the beach resort was initially open to Russian
they all
tourists,
saw, they're all watching from fucking North Korea. Lol, viewbotting classic HasanAbi. Yeah, it's the dipshits that are doing it, do it so that dumb fucks can come in here and be like, lol, viewbotting classic HasanAbi. Unlike my favorite streamer, who definitely fucking viewbots all the time, but you know, clearly you're a viewbotter now. Haha, you can't fucking call out anybody else. Like that's the, you know, I guess that's the principle here.
it has since been closed to all foreign visitors.
I'm gonna keep doing that. Don't you worry.
Tourism once brought in some 175
Also, this is awfully sus. Why the fuck do you have 55,000 followers? Elden Ring superfan badge, Chatterino supporter, FFC supporter, 7 TV subscriber. Are you the motherfucker who's viewbotting me? What is this? 55,000 followers? Are you the one doing it? Not verified, but 55,000 followers? Huh. Hold up. I got botted a month ago. Let me look at your fucking social media. Suspended Twitter account. Oh my God. How the fuck do you get suspended off Twitter? Jesus Christ. E-Rob copied your title. Why would I buy you? I don't fucking know. Why would anybody bot anybody? So that dumb fucks like you can come in here and be like, lol, holy viewbot Batman. You're clearly viewbotting. Explain to me how the fuck you got banned off Twitter, though. That is impressive. How the fuck is that possible? You get suspended if you don't use slurs. Yeah.
Dollars in funds annually. But since the pandemic, few countries have been allowed to return, and most of those who were able to visit the reclusive country could only go to select locations on package tours. Chinese tourists once represented the largest contingent of foreign visitors, representing an estimated 90% of foreign visitors. But flights between the two countries remain limited. So how is the country affording these construction projects?
Cryptocurrency schemes.
North Korea's economy is heavily constrained by international sanctions over its nuclear and weapons programs. To generate much-needed funds, Pyongyang has sold some $9.8 billion in weapons to Russia for the war in Ukraine. However, studies show the compensation received from Moscow is significantly less than the weapons' actual worth. The autocratic nation has also reportedly used illicit activities, including cybercrime, to generate funds in excess of $2 billion in 2025 alone, according to crypto industry analysts.
Yeah, they do a lot of cryptocurrency schemes, actually. That's not even a joke. I'm clearly joking. I don't think you would view bot. No, I know, chatter. It's fine. It is insane. I can't believe it, dude. I genuinely can't fucking believe it. I can't believe it. Yo, the bots are gone. Bye-bye, bots. Say bye-bye to the bots, everybody. I suspect that they went to Asmongold stream again. Bye-bye, bots. Bye-bye. What is this? Why would they need money? They have materials and labor. No, you need money for the materials. What are you talking about? How else can you, like, how can you engage in trade? What are you talking about? That's the reason why they need money. So they can get the materials, so they can develop. No country is like fully self-sustaining. They don't have like, I don't think they have the domestic production capabilities. But yeah, this is 100% China and Russia, especially Russia. But like, once again, I need to explain something to you, chat. Look at this and then look at America. Classic misunderstanding about an economy on communism. Yeah, I saw someone like complaining that the USSR still was trying to generate profit through a state-owned enterprise. Like they think communism, socialism means like no, like your output, like you can't generate additional value to spend it on other things. Oh my God, yes, shake me, please. Did a song? Tubbo, I genuinely thought Donald Trump was dead. That's funny. Botters were very realistic, making them leave after being around leftists for a while, just like real people. That's funny. They don't need everything to be domestic because they have China as a neighbor. What the hell can America produce that China can't? Corn. Anyway, listen. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying here. Like, this isn't fucking... I know all the dumb fucks are going to clip this entire segment and be like, oh, dude, he's like glazing North Korea. He just loves North Korea. He wants to live in North Korea. He just hates America. It's like, if you cannot comprehend how impressive of a feat it is that a country that has been under complete sanctions forever can still find the capacity to develop, I don't know what to tell you. It's yet another clear-cut example of nuclear sovereignty, because America would have blown their shit up a long-ass fucking time ago. Okay? America would have blown their shit up a very long time ago if they did not have nukes. What is this breaking news? White House inside source tells John Curacao Trump Trump is. I've been trying to get this guy on my fucking broadcast, and he will not respond to the emails. I don't know why. White House inside source tells John Kirkow Trump has decided to attack Iran on Monday or Tuesday. According to John's source, Vice President J.D. Vance and DNI Tulsi Gabbard are the only two dissenting voices. Rubio, Hegseth, and Joint Chief of Staffs are all on board.
Who was at the White House this morning talking to his friends, and he says that a decision has been made to attack Iran on Monday.
I like this guy a lot. I still think he's CIA, by the way. There are certain things that he has said that has made me question, even though he's been in prison for being a whistleblower. This is all real. There are certain things that he has said recently that call the question whether or not he is truly ex-CIA, if you can even be ex-CIA. I don't think you can be, but I do find some of the stuff he says very strange, like Jeffrey Epstein is not CIA. He's Mossad, but not CIA. I'm like, okay. Okay.
Now, if there's one thing that I want you to take away from this conversation today,
or Tuesday. The president yesterday gave the Iranians 10 days to accept our proposals for an end to their ballistic missile program, an end to their uranium enrichment program, an end to supporting groups in the Middle East like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. But he's done this before. Well, he'll give you 10 days, he'll give you 2 weeks, and then he'll just attack 2 days into it. He thinks that keeps people off balance. And so he said that there are battle lines, that the anti-war forces are J.D. Vance and Tulsi Gabbard. He said that the
That's it?
That's it. He said the pro-war people are led by Marco Rubio and include Pete Hegseth and now the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I stopped him on that point this morning, and I said, wait a minute. I said, during the Iraq War, at the start of the Iraq War, the most stridently anti-war component was the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They were always the last ones that wanted to attack because they know what war is. And he said, but you forget, Trump has replaced all of the Joint Chiefs this year, in the past 12 months, which I had forgotten. Any of these four-star generals who, had worked their way up through the ranks, but had served under Biden, he fired all of them. All of them. And he promoted people that he knew would be politically loyal.
Do you think this is to distract from the current scandal?
Probably in part, yeah.
How about
no, man, it's Israel.
Them saying they're going to release the UFO files last night, which I've wanted released forever. But
I know, right? Timing, I mean, we've been talking about this for years.
The timing.
Yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard is definitely leaking this info to this guy, right? They're both intelligence. I mean, I don't know. I just think that it's like, I wasn't ready for the host. Why is this guy talking to the guy who works at my local gas station? No, this host low-key has like really good vibes with the John Curacao. I've seen a lot of this guy's content all up and down my timeline. He's been getting base boosted quite a bit, especially since the Ellison takeover on TikTok, which is another reason why I'm a little bit suspicious about whether or not he's still CIA.
The reason, though, I'm told, that Donald Trump decided to bomb Iran was that the Israelis said, for the first time, if you don't bomb Iran to take out these deep bunkers, we're going to use nuclear weapons. And they had never threatened that before. And so Trump said, bombing Iran might actually save us from the start of World War III if it keeps the Israelis from using nuclear weapons.
So according to your source, the Israelis told the President of the United States.
He's talked about you in November. He says he wants you on a show. What, this guy? This guy has really good rapport with John Kiriko, if that's who you're talking about. I go on this dude's show.
He did not use the United States military power.
Really appreciate that. Yeah. So Hasan Piker's mother's maiden name is Uyghur, and I wondered if he was related to Cenk Uyghur. Michael Gardner's telling us that he's Cenk Uyghur's nephew. It's funny, Cenk Uyghur has never really been a friend of mine either.
Yeah.
When the first time I ever
what the fuck, bro? He knows quite a bit.
Like, I ever did anything that got the second thing I ever did that got wide press coverage after blowing the whistle. It was my open letter to my supporters from prison that became my first letter from Loretto, and people just went crazy over it. I mean, that's when oh my God, what's the matter with me? It came from CNN that we interviewed. Ted. Who did we interview from CNN?
Oh, Jake Tapper.
Jake Tapper, thanks. That's when Jake Tapper came to the prison to interview me. The response was universally positive and interested, except for Cenk Uyghur. Cenk Uyghur just, for 30 minutes, just ripped me.
The surprising family ties of Hasan Piker. I don't know what the fuck Uncle Cenk Uyghur did to him, but I've been trying to get him on the stream. I've been trying to get him on the stream for a minute. He's got some interesting takes in general. He's not like a socialist or anything, but evet, Uygur oğlum, annemin kızlık soyadı.
Power to bomb the nuclear facilities in Iran, Israel, acting on its own, would use nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Do you see why there's a problem with that statement, John?
Yeah.
Because they've never admitted that they've had them.
That's right.
So you're telling me that they just admitted to the president of the United States?
What? Everybody knows that Israel has nukes, man. America's known Israel's had nukes since they got the nukes. What? That's not like a new... There's not a new thing. Everyone knows that.
States that they have nuclear weapons and we still do not have them in the IAEA treaty.
I mean, if Israeli nuclear whistleblowers are to be believed, yeah, they've had them. They started working on them in the 50s.
Yeah, he knew your mother's last name before he knew Cenk is your uncle. That's weird. Yeah, I think that doesn't make sense. Why would he have looked up my mother's maiden name? That's why it shocked me a little bit. That's weird, bro. That's weird. That's weird, bro. Chill. It was in the dossier, not his fault. Okay. It's on your Wikipedia. I've been watching it for a while. Today I saw a clip of him saying Sean Ryan is the real deal. I couldn't tell if he was stupid or just telling his interview what he wanted to hear. Yeah, I mean, Sean Ryan has had a very interesting pivot as well, I'll be honest. Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel, has sparked serious international diplomatic incident with his comments on Tucker Carlson's show. In a joint statement, the following countries, along with several regional and intergovernmental organizations, formally condemned his remarks. Jordan, United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, Pakistan, Okay, I'm not going to read the rest of it with the file, but like Bahrain, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Oman, Palestine, Qatar, Kuwait, Lebanon, Egypt, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, a 57-member internet governmental body representing Muslim majority countries, League of Arab States, regional organization of 22 Arab countries, Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Oman. All of that amounts to nothing. For the record, it amounts to nothing. Bro went from viewbotting to hype training. Yeah, aura and hype moments. Hype train incoming, ladies and gentlemen. You already know what to do. If you like the fucking soundboard, give a subscription. And if we get those subs rolling, you already know. You already know what I'll do. Okay? You already know what I'll do.
I'm gay.
Okay. Hype maxing, hype train maxing. We're aura maxing. We're mogging. Oh, Giancarlo. Thank you for the 10 gifted. It seems like the people really love the fucking soundboard. Ama. Thank you for the 5. Oral maxing. Russell Butt. Thank you for the 5. I know it's probably been said before, but for the love of God, can we delete the soundboard? Why didn't Will come and destroy the soundboard? Because it's good to have whimsy in our lives, okay? It's good to have whimsy in our lives. And since we reached level 1 hype train down to level 4 hype train already, you already know what's up.
We are
Northern Nick, thank you for the 10. Star Aries, thank you for the 10. I love the soundboard. Thank you for your service. I love the soundboard, dude. It keeps, oh, we're at level 6 hype train already. People love the soundboard, baby. Also, for the record, I do want to make another, give another take on the situation with Mike Huckabee, because a lot of people have issued their statements, you know, condemnations on why it happens to be Tucker Carlson that's doing this stuff, and it's like,
see, it's a lower number,
but if because respected mainstream news anchors like Jake Tapper and Dana Bash have spent more than 2 years parroting Israeli talking points and demonizing or ignoring pro-Palestinian voices, we now have to depend on people like Tucker Carlson to offer basic journalistic pushback.
Israel goes to links that no other country, including ours, goes to in the middle of an urban war, and yet Israel ended up with fewer civilian deaths in an urban war than any urban war of record.
You said you didn't know how many civilian deaths there were, so how can you say that?
If you took Gaza's numbers, Hamas's numbers,
you said you don't know what the numbers are.
We don't.
You just told me that. Then how can you say it's a lower number?
But if you took the numbers that they reported, which is like 50,000, 24, 25,000 of those were actual warriors. How many civilians? If you took all of their numbers,
range from 120 to 78. Those are the ones I just read. I don't know if that's real. I don't know either. I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, those numbers I've not heard, have not read. The numbers that I think are more reportable are somewhere in the 60,000 range.
Where do those come from?
From the Gaza Health Ministry,
but
which
you said
is
those
Hamas.
were invalid numbers.
I think they are. I don't think that they're accurate, but I'm saying let's
You're
just
saying
assume
they're inaccurate, but they prove that Israel's doing a great job?
Let's assume that the most widespread numbers, the largest numbers that have been reported out of Gaza by Hamas,
yes,
let's assume they're true. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they are true, but assume they're true. Let's just take them at their word. Then you still have a lower number of civilians killed than in any urban warfare environment in modern history. Fact.
It's bullshit.
Is that a fact?
Yes.
What are you comparing it to?
To any urban warfare.
Name one.
Iraq.
Where in
Afghanistan?
Iraq? Where in Iraq? Where in Afghanistan? There aren't many urban areas in Afghanistan. I don't think there was any fighting in urban areas in Afghanistan.
Kabul?
I don't know. Were there pitched battles in Kabul over long periods of time? I don't.
20 years.
In Kabul? I don't.
Throughout all of Afghanistan.
But what were those rates?
We looked at those rates yesterday. He's straight up lying. Like, it doesn't even come close. Iraq is a better example that you can use. And even in Iraq, it does not fucking come close to Israel's casualty ratings, okay? Like, if you look at the total number, of course, like, America obviously killed a lot more in Iraq over the course of 20 years. But if you look at, like, Fallujah, for example, okay? If you look at Fallujah, the American civilian to combatant, like enemy combatant ratio was significantly lower than Israel's Gaza civilian to enemy combatant ratio. Israel's ratios for child death, like child fatalities, is equivalent to the Holocaust. Now, in totality, of course, there's a lot more children that were killed in the Holocaust, just Jewish victims of the Holocaust, by the way, from the 6 million number. If you look at the Nazi Germany casualty percentage, like Nazi Germany child murder percentage, the only other historical event where Israel's death and destruction campaign is Israel's genocide in Gaza, the only place where the ratios for child murder is identical is the Holocaust. It's not even a question.
You're talking about what are the rates there? The number of people who were killed.
And for the record, this is just direct deaths. Direct deaths. Oh, and Rwanda. Rwanda and the Holocaust. Sorry, you're right. Rwanda as well. Rwanda is lower, but like by 1 percentage point.
Into the tens of thousands.
About to get clipped for anti-Semitism. Rwanda is at 29%. The Holocaust is at 30%. And Israel's genocidal campaign is also at 30%.
I'm asking you to...
I don't know the answer. I've never heard of any of this. You brought it up. You said the IDF has killed a lower proportion of civilians in urban warfare than in any urban conflict in modern history. I'd never heard that before. I don't know what are the controls for that. And you said, well, the U.S. military killed more civilians.
Would you agree that the real tragedy was that Hamas continued to force this war?
Hold on. You just once again said that the IDF is more humane than the United States military. You just said that. You said in Iraq and Afghanistan, the U.S. military killed more civilians than the IDF did in Gaza. You just told me that. I never heard that before.
Hello.
And my question is, how do you know that? What are those numbers?
Hello.
And I'm trying to explain to you that there were extraordinary...
He's undercounting their numbers. They say 75K, but we all know that they're way undercounting because these are confirmed deaths. They're not even casualty numbers. They're just confirmed death numbers. And it's not just regular confirmed deaths. They're confirmed deaths that were killed directly with bullets and bombs, and then their bodies were transported to a hospital where the Gaza Health Ministry was able to log them as a combat casualty, a combat fatality. Okay? So it is a significant underreported number. It is a incredibly conservative estimate. Okay? Lancet Studies believes that the actual direct combat fatality number is, I think, like 1.7x, if I'm not mistaken. And the total casualty numbers will be far, far larger, obviously. No, the recent Lancet numbers that came out just talk about the direct fatalities. Gaza death toll for the first 16 months of war, far higher than reported, says peer-reviewed study. Lancet Global Health Research suggests more than 75,000 killed in the period, 25,000 more than announced at the time. It's just not, there's no comparison. There's nothing. You can't compare it to anything. It's just genocide. That's the thing about genocide. No, it doesn't account for indirect deaths. So, for example, if someone dies in the Gaza Strip during the process of Israel's genocide due to not having access to their medication, that doesn't count as one of these numbers. Okay? You understand that, right?
Efforts to keep
You don't
number
know the numbers,
of
do you?
I think they were tens of thousands. I'll get them for you.
Well, you brought it up. That's the only reason I'm pushing you.
But I'm wearing a flag. I work for a country, and you pretended or alleged that somehow I'm not loyal to this and that I'm criticizing my own country,
they did
and
a
I'm
better
not.
job than the U.S. military in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I said, what are the numbers? And you said, I don't know. So on what basis are you making the claim that the IDF in Gaza spared more civilians than the U.S. Army and Marine Corps did in Afghanistan and Iraq? Why are you saying that? Like, on what basis are you saying that?
From the conversations.
Yeah, here's the relevant data. The Lancet study found 75,200 violent deaths plus 8,540 indirect deaths in excess of projected mortality, a total of 83,740 deaths as of January 5th, 2025. That's 1.7 times more than the 49,000 deaths reported by the Ministry of Health figures as of that date. As of February 16th, 2026, the Ministry of Health was reporting 72,063 deaths. If the same ratio holds, total deaths would be at 122,925. That is direct combat fatalities, as in like a child got shot, a child got bombed, and then their bodies, a child got shot, or a woman got shot, or a woman got drone striked, or a woman got blown up, and then at least pieces of their bodies were able to were brought back to the hospital, and that's where they were logged as a direct violent death in the hands of Israel. The larger death number will, of course, be. I mean, the actual death number will be far larger. Okay. The number of people that have been reduced to nothing with the vaporizer thermobaric bombs that they used are not calculated here. The number of people that are under the rubble are not calculated here. It's just not. It's so much larger, and there's a reason why Israel refuses to allow any sort of international investigators into the Gaza Strip right now. This is part of the reason, because they don't want people to know the true fucking death toll. It's an active evidence hiding operation. I said this in the beginning when the so-called ceasefire was being initiated and processed. I said that this was going to be the more they hold off on letting foreign journalists and investigators in, the easier it'll be for them to hide the truth. And people were mad at me. They were like, "Well, Palestinian reporters are reporting on it." It's like, yes, I know. I rely on Palestinian estimates, but there's a reason why you need international investigators to like go in and do forensic analysis on the ground to see what kind of weapons are used. You know what I mean? Like, there's severe limitations to what the Palestinian journalists and Palestinians can do in general. Israel keeps killing them. Yeah, you need sophisticated tools. Like, that's why there should have been a bigger push, in my opinion. I pushed as much as I could. Not that anybody fucking listens to me, obviously. But easily the most depraved act in human history, period. There's never been something like this with this tech. Even the Nazis had to round up people and gas them. Chambers were invented because they got sick of handling the bodies using other methods. Israelis use a drone or AI and mass murder everyone and thing. They're an invasive species in ecological terms. There's never been an instance, due to technological limitations, there's never been an instance where we have watched a live streamed Holocaust unfold. Okay? Obviously, Germans were suspicious, I'm sure, and turned a blind eye to the atrocities that were taking place in the death camps. Okay? But there's a difference between like straight up seeing a Holocaust unfold in real time versus finding out about it after the fact. It's never happened. And we're all worse off because of it. The entire world sat back and watched, and we did very little.
You don't seriously think you're going to get Americans to go communist, do you?
The new Red Scare is
It
here.
sure sucks to be.
We're back to watching some Second Thought. My goat.
Right all the time. 4 years ago, we made a video about the Red Scare coming back. And, well...
The future looks red, as in communist.
We have been fighting the spread of communism.
Communist dictators, that's what we're dealing with right now in Donald Trump.
You could go through her ideology. It's the ideology of a communist.
We will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society.
This is the first time in American history that there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, to dismantle Antifa.
Just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor.
We're in the first stages of a new Red Scare, and things are getting hotter for sure. Frog in a hot tub kind of vibes. Not exactly stewing yet, but the heat is definitely there, and the jets are hitting just right.
Have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
No peoples in the world can feel secure against this aggression.
It is a matter of national survival.
The communist seizure of power.
But first, it's ad read time, because God knows we're not making any money from YouTube AdSense. Thank you, Google. Skip ahead to this timestamp if you hate me and don't want to support my work. This episode is sponsored by Aura, the only cool company on this cursed platform. Google your name real quick. Odds are some of your personal information comes up, right? If I search my name, it's just my public social media profiles. That's because Aura is my digital watchdog. If they get even a whiff of my data being sold, traded, or exposed in a breach anywhere on the internet, including the dark web, they track down the source and make sure they have a bad time. There are companies out there called data brokers whose whole purpose is to find and sell your data. They do it without your consent, and
I'm not skipping because I'm doing ethical reacts, bro. Chill.
Billions selling it to marketers, scammers, and even stalkers. They are the worst. Thanks to Aura, they're not my problem anymore. Aura forces them to remove my data, and they keep it removed. But that's just part of why I use and genuinely appreciate Aura. It's an all-in-one security tool. They provide real-time fraud alerts for credit and banking, 24/7 identity theft monitoring, a secure VPN, antivirus, parental controls, password manager, credit checker, and a lot more. And if somehow anything does happen, Aura includes $5 million in identity theft insurance. And they have US-based fraud experts on call 24/7. If you're anything like me, I'm sure you're sick and tired of these stupid, evil little companies stealing your personal information and using it to make a quick buck. That's why I use Aura. It keeps me and my family safe online. If you're ready to protect your data, you can get 2 weeks absolutely free when you use my link. During those 2 weeks, you'll see exactly where your data is being leaked and who's doing it. Give it a try. I promise you'll appreciate the peace of mind. And now, back to the show.
You must not confuse dissent with disloyalty.
Y'all are so fucking used to... God damn it. Y'all are so used to seeing no ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service is crazy. You like freak out when you see one ad.
Okay, so Red Scares. I won't lie to you, these things are usually pretty easy to spot. Red Scares are periods, historically speaking, during which civil liberties are attacked in the name of defending America from domestic movements for justice and equality.
How does communism exist if it is so intolerable to the people it rules?
It is a way of life, an evil and malignant way of life.
They take over organization after organization in America in just 2 steps.
infiltration and agitation.
I don't think you have any conception of the danger of the Communist Party.
To some extent, there's always some of that going on. But in moments where you have an unpopular war, economic problems at home, and visible racialized violence coming together, like we do today, that's when the communist label starts being thrown around and becomes much more toxic.
Communist?
Communist. He's a straight up communist.
And the effects of that can be devastating. Just a few months ago,
I think it's really funny because what this is going to inevitably do is destigmatize the term itself. I mean, Bernie Sanders coming out and being like, I'm a democratic socialist, like, did a lot to destigmatize the term socialist. Great. Keep saying Zohran Mamdani, the most fucking popular politician in the country through approval ratings, by approval ratings, is a communist. Okay, great.
We saw one of the clearest signals that things are escalating when Trump signed the National Security Presidential Memorandum Number 7, also known as
Anti-communism is a clear-cut, telltale sign that you're dealing with a fucking fascist, by the way.
NSPM 7.
Either a fascist or a indirect fascist collaborator.
This is not a normal executive order. It's not an executive order at all. I know, it's become way too easy to tune those out with the over 200 Trump has already signed, but NSPMs
What's different now compared to the original Red Scare that makes you think that it won't be stigmatized? Close proximity to American prosperity. What? We are so many decades out from the American industrial boom in the aftermath of World War II. It's not even close. There's also nothing you can really point to, like the USSR, to fearmonger motherfuckers on. Like, especially in the age of the internet, it's very difficult to combat narratives around a country that is run by a communist party like China, because people can kind of see for themselves. China is destroying America in the international capitalist marketplace. And as material conditions worsen here, as contradictions increase, and you look at like the trajectory of a country like China versus the downward trajectory of a country like the United States of America, it's very difficult for people to look at that and think, no, we're doing great, actually. We should just kill more Cuban people or Venezuelan people, and then we'll be fine. There's only so much brainwashing that you can engage in until people recognize, well, things are not great.
are actually an entirely different kind of document. Unlike executive orders, which cover general federal day-to-day operations, NSPMs are specifically for the defense, foreign policy, intelligence, and law enforcement apparatus. So, cops. And in this NSPM, the 7th ever, all those sectors are tasked with a new project. Quote, disrupting groups, organizations, and even individuals who display any of the following things that the NSPM calls indicators of violence: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, extremism on gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, to name just a few.
These are anarchists and agitators, professional anarchists and agitators, and they get hired by wealthy people.
Would you actually consider China communist and not just hyper-capitalist? No, China is not communist. China is run by a communist country. China is a transitional socialist state. And yes, I would consider the Chinese project to be a socialist one. It's not, there is no one perfect. What did I say? China is run by a communist party. And there are still issues. There are still issues in China. There's still growing pains in China. But it is objectively a transitional socialist state, not just because they say that they are, but because they have control over flows of capital. Now, will they ever actually achieve communism one day in the future by 2050 or whatever the fuck people say? I don't know.
As Red Scares go, this one is really on the nose. This NSPM makes holding any of these views, which it doesn't bother to carefully define, a sort of pre-crime that just about anyone to the left of the MAGA crowd could reasonably be accused of. And it gives the DOJ the authority to investigate people who hold these views without...
It is pretty funny that he says professional anarchists. If you know anything about anarchists, you know they are not professional anything, okay? A profession sounds too close to a job to me, okay? And I know those motherfuckers are not doing it, okay?
Any of this having to be approved by Congress, which is useful because some in Congress have already caught on to what's going on here.
It certainly appears like it's a strategy to take folks you disagree with and label them a terrorist threat when there may be absolutely no such threat at all.
The NSPM-7 is a concerning development, but in all honesty, we've already seen what this sort of crackdown looks like before it was even signed. Remember the anti-ICE protests in LA last summer?
Our continuing coverage of the fast-moving developments in
Why do you say you work with anarchists and they say shit like that? Because it's funny.
Los Angeles.
I was there.
Today, protesters were back out on the streets for the third consecutive day. President Trump deployed some 2,000
with my professional anarchists.
National Guard members in response to violence and chaos in the city.
In June, the SSCC put 3 organizations, quote, on notice for what it calls supporting coordinated protests and riots, lawless mob actions, and aiding and abetting criminal conduct. Now, that kind of warning is concerning enough on its own. But in this same letter, these 3 groups were also told they now have to keep all communications and contractual, financial, travel, and strategy information related to their role in, quote, planning, coordinating, or funding the protests, or face possible criminal investigation. And while on paper, this means that if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to fear, the reality is that this is a pretty common intimidation tactic that's been used in the last 2 Red Scares of the 20s and 50s to shut down progressive orgs. Without needing to take anyone to trial, warnings like these create fear, and that fear drives down membership. Abiding by these demands and surrendering all this data also takes work, and therefore resources, away from organizing and recruiting, which also hurts membership. This kind of scrutiny also opens the door to facing all sorts of penalties for non-compliance, which are bad enough already, but they can also implicate people outside the immediate organization who become guilty by association. Effectively, this is a low-effort way for the state to hurt progressive organizations and their communities without anybody needing to be formally tried for any crime. The accusation is destructive enough. To give you an idea, this very kind of thing shut down groups like the CAA back in the 50s, when 18 years of pressure just became too much. And let's actually stay on the 50s for a second, because there's a lot to learn about how Red Scares work back then.
Chairman J. Parnell Thomas of New Jersey opens an inquiry into possible communist penetration of the Hollywood film industry. I don't believe it's a political party. I believe it's an un-American thing. And I feel that they really ought to be smoked out.
When you hear about the second Red Scare, if that's something that happens to you, it's usually through the prism of what happened in Hollywood.
These are the Hollywood 10. In the fall of 1947, they were subpoenaed to appear before the House Committee on Un-American Activities. They were tried and declared guilty. They appealed their cases to the higher courts, and their appeal was denied. All 10 are now in federal prison, serving 1-year sentences.
The big thing people know about the 50s Red Scare is blacklists. Naming names. Lists of over 900 people suspected of being communists and thereby ostracized from having any place in Hollywood.
The 6 or 7 major studios early in December of 1947 made this announcement that 10 persons who had refused to divulge before the committee their political affiliation would no longer be employed in the Hollywood motion picture industry.
Writers had to go underground. Oscar-winning actors weren't hired for decades. Studios abandoned their directors. During the height of McCarthy...
Yeah, how about that fucking repression? How about that state-backed repression, by the way? And for the record, America was not under the same level of threat that a country like Cuba is, okay? And they still did that shit. Why are so many people sending me this clip in the chat? Please stop.
McCarthyism, suspicion of communist ties was enough to ruin lives and careers.
I think it was probably a very necessary thing at the time because the radical liberals were going to take over our business.
And had it only been that, the Red Scare would have already been a massive attack on freedom and free speech. But the second Red Scare was much more than blacklists. Quote, by official counting, 2 people were executed by the state, several hundred academics were fired, several thousand went to prison or were deported, and several tens of thousands lost their jobs as state or federal workers. The FBI spied on Americans in the civil rights movement. The Supreme Court upheld the convictions of those who refused to name names. Cities like Chicago barred suspected communists from public housing. And New York even denied fishing licenses to those who wouldn't swear an anti-communist loyalty oath. Wouldn't even give them the benefit of the trout. Now, on the organization side of things, groups like CPUSA, CAA, and the CRC were banned and or lost tens of thousands of members. We're talking about a huge chill across all of civil society. And not just in socialist groups that were officially targeted, as you might expect, but almost everywhere on the left. And I'll let you in on a secret. That was the point. While on their face, Red Scares designate communism as the enemy, communism is a flexible enough word to include anything vaguely progressive the government wants to target.
They are lying, dirty, shrewd, godless, murderous, determined, and it is not an American political party like any other.
During the 50s, that meant things like targeting black activists pushing for equal human rights, especially aggressively, and seriously undermining progressive programs like the New Deal. Now, the New Deal was not a communist project, just to be clear. But under McCarthyism, fear of Reds became the justification for a total assault on workers' rights that the New Deal had improved. For example, one way the New Deal was sabotaged was with the Taft-Hartley Act. Taft-Hartley curbed the right to strike and boycott and made unions much, much weaker as a result. And Taft-Hartley was far from the only strategy used to achieve that. A big part of the Red Scare was also the thousands of state and federal workers being purged from the government. Black, Jewish, and queer workers were disproportionately targeted and accused of innate communist sympathies and fired en masse, thereby gutting the government of its more social and regulatory powers in the process. And to that end, this scare looks a lot like the last one.
We are now in day 31 of the government shutdown, and many SNAP recipients will not receive benefits.
So you can't be against communism without being a fascist? So being anti-communist is being fascist? More often than not, yes. That's why I said you're either a collaborator with fascists, inadvertently, without recognizing that you are a collaborator with fascists, or you are just a straightforward fascist. That's why liberals, the ones that weren't anti-communist, FDR, were a very important and formative ally in World War II in the battle against fascism. And what came after that was a sequence of anti-communist liberals that participated in the Cold War and directly aligned and sometimes reinstated fascists into power. Yeah. They're going to clip that? I mean, historically speaking, this is just the truth. What the fuck? You can clip it. And once again, people can get mad and say, you know, you're wrong or whatever. But historically, when liberals have aligned with fascists, they were not anti-communist. Or, sorry, when liberals have aligned with communists, they've defeated fascists. It's true. FDR, not an anti-communist. It is objectively what happened. I hope we can get back to that, considering the real dangers that fascism presents once again. I am one of your 380,000 viewers, and I agree. Thank you.
Benefits tomorrow on the 1st of the month.
As of writing this, 40 million people just went without SNAP benefits for weeks as Trump blamed the shutdown on Democrats and labeled them part of the, quote, radical left. Last year, Doge tore through hundreds of thousands of federal jobs led by a billionaire whose life mission is being anti-woke. And you probably missed this, but last January, the chair of the NLRB, the part of the government in charge of enforcing labor law and protecting workers from unfair labor practices, was fired, meaning the NLRB is now, quote, toothless, according to another fired NLRB official. And we're well on the way to the National Labor Relations Act being repealed entirely. This could potentially mean no more federal right to collective bargaining or worker organizing at all. And if there's some stir around the words communist and Antifa today, woke seems to be the preferred wedge for forcing these tactics through these last few years. Communism is bad, always, but woke is scary now. So now everything is woke, from universal healthcare to drag, and under this label, anything and everything becomes a very real threat to Americanism. See, real Americans don't watch drag shows, or afford life-saving procedures, or protest. That's lib woke commie shit. Real Americans shut up and take it. And take it, some people are. Just like in previous Red Scares, we're seeing private institutions willingly running away from woke like their predecessors ran away from red. If the last Red Scare relied on Hollywood to self-police, today law firms, universities, major brands, and hospitals have all already shown themselves to be ready to bend the knee. They've rejected any association with wokeness, and in the process have happily helped this Red Scare along without even being forced. And the effects of that can be dramatic. For past Red Scares, all the infiltration, intimidation, and general destruction of civil society poisoned the well on progressive politics for years. At the end of World War II, the progressive movement was rich and interconnected. Membership in groups like CPUSA peaked. Anti-fascism was anti-capitalism, was anti-racism, was anti-imperialism, was anti-war. There was a clear and popular sense that to fight for one cause was to fight for them all.
Chatter is bad faith, by the way. So if you're a democratic socialist, you support full-on communism. Some people will always be racist, that's it. Nothing will change them. They're never going to actually arrive at a logical answer because there's no logic to this. Who takes care of Kai while you stream? Why can't I see my chats on the stream? Test. They got fucking... Did they got suppressed or something? And then he subscribed. Hate to be that guy because I love you, but FDR was absolutely anti-communist. FDR was the least anti-communist president we've ever had in the history of the United States of America. Come on now. This is not even glaze. It's just true. Sock them is not socialism. Wow, dude. Fucking brilliant. All right, here's cheers to you. Dude, how did you... Wow. Such hidden truths that you are revealing here. My virgin ears are not used to hearing such hidden truths. I thought that social democracy was not even social. I thought it was literally straight up communism. Damn, dude. That's fucking crazy. Thank you.
In the same way that today's No Kings protest opposed gross...
Mao Zedong grandma, call me if you want to get this revolution started.
abuses of government power and horrifying kidnappings by immigration officials and wealth accumulation by billionaires, even if they do so vaguely, so too did the pre-Red Scare progressive movement unite all those who couldn't accept injustice in all its forms. But the Red Scare wiped out that solidarity. Being associated with anyone on the left was just too risky. So the fight for democratic socialism and
A moment of relaxation after a tough day of beating the wife.
And human rights was quickly watered down into a more palatable protest for holding on to liberalism as the government was gutted and incremental.
FDR recognizing Social Security would keep a Bolshevik revolt from happening doesn't make him a red. I never said FDR was a socialist. Hello. I literally said FDR was a liberal. I simply said he was not anti-communist. Hello. I don't, look, I know I get wordy sometimes, okay? What the fuck is going on here? Why is it that every fucking stream is just filled to the goddamn brim with waffles, pancakes situations over and over again?
Liberal.
Why? Why? Dude, this is the core of a lot of problems. Leftist purity culture. It's not even leftist purity culture. It's just, this is just people on the internet being fucking stupid. Okay? I chose my words very fucking carefully. Shut the fuck up.
Extending civil rights to more groups. It took years, until the late 60s, for the spirit of intersectional struggle to come back. Even though he's now associated almost exclusively with the fight for civil rights, MLK is a good example of this. He said things like, quote, "We must see now that the evils of racism, economic exploitation, and militarism are all tied together. You can't really get rid of one without getting rid of the others." He believed that capitalism had, quote, outlived its usefulness, and most famously of all said, quote, "Call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, but there must be a better distribution of wealth within this country for all God's children." But between the 50s and the 60s, too much organizational power was lost, and these beliefs and their associated demands just became too ambitious. Within months of launching the Poor People's Campaign, a new movement that brought all these struggles together again, King was assassinated, and the rest of the Cold War years successfully buried his mission.
The problem of racism, the problem of economic exploitation, and the problem of war are all tied together. These are the triple evils that are in.
I mean, straight up, there it is. Jesse Jackson, rest in power. If you look around and wonder why there are so many like black liberals who are overtly anti-communist, anti-socialist, anti-left, a big part of the reason why is because the American education system totally whitewashed MLK's vision and has a very antagonistic relationship with like anyone past the point of MLK, like Malcolm X and numerous other black revolutionaries throughout the civil rights struggle. And also on top of that, aside from the Red Scare, they just straight up killed many of these people, many of the leadership. And that's part of the reason why most people post like, 80s and 90s have not gotten this radical education at all.
Interrelated. What I'm saying today is that we must go.
I mean, you can even see a piece of that right now with the recollections of Jesse Jackson's legacy, right? Jesse Jackson was a far more radical person in his everyday existence, and the way that like Chuck Schumer is reminiscent of his legacy, the way that all of these people that work to undermine his movement every step of the fucking way talk about Jesse Jackson, gives you a little taste in real time of that revisionist history when he was around in the 80s and 90s. Like, he was very much in operation, right? It's crazy. It's pure revisionism. Yeah, I mean, this is a one of the examples.
From this convention and say, America, you must be born again.
What I'm trying to say here is that Red Scares aren't just mass moral panics like you might typically think. They are concerted efforts to force progressives back to the center with fear. The message coming from the very top is moderate, accept that you have no power, and you might be spared. The good thing is that we're seeing people rejecting this deal everywhere. The biggest city in the country just elected a socialist. Running to the center lost the Democrats the presidential election. Membership in left-wing orgs is reaching new highs. Protests have never had as many attendees. Everywhere you look, yes, you see intimidation and recycled tactics, but you also see courage and community and resistance. People are still organizing, still fighting for justice, still...
Oh yeah, this is the best Jesse Jackson speech of all time. It's so fucking good.
demanding equality and getting results. Think of it this way. They wouldn't bother scaring people that they're not scared of themselves.
It's good. Great video. Here, I'll play you this.
We have the right to vote. We have open housing. What's the fundamental challenge of our day? It is to end economic violence. Plant closing without notice.
Dog. I'm waiting. You understand? The reason why Austin is doing the Gaydar stream after my stream is so that I can raid into it. So I'm currently waiting for Austin's stream to be ready so I can raid into it before I leave to go there. Okay? I was supposed to end the broadcast 15 minutes ago.
Economic violence. Even the greedy do not profit long from greed. Economic violence. Most poor people are not lazy. They're not black. They're not brown.
For people that don't know, I'm doing the Gaydar stream with Austin, where Austin, myself, and Will are going to compete against one another to figure out who's actually gay. They chose like a bunch of people, some gay, some straight. And if I win, Austin has to get a PBS tattoo, Piker Broadcasting Service tattoo on his ass. If he wins, we have to do a Fear and show in Portland, Oregon. Okay? I heard Austin's middle name is Late. Austin Late Show is true.
They're mostly white and female and young. But whether white, black, or brown, a hungry baby barely turned inside out is the same color.
Yes,
call
a
it
permanent
pain.
tattoo. I gotta pee.
Call it hurt. Call it agony. Most poor people are not on welfare. Some of them are illiterate and can't read the want ad sections. And when they can't find a job that matches their address. They work hard every day. I know. I live amongst them. I'm one of them. I know they work. I'm a witness. They catch the early bus. They work every day. They raise other people's children. They work every day. They clean the streets. They work every day. They drive dangerous cabs. They work every day. They change the beds you slept in these hotels last night and can't get a union contract. They work every day. No, they are not lazy. Someone must defend them because it's right, and they cannot speak for themselves. They work in hospitals. I know they do. They wipe the bodies of those who are sick with fever and pain. They empty their bedpans. They clean out their commode. No job is beneath them. And yet when they get sick, they cannot lie in the bed they made up every day. America, that is not right. We are a better nation than that. We are a better nation than that. We need a real war on drugs. You can't just say no. It's deeper than that. You can't just get a palm reader or an astrologer. It's more profound than that. We're spending $150 billion on drugs a year. We've gone from ignoring it to focusing on the children. Children cannot buy $150 billion worth of drugs a year. A few high-profile athletes are not laundering $150 billion a year. Bankers are.
Amazing how literally nothing has changed? Yes, because capitalism is still very much intact. That is precisely the reason why you can look back at my commentary from 10 years ago, 12 years ago, and you will hear the exact same things. That is precisely the reason why you look back at Jesse Jackson's speech from 1988 and you hear the exact same criticisms, because the issues have not changed. Because if you analyze the system from an anti-capitalist, materialist lens, the issues persist.
Children in the Watts, who unfortunately in their despair, they're great.
That's why it was so shocking for people when they were like, wait a minute, Bernie was saying the same shit fucking 50 years ago? What the hell? That makes no sense. Yeah, it only doesn't make sense if you're unfamiliar with the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism. Okay? Well, not to say Bernie is a Marxist-Leninist. I wish. But, you know. But that's it. Is the gaydar thing happening today or tomorrow? Guys, it's happening today. Austin is late, predictably, okay? It's happening. It's supposed to be happening right now. It's supposed to be happening 15 minutes ago, okay? He's just late, which is expected.
Of hope have become raisins of despair, and they're turning on each other, and they're self-destructing. But I stayed with them all night long. I wanted to hear their case.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Austin's speech would look like this.
I hate white people. I hate white people.
They said, Jesse Jackson, as you challenge us to say no to drugs, you're right. And to not sell them, you're right. To not use these guns, you're right. By the way, the promise of SEPTA, they displaced CETA. They did not replace CETA. We have neither jobs, nor houses, nor services, nor training, nor way out. Some of us take drugs as anesthesia for our pain. Some take drugs as a way of pleasure, good short-term pleasure and long-term pain. Some sell drugs to make money. It's wrong, we know, but you need to know that we know. We can go and buy the drugs by the boxes at the port. If we can buy the drugs at the port, don't you believe the federal government can stop it if they want to? They say we don't have Saturday night specials anymore. They say we buy AK-47s and Uzas, the latest NATO weapons. We buy them across the counter on Long Beach Boulevard. You cannot fight a war on drugs unless and until you're going to challenge the bankers and the gun sellers and those who grow them. Don't just focus on the children. Let's stop drugs at the level of supply and demand. We must end the scourge on the American culture. Leadership. What difference will we make Leadership cannot just go along to get along. We must do more than change presidents. We must change direction. Leadership must face the moral challenge of our day. The nuclear war build-up is irrational. Strong leadership.
By the way, today's the day of Malcolm X's assassination. In 1965, on this day, Malcolm X was assassinated. Speaking of black radicals.
Not desire to look tough and let that stand in the way of the pursuit of peace. Leadership must reverse the arms race. At least we should pledge no fresh use. Why? Because fresh use begets fresh retaliation, and that's mutual annihilation. That's not a rational way out. No use at all. Let's think it out and not fight it out because it's an unwinnable fight. Why hold a card that you can never drop? Let's give peace a chance. Leadership. We now have this marvelous opportunity to have a breakthrough with the Soviets. Last year, 200,000 Americans visited the Soviet Union. There's a chance for joint ventures in the space, not Star Wars and the war arms escalation, but a space defense initiative. Let's build in the space together and demilitarize the heavens. There's a way out. America, let us expand. When Mr. Reagan and Mr. Gorbachev met, it was a big meeting. They represented together 1/8 of the human race. 7/8 of the human race was locked out of that room. Most people in the world tonight, half are Asian, 1/2 of them are Chinese. There are 22 nations in the Middle East. There's Europe, 400 million Latin Americans next door to us, the Caribbean, Africa, 500 million people. Most people in the world today are yellow, are brown, are black, non-Christian, poor, female, young, and don't speak English. In the real world, this generation must offer leadership to the real world.
Don't tell them, Jesse. They're going to get scared. Don't remind them, Jesse. They get real scared when you bring that up. Jesse, don't do it. Oh, no.
We're losing ground in Latin America, Middle East, South Africa because we're not focusing on the real world. That real world. We must use basic principles. Support international law. We stand the most to gain from it. Support human rights. We believe in that. Support self-determination. We're built on that. Support economic development. You know it's right. Be consistent and gain our moral authority in the world. I challenge you tonight, my friends. Let's be bigger and better as a nation and as a party.
God, I wish they could have identity politics Jesse Jackson. It don't work in that direction, though, does it? Against the caucus. You know what I'm saying? Obviously different time, but regardless. It just seems to only work in one direction. You know, if you're socialist and you're black or you're brown. Because, like, I was thinking about this the other day. Everyone's always like, Hasan. Like, someone was complaining. They were like, Hasan doesn't like Kamala Harris, but is over here talking about John Ossoff when I, like, barely mentioned his name, right? And it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that these people imply that, like, oh, I must be racist if I don't like Jasmine Crockett, or if I'm critical of Jasmine Crockett, or I must be racist if, you know, I had a lot of justifiable criticisms about Kamala Harris. And then all the people that I am closest to in my politics, there's not a single fucking white person amongst them. It doesn't matter necessarily to me at all. If there's a white guy and they're based, then they're fucking based. Who gives a shit? Right? And I it's so remarkable that when you look at the demographic makeup of the squad and some of the most progressive, some of the most leftist, left adjacent politicians in this country right now, there is not a single white man in the bunch. I guess maybe Bernard Sanders, and he's on a separate category all on his own. But like, there is not a single, like, there. I was just thinking about that. Summer Lee, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ayanna Pressley, Ilhan Omar. Where are the fucking white bros? Zohran Mamdani. No, I'm not doing the Bernie's Jewish, so he's not white shit, okay? Bernie's a white man. Come on. Jesus Christ. I guess Plattner is the only guy, you know, he's maybe a little too white. Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman. Where are the white men? So that's what I don't understand. These guys act as though every single manifestation of the left is a white male dominated politics. And for the record, and I can't stress this enough, I don't give a shit if you got a socialist who is a white man, okay? I care about ideas. I care about policies that improve people's lives. I don't give a shit about their demographic background. It just happens to be that when people come from that sort of background, from a point of marginalization, their lived experience happens to align social values, right? But because that's what I care about. I care about demographic representation as long as your background has informed your worldview, as long as your experience of marginalization has informed your worldview, has made you into a woke person, for example. And yet liberals always deploy this weapon, and they don't even fucking do it against the right, dude. That's another thing that I realized, like, in the last 5 years or so, like, ever since 2016 happened, I've begun to realize that liberals don't even use the fucking "you're racist" line against the right, because the right's like, yeah, I'm racist. Fuck yeah, I'm racist. What are you going to do about it? And they just only use it against the left, knowing full well that we are the people who do care about racism and will think twice. They don't give a shit. And better yet, to add insult to injury, you have right-wingers doing it too. Nikki Haley, right? You got right-wingers who have always deployed tokens over and over again on the Republican Party side to be like, no, hold up now. You can't. Clearly, we're not racist. I mean, I'm a black man. I know Donald Trump is not racist. That's what Tim Scott says all the time. I saw a video about Scott Bessent. Scott Bessent was being interviewed by Will Cain, and Will Cain was like, "You're the first gay guy that's been appointed to this position. How does that make you feel?" And Scott Bessent was like, "Yeah, because Donald Trump is fucking woke. They call him racist. They call him homophobic. But who cares? Look, see." Yeah, I didn't even know Scott Bessent was gay. Anyway, isn't that interesting? Donald Trump has plenty of women in his cabinet. Donald Trump has plenty of women in his appointments. Donald Trump has plenty of women in close proximity to him. His chief of staff is a woman, right? Very powerful lady. This should show people that hollowed out identity politics is a tool of the right. standpoint epistemology deployed to defend American policy of maximum violence, whether it be sanctions with the sole purpose of regime change, a trade embargo, stealing oil from other countries that simply want to help Cuba, utilizing standpoint epistemology to say, as a Cuban woman and a daughter of immigrants, I think the real reason why Cuba is suffering is because of the Cuban government's communism. That doesn't work. That's never worked. It only works on people who are at least a little bit woke and are kind of stupid. Stupid enough to go, wait a minute. Yeah, that's right. She is a Latina Cuban lady. Maybe she's right. Why am I listening to this fucking white socialist man living in the lap of luxury in Los Angeles? Don't listen to me. Listen to the Cuban authors. Listen to Latin American historians. After all, those are the people that inform my perspective. I do listen to Cuban people. Fidel Castro. I was about to say Che Guevara, who's not Cuban, but, you know, honorary Cuban. You know? This is a peak meme for what you're talking about. I know, I just saw it. Gusano is racist. She's a Gusania, not Gusano. Gusan X. Bro, Austin is officially, like, Austin's about to be an hour late at this point. Yeah, it's insane to me the same foreign policy apparatus that's openly, loudly mask off about Mike makes right still gets away with woke, listen to local voices who want to be bombed arguments. I thought that was buried in the rubble of Gaza. Anyways, here are some local voices that I've tried to listen to in my life. Kurds who say Iraq war was heaven under Saddam. Cuban who says Santeria is witchcraft and Latino Americans all do cocaine. Iranian supporter of Order of Nine Angles. Israeli fan of Moshe Feiglin and Ben-Gvir. Obviously, they don't mean to listen to people like that. People who talk about local voices want to use a curated set of think tankers and influencers to confuse me, guilt you out of opposing U.S. foreign policy. It's just the listen to Cuban voices is a stupid fucking argument because there's plenty of Cuban voices you are not listening to, right? Yeah, I saw this. A Cuban journalist living in Cuba being pro-regime under a dictatorship. Groundbreaking. What happened to listen to Cuban voices? All of a sudden, you don't want to listen to those Cuban voices. Soft power CIA op. What is this? Urgent Trump. We will send a floating hospital to Greenland to care for the many patients there who are not receiving the necessary care. What the fuck? He's just doing side missions for no reason at this point. Byron Donaldson just got married a few months earlier before he met his second and current wife. This is why you're supposed to highlight voices and platforms more. You can say standpoint epistemology so you're blue in the face, but most people will not listen to an outsider. You have to use progressive voices and get into the mud. They're weaponizing identity for bad, so do the same for good. Infantor! What the fuck do you want me to do? I had an Afro-Latina Cuban journalist in Havana yesterday on the fucking broadcast. You are looking at someone responding to that and saying they're fucking pro-regime. God damn. I'm literally going to Cuba. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to fucking do? I'm going to Cuba!
liberal. Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Come on, Enfant Door. You're doing it again. You're relapsing. Enfant Door. You're relapsing. Stop. Anyway. Shangun stealing your style? Bro, Alperen Shangun looks like Tadic squeezed out. You play the game too clean for me. Find more. Yo, come on. Try harder. I literally, there is not, I can't do anything more than what I'm doing, like physically. Like, interview 15 Cuban journalists a day. Yeah, the only other thing I can do, I guess, is just like become Cuban, learn Spanish, stay on the island, and just become a Cuban national. That's it. People miss 2017 woke so bad. Yeah, there are definitely people who, especially in this community, want that style, that specific style of woke to come back. Are we ready? Okay. Fucking finally, dude.
Frustration.
It's so funny that centrist Democrats are just Bush-era Republicans. What is this? Hochul shares why she doesn't want to increase taxes on the rich. Oh, my God. It's just like... Bro, you're a Democrat. What do you mean you don't want to raise taxes on the rich? I've lived long enough on God's green earth to know the transition that has taken place ideologically in the Democratic fucking party. What are we doing here? What do you mean you don't want to raise taxes on the rich? You're a Democrat. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know, I understand the frustration out there, but what I want to do is broaden the pool. If we can bring in more money from having more jobs created or more businesses coming here by having an environment where they know what the taxes are. And again, people are paying quite a bit in taxes. I understand that. But I want to make sure that people are still here and we don't end up having those taxes pushed down to lower levels of income to make up for loss. You know, I understand.
Anyway, we'll discuss that and a lot more matters later. I am now going to raid Austin's show and end the broadcast. And I'm going to quickly travel over to the Austin show where I will be participating in Gaydar. Okay. Late ass motherfucker. See you on the other side, everybody. The raid is starting in 1 second. Okay. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. I believe I will be live tomorrow. Okay. And Monday, we're going to have Oliver, who is, you know what? I'm skipping ahead. I don't know why I'm revealing guests ahead of time, but Monday, I'm going to have Oliver Ma running for Lieutenant Governor, first ever statewide DSA endorsed candidate. I will be having him on the show on Monday. But Sunday, tomorrow, we'll do some fun stuff. Hopefully, inshallah, if the United States of America does not invade or bomb Iran. Oliver already leaked it. That's true. I already did a fucking... I am posting. I posted on Instagram. Anyway, 20 seconds. Rating now. Love you guys. See you on the other side on the Austin show. Testing streamers Gaydar. Remember, if I win, Austin needs to get a PBS tattoo on his ass cheek. If he wins, we have to do a fucking Fear End live taping in Portland, Oregon. Anyway, love you guys and see you tomorrow or on the other side.